Chapter 293. Whether it was Li Wangyu or owner Sun, they did not expect the bookstore to reopen today and attract so many customers. He had underestimated the influence of the Romance of the Three Kingdoms. As one of the 4 classical novels of Wuxia, it naturally had its own unique charm. Even in the Ming and Qing dynasties, when all kinds of novels were constantly emerging, the Three Kingdoms stood out, not to mention the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu also, unscrupulously, separated the Three Kingdoms into 2 books, each with more than 20,000 words, which made the many scholars who were already fascinated by the book unable to stop reading. Therefore, when they learned that Sun Ji bookstore would reopen today and sell the 2nd volume of the Three Kingdoms, nearly 1,000 people rushed to buy it. Owner Sun had never seen such a scene even though he had been in the bookstore business for most of his life. In the face of so many customers, owner Sun was happy, but he could not help but start to worry. The old man also thought of Li Wangyu's previous concerns. Before the old man could think of a solution, Li Wangyu stretched out his hand to summon him and whispered a few words to him. After hearing Li Wangyu's words, the old man could not help but be stunned. Is this really feasible? Isn't this too childish? It's okay, just listen to me, it's definitely feasible. Owner Sun, quickly go and arrange it, Li Wangyu said with a smile. Seeing that the man was so confident, and owner Sun did not have any good ideas, he could only be skeptical and follow Li Wangyu's instructions to make arrangements. Fortunately, there was no shortage of the items that Li Wangyu had mentioned in the bookstore. Owner Sun called over the shop staff and busied himself. Before the auspicious time for the opening of the bookstore, everything was ready. Owner Sun specially invited the Daoist priest of the Daoist temple to calculate the auspicious time of the opening. Immediately, the shop staff took the brazier out of the shop and began to burn the exploding rods in it. The exploding rod ignited and exploded, emitting crackling sounds as the smoke dispersed in all directions. The crowd outside the bookstore also cheered. They were waiting for the bookstore to open so they could rush in to buy books. However, after the rods were set off, the bookstore's door did not open. Only owner Sun and a few staff walked out of the bookstore. Owner Sun took a deep breath and used the force of his dantian to yell at the crowd. Esteemed guests, Sun's bookstore is reopening today. Thank you all for coming. However, due to the limited space in the bookstore, it couldn't accommodate so many distinguished guests at the same time. For the safety of our esteemed guests, Old Me has made some number plates and invited our esteemed guests to collect them. In a while, Old Me will be divided into batches and randomly draw number plates. The distinguished guests whose numbers are called will be invited to enter the bookstore to purchase books. If there is any inconvenience, please forgive us. Owner Sun's words stunned everyone. What did he mean by that? You need to draw a number to buy a book? Only Li Wangyu, who was hiding in the bookstore, couldn't help but snicker. I'll let you know the fear of lottery. Just now, when he saw that there were too many people present, an idea came to him. He recalled his experience of buying a house and drawing numbers in his previous life. There were more than 500 houses in the residential area, and there were actually 3,000 to 4,000 people queuing up to buy a house. This made Li Wangyu deeply suspicious. Were these houses given away for free? Fortunately, Li Wangyu's luck was not bad. He got into the top 500 and successfully got a house. Thinking of that house, Li Wangyu's heart started to ache again. He had paid the down payment and mortgage for such a long time for nothing. In the end, before he could even hand over the house, he was sent to the Tang dynasty by his beautiful boss. That was why he had come up with the idea of drawing numbers, just now, because he had a wicked sense of humor. Outside the bookstore, the customers who were waiting to buy books were confused. They took the number plates from the staff. Because it was an impromptu idea, these so-called number plates were just small pieces of paper written on the bookstore's paper. Various numbers were written on them. Everyone held the small pieces of paper in their hands and were all confused. They didn't understand what Sun's bookstore was doing. When owner Sun saw that the staff had finished distributing the number plates, he asked someone to bring out a box. He reached in and took out a piece of paper with the same number. The distinguished customers who got number 125-67 can enter the bookstore to buy books. The old man looked at the number plates in his hand and read out 30 numbers. Then, he began to invite the customers who got these numbers to enter the bookstore. "Here, I'm here." In the crowd, a scholar holding a small piece of paper in his hand shouted happily and squeezed out of the crowd. The others were envious as they watched these 30 people happily walk into the bookstore. Soon, they paid for the books and completed the transaction. When these 30 people walked out of the bookstore with brand new books in their hands, the crowd gathered in front of the bookstore looked at them with envy. "Brother, I'll give you 600 copper coins. Can you transfer this book to me?" Those who were rich couldn't wait and didn't bother to continue queuing. They simply squeezed to the side of the first batch of people who bought the book and wanted to buy it. The scholar who was stopped was actually a little embarrassed. He had to grit his teeth and fork out the money to buy the 3 kingdoms. Seeing that someone was willing to pay 100 copper coins for the book, he didn't hesitate and immediately nodded in agreement. The two of them immediately settled the transaction. The poor scholar who got the copper coins asked the shop assistant for a new number plate and started queuing up again, waiting for the numbers to be drawn. With this precedent, many customers outside the bookstore who didn't lack money started to bid for the book. They weren't stupid. It was understandable that the bookstore was afraid of having too many people. But at this moment, there were nearly 1,000 people outside the bookstore, blocking the street. If they continued to wait for the numbers to be drawn, they didn't know how long they would have to wait. It was better to spend a little more money. 100 copper coins. Not only did it save him time, but he could also immediately get his hands on the 3 Kingdoms book. Why not? Of the 30 people who bought the book in the first batch, many of them were like the poor scholar. They resold the book and started queuing again. Li Wangyu also noticed this scene and couldn't help but be stunned. Even a scalper had appeared, but fortunately, he didn't care. It was just his bad taste to make this number draw. Otherwise, he could have asked Niu Wu to take his goldfish charm and go to the marquee shop in the East Market to mobilize a group of marquee to maintain order. He didn't need to go through so much trouble to ask owner Sun to make something like the number draw. This cynical man simply thought of the day when he was unhappy about the number draw in order to buy a house. He probably came to torment this group of people who bought books. The beautiful boss just finished dealing with the affairs of the carriage shop and also came to the bookstore to see how the sale of Li Wangyu's book was going. She rolled her beautiful eyes at Li Wangyu when she saw the speechless, lottery method of buying books. This guy really had too much of a bad taste. Li Wangyu didn't care. He laughed and was very proud. Chapter 294. Li Wangyu didn't expect that copying the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms would cause so much trouble just to pass the time and also out of bad taste. Fortunately, all the troubles had been resolved. The Romance of the 3 Kingdoms not only set off a craze for the Tang dynasty, but also brought a lot of profit to Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu only planned to print 10,000 copies of each volume of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. However, there were 24 volumes of the Romance of the 3 Kingdoms. If he copied all of them, he could make 60 million yuan just by selling the books, which was equivalent to 60,000 strings of copper coins or 10,000 taels of gold. Even he was shocked by the number that he had calculated. Wasn't this money too easy to earn? Now Li Wangyu had completely gotten rid of the embarrassment of being a second-generation rich person when he first transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. His family's businesses were everywhere, and they were all profitable. The royal family owned 50% of the four-wheeled carriage business, and the Li family owned 30%. However, the daily average profit of each carriage was consistent, and the Li family could earn 300 copper coins. Now, under the management of the beautiful boss, the SF Express carriage business had more than 300 carriages in just over a month. In this way, the Li family could earn 90,000 copper coins a day just by the carriage business alone. Moreover, this income was still rising. According to the beautiful boss's business plan, the SF Express would reach the scale of 1,000 carriages in the future. At that time, the Li family could earn 300,000 copper coins a day just by relying on the four-wheeled carriage business, which was 300 strings of copper coins. It should be known that this was only a day's income. Pai Lupi used his official position for personal gain and sent the Ministry of Works to rush the construction of the wine workshop. The workshop was completed and the high alcohol content sorghum wine had begun. The first batch of sorghum wine had been brewed and sealed. After 40 days, it could be distilled and loaded into jars and shipped to Jianghu to be sold. Brewing wine, especially this unique Shaodao wine, was definitely a huge profit in the Tang dynasty. Even if Pai Lupi didn't have an economic brain, he knew that the wine workshop would be another money tree for his royal family. In order to protect the secret of the brewery, he had even dispatched the imperial army to seal off the valley where the brewery was located. As for the craftsmen who made the wine, they were not allowed to enter freely. In order to keep it a secret, Pai Lupi even ordered the families of these craftsmen to be moved there. Regarding this, Li Wangyu, as the person with vested interests, could only silently complain in his heart about the evil feudal emperor. After that, he did not care about it anymore. Furthermore, after Li Wangyu calculated the profits that the brewery might generate in the future, he silently asked his beautiful superior to make another trip to Taiji Palace. He took the initiative to find Empress Zhongsun and changed the original 60% of the Li family and 40% of the imperial family's profits to 60% of the imperial family's profits and 40% of the Li family's profits. It wasn't that Li Wangyu was a coward. It was just that there was too much money, and he was flustered. Especially if he took more than Pai Lupi. Wasn't that just asking for trouble? Rather than being taken advantage of by Pai Lupi in the future, it was better to take the initiative now and hand over the shares. That way, everyone would look good. Currently, the most vexed person in the Li family was the old housekeeper, Li Heng. There was no other reason than the fact that there were too many copper coins at home. He didn't know where to put them. The county magistrate's mansion was still under construction. It would take at least half a year for it to be completed. Moreover, the Li family's old mansion was too small. Even though most of the copper coins at home had been exchanged for gold, the remaining copper coins still gave Li Heng a headache. He didn't know where to put them. Li Wangyu didn't want to return the money that he owed the county magistrate so early. In Li Wangyu's mind, this money was the same as a bank loan. Since he had to pay a lot of interest, why should he return it early? However, the old mansion's treasury was now full. Seeing Li Heng's distressed appearance, Li Wangyu didn't hesitate. He hurriedly took the copper coins to the county magistrate's mansion and paid off the family's debt. 5 four-wheeled carriages were needed to transport the 1 million copper coins. In an era before paper money, it had to be said that money really had a lot of weight. After Li Wangyu finished checking the family's assets, he closed the account book and proudly hummed a tune. I made money, but I don't know how to spend it. I'll buy a Nokia with my left hand and a Motorola with my right. The beautiful boss looked at the smug Li Wangyu from the side and was too lazy to pay attention to him. Fanning herself with a round fan, the beautiful boss wiped the fragrant sweat on her forehead and couldn't help but say, Wangyu, why is the weather in the Tang dynasty so hot? It's only April, which is March according to the Gregorian calendar. Why is it so hot? Li Wangyu also wiped his sweat and replied, don't you know? During the Tang dynasty, the temperature on Earth was relatively hot. I remember reading in a history book that there was no snow in the Tang dynasty for 19 years. After the heat, it was cold. Therefore, the Song and Ming dynasties encountered the Little Ice Age. No wonder it's so hot in March and April. The beautiful boss was surprised. The weather was so hot that she was too lazy to go out. Every day, she hid in the mansion's backyard to avoid the heat. Fortunately, there was saltpeter, which could be used to make ice at any time. This made the early summer not so hot. The main reason why she felt hot was because of her clothes. Thin, transparent, and revealing. These were the characteristics of women's clothing in the summer of the Tang dynasty. Unlike the women of the modern era who directly exposed their arms and legs, the Tang dynasty women's clothing, although light, was still a full-body gauze skirt. The beautiful boss felt that the sweaty clothes stuck to her body and was very uncomfortable. However, Li Wangyu did not see it that way. He felt that the looming skirt was more attractive. Of course, he naturally did not dare to say this to the beautiful boss. Otherwise, he would certainly not have a good ending. Su Chongqing did not like the long gauze skirt. Therefore, he simply went to the East Market to buy some cloth. He called the mansion's maid who knew how to make clothes and busied himself. On this day, Li Wangyu was fanning himself while immersed in copying books in the study when the door was pushed open. He did not raise his head. He knew that the person who came in must be Su Chongqing. Now, because of the mobile phone, as long as he entered the study, except for the beautiful boss, no one else was allowed to enter. This was the mansion's rule. Chongqing, help me get a cold drink. This damn weather is too hot. Li Wangyu said while copying. Seeing that the beautiful boss opposite him did not speak, Li Wangyu curiously raised his head, but he was directly petrified. Had he transmigrated back to the modern era? The beautiful woman in front of him was wearing hot pants that revealed her snow-white, slender thighs. She was also wearing a tight-fitting t-shirt that showed off her impressive figure. She even revealed a small part of her snow-white waist, which made Li Wangyu's Adam's apple bob a few times. The beautiful boss was actually dressed in a cool outfit like the modern era. Li Wangyu, who was used to seeing Tangs in long skirts, felt his mouth go dry. Su Chongqing motioned for Li Wangyu to put away the mobile phone. He then turned to open the door of the study and pulled Aphrodite in. After seeing Aphrodite's outfit clearly, Li Wangyu could no longer hold it in. He felt his nose heat up and 2 lines of blood gushed out uncontrollably. Chapter 295. Dumbstruck, Li Wangyu stared blankly as Avro entered the study. The young girl's face was full of shyness. She slowly took off her clothes, revealing her body that was as alluring as a peach. His beautiful superior also did the same thing, exposing her snow-white skin in front of Li Wangyu. Just like that, the 2 naked women slowly walked in front of Li Wangyu. When Li Wangyu suddenly woke up, he was shocked to find that last night was actually a wet dream without a trace. Li Wangyu's heart raced and he blushed at the thought of the embarrassing things he did with his beautiful boss and Avro in his dream. Actually, he couldn't be blamed for this. It was mainly because he had received too much shock yesterday. What he thought about during the day, he dreamed about it at night. A fair and graceful woman is a gentleman's ideal mate. Yesterday, Li Wangyu had already felt his heart palpitate when he saw his beautiful boss showing off her long legs. If it was in the future, it would naturally not be a big deal for young ladies to reveal their arms and legs on the streets. But now that he had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, Li Wangyu was used to seeing the way the Tangs dressed. So when he suddenly saw his beautiful boss dressed in such a sexy way, he couldn't help but feel a little excited. Although the Tang dynasty was more open, it wasn't as conservative and feudal as it was after the Confucianism of Cheng and Zhu. In the Tang dynasty, it was also very common for women to wear half-exposed corsets. However, no matter how light, thin, and translucent the women's clothes of the Tang dynasty were, they still wouldn't directly expose their thighs like the shorts and miniskirts worn by women in the modern era. Therefore, Li Wangyu couldn't help but stare after seeing his beautiful boss wearing such cool clothes. The reason why he had a nosebleed at the sight of Afro was naturally because the weather had been too hot recently. Li Wangyu would never admit that he had a nosebleed just because he saw a beautiful blonde girl wearing a miniskirt and a tight t-shirt. That would be too embarrassing. The teenage version of Angelina Jolie had blonde hair tied into a ponytail that hung in front of her chest. As for the hand-sewn t-shirt, because of the girl's towering protrusions, it was super full. Li Wangyu suddenly remembered a sentence he had seen on the internet in his future life. It was a crime for a woman with a good figure to wear a t-shirt. At this moment, Li Wangyu deeply agreed. In fact, even the beautiful boss was jealous of the blonde girl's overly good development. How did this European race grow up? His beautiful boss's figure was already very hot among Asian women. Whether it was her long legs or her slender waist, they were all filled with fatal temptation. Her perky buttocks and voluptuous upper body were even more attractive to men. However, compared to Avro, she had to concede defeat in certain aspects. The beautiful boss looked down at her chest regretfully and muttered softly, "Papayas are not sold in the Tang dynasty." What bad luck. Li Wangyu's nosebleed for no reason surprised Avro. However, her beautiful boss's eyes were full of disdain, and the words in her eyes were pervert, hooligan, lecher. Avro was a little flustered. She didn't know why a nosebleed was for men. Seeing 2 lines of blood flowing out of Li Wangyu's nose, she exclaimed in shock. "Lang Jun, what's wrong with you?" The girl hurriedly rushed forward, took out her handkerchief, and frantically wiped the blood off Li Wangyu's nose. The girl's delicate fragrance uncontrollably entered Li Wangyu's nostrils. What was worse was that the girl's impressive upper body was now pressed against Li Wangyu's arm. The soft, bouncy feeling made Li Wangyu's nosebleed even more. The beautiful boss snorted and went forward to pull Avro away, who was still unaware that she was being taken advantage of. She said coldly, "Raise your head." Li Wangyu obediently raised his head. Su Chongqing picked up a piece of rice paper from the table, tore off 2 strips, and stuffed them into Li Wangyu's nostrils. She then asked Avro to fetch a basin of cold water. After dipping her hand in the cold water, she gently patted the back of Li Wangyu's neck. Only then did Li Wangyu's nosebleed stop. Li Wangyu said in a low, muffled voice, "Hee, the weather has been too hot recently." "I'm heaty." The beautiful boss glared at him. Pervert. Li Wangyu wanted to cry out for his innocence, but he didn't know how to explain himself. In short, ever since the beautiful boss came up with the cool clothes, the backyard of the Li family's old residence had become a forbidden area in the residence. Apart from Li Wangyu, all the other men in the residence were not allowed to enter the backyard. Li Wangyu was both pained and happy about this. It wasn't just the beautiful boss and Avro who changed their clothes. Perrin and the 4 maidservants in the residence also shyly changed into cool clothes as long as they stayed in the backyard. Li Wangyu feasted his eyes every day. But it was just a look. After a wet dream, Li Wangyu secretly changed out of his underwear. Too embarrassed to let the maidservants wash it for him, he took care of it himself. Speaking of underwear, there were naturally no such things in the Tang dynasty. Strictly speaking, the underwear that the people of the modern era were used to was invented by the Americans in the 1940s. The ancient people of China naturally didn't wear underwear. During the Shang and Zhou dynasties, men didn't wear underwear or pants and only wore skirts, which were called chang. Starting from the Han dynasty, people began to wear pants inside, but they were open-crotch pants, which were called straddles. After the Tang and Song dynasties, open-crotch pants and closed-crotch pants became the mainstream clothing for men. During the Ming and Qing dynasties, closed-crotch pants dominated the world. In addition, many poor people who needed to work had a type of underwear that was similar to underwear called calf-nose underwear. The calf-nose underwear was similar to the underwear worn by Japanese wrestlers in the modern era. It was first wrapped around the sides and then passed under the crotch. This type of pants had been popular for thousands of years. It was originally underwear, but people at the bottom of the hierarchy, such as servants, coachmen, farmers, and other laborers, would directly wear it outside for convenience. After Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, they naturally couldn't get used to not wearing underwear. Not to mention, if Li Wangyu wore open-crotch pants, it would really be terrible. Thus, they self-made a few pairs of underwear and finally avoided the embarrassment of not wearing underwear. As Li Wangyu washed his underwear, he wondered when this bitter, single life would end. Now, the beautiful boss's attitude toward him had finally softened under his relentless fawning and flattery. At least, when he held the beautiful boss's soft and seemingly boneless hand, he wouldn't be shaken off anymore. The long, cold war, caused by him secretly bringing Aphrodite home had finally ended, but Li Wangyu still had to work hard to achieve the success of his revolution. Just as Li Wangyu was hiding in the backyard and admiring the scenery every day, Pai Lupi found another troublesome matter for him, which gave Li Wangyu a headache. Chapter 296. In the backyard of the Li residence, Li Wangyu had been harassing all the beauties, young and old. No one could understand why their Lang Jun would say all those sweet words to coax them, as if he was smeared with honey. "Perrin, don't let me see you again." "Huh? Lang Jun, what are you talking about?" "Why?" "Because I like you every time I see you." The little girl, Pei Lan, let out a soft cry. She covered her blushing face and ran away. "Avro, come and take a look at my eyes. I think something went in." "Huh? Lang Jun, there's nothing." "Nonsense, there's someone I like in my eyes." Avro was stunned for a while before she realized what Li Wangyu was talking about. The girl kissed Li Wangyu's face shyly and ran over to him like a little white rabbit. Her jiggling curves made Li Wangyu's eyes sink in. "Chongqing, shut up. I'll beat you to death if you dare to say such vulgar words to me." The beautiful boss waved her little fist threateningly at Li Wangyu. She really couldn't stand Li Wangyu anymore. Ever since he saw those vulgar words on her phone, this guy never got tired of it and used those disgusting words to flirt with girls in the backyard every day. The beautiful boss wanted to bite him to death. Faced with the threat of the beautiful boss, Li Wangyu could only rub his nose awkwardly and retreat in defeat. He then turned his head and continued to flirt with Avro. Li Wangyu felt that life would be wonderful if it could go on like this. However, someone was causing trouble for him when he wanted to steal half a day of leisure. Early in the morning, Li Wangyu was woken up by the palace eunuch. Pai Lupi wanted to see him in Taiji Palace. Although he missed the bed very much, Li Wangyu could only climb onto the horse obediently and head for Chang'an City since the big boss had invited him, no matter how unwilling he was in his heart. It was still the legislative hall. Pai Lupi was pacing back and forth unhappily. "Ziyu, I have a problem here. Come and give me some advice," Pai Lupi said bluntly as soon as he saw Li Wangyu enter the palace. These words made Li Wangyu's balls hurt. "Pai Lupi, you bastard. You already said it was a very troublesome matter, and you still asked me to come. What is the meaning of this? Could it be that the things that you find troublesome are not troublesome for my small body?" However, even though he was cursing in his heart, Li Wangyu still bowed sincerely. "Uncle, please speak. This nephew will do his best. Recently, a court official has submitted a memorial, asking me to issue a decree to release the palace maids, saying that this year's spring drought is related to the fact that there are too many palace maids in the palace. It was the accumulation of yin energy that caused the drought and lack of rain. This was ridiculous. Zio, what do you think of this?" Pai Lupi's words made Li Wangyu slightly stunned. There was actually someone who said that the spring drought of the second year of Zhengguan had something to do with Pai Lupi's Taiji Palace having too many palace maids. What kind of strange logic was this? However, Li Wangyu was not in a hurry to speak. This was because in history, Pai Lupi had indeed released 3,000 palace maids this year, allowing them to leave the palace for marriage. This should be considered a good thing, right? As a steely straight man, Li Wangyu had long disliked the fact that Pai Lupi's Taiji Palace had so many beautiful young ladies. If Pai Lupi was willing to release the palace maids, then it was a good thing. In history, Pai Lupi had released the palace maids twice. The first time was in the 9th year of Wuda. Pai Lupi issued a decree to release 3,000 palace maids from the palace for marriage. The second time was this year, in the second year of Zhengguan. Pai Lupi once again issued a decree to release the palace maids. According to the historical records, in the 9th month of the second year of Zhengguan, Li Baiyao, the secretary of the Secretariat, requested to leave the palace again. Emperor Taizong of the Tang dynasty ordered the Minister of External Affairs left Prime Minister Dai Zhou and the Minister of External Affairs Du Zhengluan to select palace maids at the west gate of Yeding. From beginning to end, they released more than 3,000 palace maids. Bai Ji once wrote in his poem, 3,000 resentful women leave the harem. It was referring to this matter. But that should have happened in the 9th month of the second year of Zhengguan's reign. It was only the 4th month now. Why was this matter being brought up? And judging from Pai Lupi's tone, he didn't seem too happy about it. There were too many palace maids, and the Yin energy was too concentrated. He seemed to remember that in the history books, Li Baiyao, the secretary of the Secretariat, had used this excuse to impeach Pai Lupi. Although it might seem nonsensical to the people of the future, in an era where even the plague of locusts was attributed to the emperor's immorality, one couldn't ask for too much, right? In short, according to the history books, Pai Lupi did release 3,000 palace maids because of this person. But Pai Lupi's words just now clearly implied that he wasn't happy about it. Why was that? Li Wangyu wasn't a hothead. He planned to first sound out Pai Lupi's tone and see what this fellow was thinking before making a plan. Uncle, these words are simply absurd. How could a gathering of palace maids cause a drought and lack of rain? Who knows how many palace maids there were in the Sui dynasty? Why didn't there be a drought? There were no palace maids on the Turkic grasslands, so why would there be a drought? Li Wangyu retorted agitatedly with an indignant look on his face. His words struck a chord with Pai Lupi's heart, and he couldn't help but nod repeatedly. Well said. We also think the same. This group of courtiers can't see things as clearly as a young man like you. Li Wangyu changed the topic and continued, however, the palace maids are truly pitiful. Many of them entered the palace in the Sui dynasty, right? Since in the 9th year of Wuda, Uncle already issued a decree to release 3,000 palace maids, why not continue to push the boat along with the current? His words made Pai Lupi's expression become awkward. In the 9th year of Wuda, Pai Lupi had just passed through the coup of the Xuanwu Gate. He had killed his brother and imprisoned his father, and disgracefully sat on the throne. At that time, he issued a decree to release the palace maids. On one hand, it was to show his benevolence, and on the other hand, it was to disgust Li Yuan. The 3,000 palace maids that were released from the palace were basically the palace maids that had previously served Li Yuan. After Pai Lupi ascended the throne, he naturally didn't want to keep these women. Who knew if any of these palace maids had once been favored by his father? Although Pai Lupi didn't care about these things, he also didn't want to inherit his father's property. There was another reason why Pai Lupi issued a decree to release the palace maids. It was because he was poor. At that time, the Tang dynasty had just been established. After the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the Tang dynasty's treasury wasn't abundant. Later generations' impression of the prosperous Tang dynasty was that it was incomparably wealthy. That was from the Kaiyuan age. To put it bluntly, at that time, the amount of copper coins in the Tang dynasty's treasury was probably less than the amount of money in any of the 5 great clans' treasury. Therefore, Pai Lupi naturally didn't want to raise so many palace maids for nothing. Moreover, they were the palace maids that had served Li Yuan. Therefore, after he ascended the throne, he very happily issued a decree to release those palace maids from the palace. However, now that Pai Lupi had ascended the throne for 4 years, the amount of copper coins and grain in the treasury had gradually increased. In addition, Empress Zhongsun had made 2 good deals with Li Wangyu's family. The daily income of the carriage company from the partnership surprised Pai Lupi, not to mention the wine workshop that had already started production. Moreover, this money didn't even need to go into the treasury. It all went into Pai Lupi's little treasury. As the saying goes, money is a man's courage. With money in his pocket, Pai Lupi didn't want to release the palace maids. Therefore, when the court officials once again submitted a memorial, he became hesitant about this matter. Pai Lupi, who wanted to have a good reputation but didn't want to release the palace maids, thought of Li Wangyu. He hoped that he could give him an idea that could satisfy both sides. Pai Lupi didn't treat Li Wangyu as an outsider. After hesitating for a moment, he still gave him an explanation. After understanding Pai Lupi's thoughts, Li Wangyu felt even more disdain in his heart. Pai Lupi, this fellow, was simply a green tea bitch in the future. Not only did he want to be a bitch, he also wanted to establish a monument to his chastity. Chapter 297. Speaking of which, these palace maids were really pitiful. Many of them had been in the palace for decades or even longer. They were old and could not leave the palace. No one cared about them and no one asked about them. In the end, many of them died in the palace. The palace maids entered the palace at a young age and could not find love in their lives. They did not have the right to have children and could only spend the rest of their lives alone. As the saying goes, once you enter the palace, it is as deep as the ocean. As they had no hope of leaving the palace, many palace maids had escaped in history. The most famous one was in the first month of the first year of the Tang dynasty. At that time, there was a lantern festival in Chang'an city. Emperor Zhongzong, Li Xian, allowed the palace maids to go out and watch the lanterns. In the end, it was recorded, spring, first month, night of Bingyin, Emperor Zhongzong and Empress Wei went out to watch the lanterns in the city. Thousands of palace maids went out, and many died. Many died. It did not mean that they died, but they disappeared. It was the same as the saying, mending the pen after the sheep is lost. Emperor Zhongzong, Li Xian, allowed thousands of palace maids to go out and watch the lanterns. In the end, most of them took the chance to escape. What an irony! Thousands of palace maids all escaped. One could see how terrifying the palace walls were to these poor women. In history, apart from Pai Lupi in the 9th year of Wuda and the 2nd year of Zhengguan, he did not release any more palace maids until he died. Pai Lupi's descendants also rarely released palace maids. When Emperor Xuanzong, Li Longji, ascended the throne, he followed his great-grandfather, Pai Lupi, and ordered the palace maids to leave the palace. However, in his later years, he became more and more ridiculous. He went around recruiting women into the palace. In the Daming Palace, there were at most 40,000 palace maids. When Li Wangyu read the history of the Tang dynasty, he sympathized with these poor palace maids. He was also jealous of the emperors who shamelessly took over so many beautiful ladies. From Li Wangyu's point of view, Pai Lupi's current thinking was similar to that of his descendants. Because he no longer lacked money, he was unwilling to release the palace maids again. Li Wangyu could only express his disdain for Pai Lupi's strong possessiveness. Li Wangyu suppressed the urge to give Pai Lupi the middle finger. He pondered for a long time before he decided to follow his heart. If so many palace maids could only die of old age in the palace, it would be an unforgivable crime. Li Wangyu would look down on himself if he went against his conscience to cater to Pai Lupi. However, Li Wangyu wasn't stupid. He wouldn't follow Wei Zheng's example and offend Li Er and give him a death remonstrance. Even if it was for the good of the company, he was still an idiot to make his relationship with his boss so tense. Well, Li Wangyu was just that simple. He looked at the relationship between the monarch and his subjects using the workplace rules of the modern world. Apart from the fact that the boss could only fire you, but the emperor could cut off your head, his view was actually not wrong. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and thought of a way to deal with Pai Lupi. He casually agreed with Pai Lupi with a few words. He put on a sad expression, which made Pai Lupi feel very touched. Li Er's expression was as if his nephew knew him well, unlike those foreign officials who kept thinking about the palace maids in his palace. Li Wangyu snickered at Li Er's hateful expression. Together with Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu said goodbye to the officials and left the palace. After he found his beautiful boss, the two hid in the room and whispered for a long time. In fact, Li Wangyu's idea was very simple. To deal with the possessive Pai Lupi, a pillow talk was the best choice. Although Empress Zhongsun insisted that the harem should not interfere in politics, in fact, releasing the palace maids was a matter of the harem. As the master of the harem, Empress Zhongsun was justified in dealing with these palace maids. As long as Empress Zhongsun was persuaded, even if Pai Lupi was unwilling, he would have to release the palace maids. Li Wangyu was planning for this. As for the reason to persuade Empress Zhongsun, it was simple. Her Royal Highness was now pregnant with the son of the dragon. She prayed for the child in her belly and also for the health of the child. The harem should not be too heavy with yin energy. Releasing some palace maids could not only pray for the child but also reduce the concentration of yin energy in the harem. In Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing's opinion, as a pregnant mother, she would definitely not refuse this proposal. As for whether there were more women, whether it was really because of the gathering of yin energy, Li Wangyu was too lazy to think about it. Anyway, if the ancient people were willing to believe this kind of nonsense, then he would use it. It was not easy for other noble women to see Empress Zhongsun, but for the beautiful boss, it was simple. Whether it was entering the palace to discuss shop matters with Empress Zhongsun or teaching yoga, Su Chongqing often went to the palace. After going there many times, Su Chongqing was now very familiar with the harem of the Taiji Palace. He could find the way with his eyes closed. The beautiful boss naturally couldn't stand Pai Lupi's action of occupying many young ladies. Without hesitation, she went to the palace to give Pai Lupi a hard time. After Su Chongqing entered the palace, Li Wangyu was very comfortable with his legs crossed, drinking tea, humming a song, waiting for the beautiful boss to return. I was watching the mountain scenery on the tower, and I heard the chaos outside the city. The banners fluttered in the air, but it turned out to be the soldiers sent by Sima. He felt that he was like Zhuge Liang, casually playing Pai Lupi in the palm of his hand. When Empress Zhongsun showed her power and wanted to release the palace maids, Pai Lupi would definitely be very sullen. He wanted to see Pai Lupi's expression at that time, as if he had eaten a fly. Wahahaha, I'm really a genius, Li Wangyu thought. Just as he was feeling proud, he saw the beautiful boss, with a gloomy face, walking in from outside the door. Chongqing, what's the matter? Why do you look unhappy? Did Empress Zhongsun not agree? Li Wangyu asked curiously. The beautiful boss shook her head. The Empress agreed. Then why do you look like this? It's because of you, you idiot. As soon as he asked, he saw the beautiful boss gritting her teeth and rushing in front of him, her small fists pounding on his chest. Who asked you to come up with bad ideas? Who asked you to come up with bad ideas? Idiot, we've been fooled. Li Wangyu was baffled by the beautiful boss's words, and hurriedly asked what happened. Su Chongqing angrily explained, and Li Wangyu suddenly realized, and couldn't help but pat his head. What the f***ck? They were actually fooled. He and Su Chongqing were still too young, and didn't expect that people's hearts were unfathomable, and that they would be fooled by the Japanese, digging a big hole to bury themselves. Old fox. Pai Lupi, this drama queen, was actually fooled by him. He actually believed that Pai Lupi's performance, and foolishly asked the beautiful boss to find Empress Zhongsun, wanting to make Pai Lupi suffer. In the end, these two men and women weren't good people, and changed their tricks to play him and the beautiful boss. What Pai Lupi was reluctant to let the palace maids out of the palace, it was all fake. Li Wangyu looked at the sky at a 45-degree angle, and 2 lines of tears full of regret fell. What happened to the trust between people? In the end, it was all a trick. I originally gave my heart to the moon, but the moon shines on the ditch. Chapter 298. It wasn't that Pai Lupi was unwilling to release the palace maids. He had long felt that keeping so many palace maids in the palace was too expensive. Moreover, many of the palace maids had entered the palace in the Sui dynasty, and many of them were already 35 or 36 years old. Even if Pai Lupi was a pervert, he wouldn't take a fancy to these palace maids who were considered old and decrepit by the Tang people. However, if they were released from the palace with just a decree, it wouldn't be a good thing. In the 9th year of Wuda, Pai Lupi released 3,000 palace maids, but many of them lived destitute lives after leaving the palace. Although Pai Lupi's original intention was to have these palace maids marry other people, in reality, not many of the 3,000 palace maids married after leaving the palace. The reason was that these palace maids were too old. In the future, there were plenty of 36-year-old holy maidens. Even Sister Jilin, who was 45, could marry, let alone 30-somethings. However, in the Tang dynasty, it was normal for people to marry in their teens. Many women in the Tang dynasty became grandmothers at 35 or 36 years old. Letting a palace maid, who was considered a grandmotherly generation in the eyes of the people of that era, marry someone was truly too difficult. Even those who successfully married were mostly widowers. Moreover, these palace maids came from the palace and were used to glory and wealth. How many of them would be willing to marry into an ordinary family and become a farmer? Even if it was a merchant's family, they might not be willing. Moreover, even if someone was willing to marry them, it was only because of their status in the palace and they wanted to take them home as concubines. Thus, although the palace maids looked forward to leaving the palace, they were also afraid. Many palace maids, after leaving the palace, would end up as prostitutes in Peace Square because they lacked a source of income. This made Pai Lupi feel that he had lost a lot of face. Thus, after Li Baiyao asked the palace maids to leave the palace, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun thought about it and felt that they needed to find a way for these palace maids to make a living after leaving the palace. The two of them thought of Li Wangyu at the same time. They felt that it was best to leave this matter to their nephew. After all, Li Wangyu's businesses were quite profitable. Moreover, he was a nephew of the royal family. Letting him handle this matter would not bring shame to the royal family. However, thinking about Li Wangyu's languid personality, if he directly gave the decree to him, this scoundrel would definitely think of a way to refuse. Therefore, Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun cooperated to put on a show, digging a huge hole for Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior. When Pai Lupi was in the Lijiang Hall, Li Wangyu believed that he was reluctant to let the palace maids out of the palace. He foolishly urged his beautiful superior to go find Empress Zhongsun and give Pai Lupi a bad look. He thought that he had succeeded, but he did not know that with his skills as a white-collar worker in the future, he could copy poems and articles and make so-called inventions. If he wanted to play petty tricks with Pai Lupi, it was simply showing off his skills in front of Guan Yu. He was overestimating his abilities. In Lijiang Hall, the beautiful superior urged Empress Zhongsun to do good deeds and pray for the baby in her belly. She said that the yin energy in the palace was too heavy and was not good for the child's growth. She said for a long time. Empress Zhongsun only listened quietly, her face revealing a difficult expression. The beautiful superior did not notice the smile in Empress Zhongsun's eyes. She asked Her Highness what was troubling her. Chongqing, it's not that I don't want His Majesty to let the palace maids out. It's just. Forget it. Let's not talk about it. Empress Zhongsun was obviously someone who could win an Oscar for Best Actress. This sigh made the beautiful superior's heart tighten. Your Highness, is there anything troubling you? Chongqing is willing to share Your Highness's worries. This, forget it. Empress Zhongsun wanted to say something but stopped. The beautiful superior was an elite in the workplace in the future. At this time, she was hot-blooded and only wanted to save the palace maids who were persecuted by Pai Lupi. Where was her former shrewdness? Under the repeated questioning of the beautiful superior, Empress Zhongsun told her and Pai Lupi's concerns. Then she looked expectantly at Su Chongqing, waiting for her reply. Only then did the beautiful superior realize that she and Li Wangyu had been deceived. At this time, she was forced to the fire by Empress Zhongsun. She could not be hot-blooded just now and then directly turn her head and say that she had no way, right? Therefore, the beautiful superior had no choice but to pinch her nose and accept it. She promised to find a way to help the palace maids out of the palace find a livelihood. She could imagine how troublesome this matter would be. Even if only 1/3 of the thousands of palace maids needed to be worried about, it would be troublesome enough. Moreover, this was not a matter that could be solved by giving everyone some copper coins. Empress Zhongxuan's meaning was that it was better to teach people to fish than to give them fish. They needed to find a way for these palace maids to make a living. After listening to the beautiful superior's explanation, Li Wangyu had not yet recovered from the blow when the old housekeeper, Li Heng, hurriedly came to report that a palace eunuch had come to deliver an imperial edict. The women are secluded in the depths of the palace. It is truly acceptable. Aside from sweeping, it was also suitable for the husband and wife to use, and it was also suitable for them to use. Li Wangyu, the man of Huxian, is to select the women in the palace. Pai Lupi did not give Li Wangyu any chance to regret. As soon as the beautiful superior stepped into the mansion, Pai Lupi's imperial edict arrived and directly threw the task of selecting palace maids to Li Wangyu. The eunuch who came to deliver the imperial edict seemed to have also received Pai Lupi's instructions. After reading the imperial edict, he did not wait for Li Wangyu to react and left as if he had just picked up a hot potato. He did not give Li Wangyu any chance to speak at all. In this regard, Li Wangyu could only send 2 fingers in the direction of Chang'an City to express his endless admiration. Changqing, what do you think we should do about this? Li Wangyu tidied up his depressed mood and turned to look at the beautiful superior. I don't know. Think about it yourself. The beautiful superior snorted and did not have the slightest intention of sharing weal and woe with Li Wangyu. She pulled Afro and Perrin back to the backyard. Looking at the beautiful superior who did not care about this matter, Li Wangyu felt countless mythical beasts galloping through his heart. Why is this person like this now? How can we build a harmonious society where the 8 honors and 8 disgraces coexist if she avoids difficulties? Changqing, you can't be like this. Li Wangyu wailed and turned to chase after the beautiful superior. I won't listen. Su Changqing, who had always been graceful and generous, actually covered her ears and ran away like a little girl. If her colleagues in the company in the future were to see this little girl's behavior, who knew how many glasses would be smashed? Manager Su, who had always been cold and aloof, also had such a little girl side. In short, no matter how dejected Li Wangyu and Su Changqing were, the glorious and arduous task of selecting 3,000 palace maids and settling them down properly was placed in front of them. In this regard, Li Wangyu only wanted to ask Pai Lupi, does your conscience not hurt? There was something that he did not know if he should say. Chapter 299. Following Pai Lupi's decree, the news of the selection of palace maids caused a huge uproar in Yeding Palace. There were about 10,000 palace maids in Taiji Palace. There were also thousands of people over the age of 30. In Pai Lupi's decree, the criteria to be selected was that palace maids who had been in the palace for 10 years or more and were willing to leave the palace could sign up and register. Many of the older palace maids had complicated feelings about leaving the palace. They yearned for freedom and wanted to escape the tall palace walls, but they were also worried about their lives outside the palace. These palace maids had entered the palace in their teens and spent most of their youth within the palace walls. They both yearned for and feared the outside of the palace walls. Some palace maids hoped to be reunited with their families after leaving the palace and be happy with their parents. Some hoped to leave the palace and marry someone to raise their children. However, these palace maids had been in the palace for more than a decade, and many of them had lost contact with their parents. Many of their parents had even passed away. After the chaos at the end of the Sui dynasty, the population had plummeted, and many palace maids had lost contact with their families. In the 9th year of Wuda, Pai Lupi released the palace maids, and many of them had encountered the same situation. After leaving the palace, these palace maids had no family to rely on, and it was difficult for them to marry their ideal husband. Many of them lived in poverty. This was also the concern of Pai Lupi and Empress Zhongsun about releasing palace maids again. After all, the face of the imperial family was still important. Even if these palace maids had no one to rely on after leaving the palace, and even wandered to brothels and alleys, Pai Lupi's face would be ugly. However, even with such concerns, there was still an endless stream of palace maids signing up to leave the palace. In a few days, the list of palace maids who were willing to leave the palace was compiled. At this moment, Li Wangyu held the preliminary list of palace maids and felt a toothache. Of the 3,000 palace maids released, more than half of them had lost contact with their families. On the list, there were more than 1,600 palace maids that Li Wangyu needed to arrange for after leaving the palace. This was not a simple job. What made Li Wangyu's teeth hurt even more was the middle-aged man kneeling in front of him. This person was the assistant that Pai Lupi had arranged for him to assist him in the matter of the palace maids leaving the palace. This was the first time Li Wangyu had met this person, but no matter how he looked at this middle-aged man with a flattering smile, he was not happy. The main reason was because this person was extremely famous in history. However, his reputation was not good. Su Jingzong was the man who was kneeling respectfully in front of Li Wangyu in the new Tang dynasty, legend of the treacherous courtier. In fact, Li Wangyu also knew that Su Jingzong was not an evil person, nor had he done anything that humiliated the country. The reason why he was listed at the top of the list of traitorous officials was mainly because he had done too many scandals. For example, tampering with the history of the country, marrying his daughter to a barbarian because of his greed, sucking up to the powerful, working with Wu Zetian to ostracize the loyal, and so on. Using Su Jingzong as a fence-sitter was the most appropriate way to describe him. Li Wangyu naturally kept a respectful distance from this kind of person. However, he had never thought that Pai Lupi would order Su Jingzong, who was currently the vice minister of the imperial clan temple, to assist him. This made him feel extremely disgusted. Looking at the middle-aged man in front of him, Li Wangyu did not know how he should interact with him. What he didn't know was that Su Jingzong, whose face was full of smiles at this moment, was even more perturbed. Su Jingzong had previously targeted Li Wangyu several times, especially at the imperial clan temple. When faced with the Li clan leader of Hu County, who had come to complain, Su Jingzong had used a sinister move to deal with the young man in front of him. However, he had never thought that the Hu County Li clan would go for wool and come home shorn. Not only had he not been able to do anything to the young man, but he had also been reprimanded and grounded by Pai Lupi. He had not even been allowed to enter Chang'an city. Moreover, this young man, who had shone brilliantly at the Zhujiang Lake Poetry Festival, had been conferred the title of founding prince of the country in the short span of a month. Su Jingzong could not help but feel despair. Later on, Li Wangyu had fought with the 5 clans and 7 Wangs, and the crown prince and king Yu had taken Li Wangyu as their master. This series of events made Su Jingzong feel even more regret. How could this young man be someone he could provoke? Now that he was facing Li Wangyu again, Su Jingzong's jealousy had long since dissipated into thin air. After all, the current Su Jingzong was not the right minister of the Zhou dynasty. He was still the vice minister of the imperial clan temple. How could he have the right to oppose Li Wangyu? Right now, Su Jingzong could only hope that the old clan head of the Li clan in Hu County would be tight-lipped enough to not expose the fact that Su Jingzong had given him the idea to use the spring to deal with Li Wangyu. Prince of Panhu County, please feel free to instruct me on how to send the palace maids out of the palace. Next time, I will do my best to cooperate. When Li Wangyu heard Su Jingzong say the words, next time, he felt even more disdainful. The vice minister of the imperial clan temple was a secondary grade 4 official. In comparison, he, the prince of Panhu County, was only a secondary grade 5 official. In terms of official rank, Su Jingzong was even higher than him. What did "next time" mean? Although he was being humble, he was referring to a pawn, someone who could run errands for others. *CK, this fellow's skin was really thick. Li Wangyu cursed in his heart, but on the surface, he did not show any impatience or disdain. When he was running errands in the future, he had seen all kinds of strange clients. Li Wangyu had long been able to treat the client like his first love even if the client abused him thousands of times. Thus, even Su Jingzong did not see through Li Wangyu's true thoughts on his face. Vice Minister Su, you are too polite. Although the saint has ordered you to help me, Vice Minister Su, you have been an official for many years and have a lot of experience. This time, I will need Vice Minister Su's help to send the palace maids out of the palace. Of course, of course. Next time, I will do my best. I wonder if the Prince of Panhu County has a way to deal with these palace maids who have no relatives to rely on. Yes, I am also worried about this matter. The palace maids who left the palace this time were given 100 strings of copper coins by the saint. However, although this money is not little, it is also not much. It will be difficult to properly settle these palace maids down. Li Wangyu thought, Pai Lupi, this fellow, was also extremely stingy. To send these palace maids out of the palace, he only gave each of them 100 strings of copper coins. It was really pitifully little. This little amount of copper coins was only enough for these palace maids to buy a few acres of land. If they wanted to use this to solve their livelihood problems for the rest of their lives, they would be dreaming. Li Wangyu despised Pai Lupi's stinginess, but he did not know that Pai Lupi's heart was bleeding. 3,000 palace maids meant 300,000 strings of copper coins as a settlement fee. This was not a small sum. Su Jingzong blinked and said in a low voice, it is not easy for the saint, but this 100 strings of copper coins is indeed not enough. Next time, there is a way to raise some copper coins. I don't know if I should say it. When Li Wangyu heard that this fellow could get copper coins, he did not have time to despise Su Jingzong's character and hurriedly asked. Vice Minister Su, what method do you have? In Jianghu city, there are more than 10,000 shops of various sizes in the two cities. These shops are all merchants and wealthy merchants. Can we let these merchants share the saint's burden? Su Jingzong's words were hesitant and unclear, but Li Wangyu immediately understood what he meant. Damn, he wanted to set up a stall and beat up the rich merchants in Jianghu city? Chapter 300. Li Wangyu wanted to curse after hearing Su Jingzong's idea. What kind of rotten idea was this? If he went to the merchants in Jianghu, he would definitely be able to collect money, but Li Wangyu's reputation would be ruined. The merchants in Jianghu would probably nail Li Wangyu's name on straw figurines and beat them up. He was determined not to do such a wicked thing. He was not like Su Jingzong, who would marry his own daughter to a barbarian for money. However, although Su Jingzong's idea was wicked, it was not to make money for himself. He could not say much and could only wave his hand, indicating that this method was not feasible. Su Shaoqing, we will discuss how to settle the homeless palace maids. As for the 1,000 or so palace maids who are preparing to return home, I will need you to take care of them. Su Jingzong quickly stood up and said, don't worry, Mr. Huxian. Leave this matter to me. I will take care of it. Releasing the palace maids was not a simple matter. In addition to the registration and distribution of settlement fees, they also needed to inform the local officials of the palace maids who were about to return home and have them register these palace maids and add them back into the household register. These palace maids could not be left alone once they left Taiji Palace. They also needed to arrange for people to escort these palace maids who were planning to return home. Each and every one of these matters was troublesome. Li Wangyu didn't want to do these tedious things, so he pushed all of them to Su Jingzong to handle. In any case, Pai Lupi had ordered Su Jingzong to take care of them, so Li Wangyu was more than happy to relax. Su Jingzong did not complain at all. He patted his chest and immediately agreed, taking over these troublesome matters without hesitation. Although Su Jingzong did not have a good reputation and his character was even worse, he was still a capable official. Otherwise, he would not have become one of the 18 scholars of King Qin. Pai Lupi had arranged for him to be Li Wangyou's assistant to deal with the palace maids leaving the palace because he valued his intelligence and ability. After sending Su Jingzong away, Li Wangyou's face immediately became distressed. He really couldn't think of a way to settle the more than 1,600 homeless palace maids. In Li Wangyou's opinion, the best solution was to marry these palace maids off. Speaking of which, none of the palace maids who left the palace were ugly. All of them were beautiful young ladies. To be able to be selected from the common people to enter the palace, even if they were just palace maids, their figures and looks were definitely the best. Regardless of whether it was the Sui dynasty, Li Yuan, or Pai Lupi, none of them had the hobby of choosing ugly women to enter the palace as palace maids. Moreover, these women, even if they were just palace maids in charge of watering and cleaning, had undergone strict training from the royal family. Every frown, every smile, and every glance was poetic, graceful, and dignified. Many palace maids were also good at musical instruments and dancing. They were all first-class and graceful. However, it was rare for such an outstanding woman to marry into a good family after leaving the palace. Many palace maids who left the palace were reduced to housewives of rich families. Housewives, or mistresses, had no legal status at all. They were even worse than concubines. Speaking of the origin of housewives, according to unofficial records, it was related to Pai Lupi. According to legend, Pai Lupi gave Guan Guogong Rengui 2 beautiful palace maids. As a result, Rengui's wife, out of jealousy, used scissors to twist the 2 beautiful women's hair until they were bald. When Pai Lupi found out, he was very angry. He gave Rengui's wife a cup of poisonous wine and said, "Drink it and you will die immediately. The 3 of them are suitable for Jizhua. If you are not jealous, you do not need to drink it. If you are jealous, drink it immediately." In the end, Rengui's wife, like Fang Xuanling's wife, would rather drink the poisonous wine than let the 2 beautiful women enter the house. Of course, the poisonous wine was fake. Pai Lupi had no choice but to let Rengui settle the 2 beauties down. Even Li Wangyu didn't know whether this unofficial history was true or not. However, in the Tang dynasty, housewives were not a good thing. The laws of the Tang dynasty strictly forbade housewives. According to the Tang assembly, housewives were forbidden. If they violated this rule, they would be banished from the 5th rank and above. From this, it could be seen that in the Tang dynasty, these palace maids didn't have many choices. The fundamental reason for this was that the palace maids were older than they were. In this regard, Li Wangyu was very resentful. Were these people of the Tang dynasty all lollicons? There were so many mature and beautiful young ladies in their 30s, but they didn't like any of them. They all insisted on marrying those young girls in their teens. They were simply perverts. Bah, a bunch of lollicons. I despise them. In fact, Li Wangyu was like a crow laughing at a pig being black. He didn't think about it. The young girl version of Angelina Jolie in his residence was also 15 or 16 years old. If it wasn't for his beautiful superior watching over him, he would have already taken advantage of the young girl. Li Wangyu sat in the central room. While he was thinking hard, he inadvertently caught a glimpse of the 2 Niu brothers talking in the front yard. Suddenly, an idea flashed in his mind. He hurriedly called out, "Niu Yong, Niu Wu, come here. I have something to ask you." "What is it, Lang Jun?" the Niu brothers asked, puzzled. Li Wangyu chuckled. He looked the Niu brothers up and down for a long time. When the 2 of them felt a little scared, he asked, "Niu Yong, Niu Wu, the 2 of you are in your 30s this year, right?" Niu Wu was puzzled. "I'm 36, and my brother is 38. Hee hee, the 2 of you are single. Oh, no, you haven't married yet, right? Niu Yong and Niu Wu looked at each other, wondering what was wrong with their Lang Jun today. It wasn't like he didn't know that the two of them weren't married. Li Wangyu didn't wait for them to speak. He continued to ask, "Do the two of you want to get married?" These words made Niu Wu a little embarrassed. "My brothers are both disabled. How can there be a girl from a good family who is willing to marry us? Just tell me if you want to." "Yes," Niu Wu answered. Niu Yong didn't say anything, silently agreeing with his brother's answer. "Do you mind if the girl is a little older? But regardless of her figure or appearance, she is first class." Li Wangyu asked again. Niu Wu rubbed his hands. His only eye was shining. "What does that matter? Older people know how to care for men. What right do we have to dislike others? The problem is, will others like us? Which family is she from?" Seeing that Niu Wu had so many questions, Li Wangyu hurriedly waved his hand, not allowing him to continue talking. This tall and strong man was actually so gossipy when talking about marrying a wife. It seemed that he had neglected the Niu brothers before. Their hearts were cold but passionate. However, the reaction of the Niu brothers confirmed Li Wangyu's previous thoughts. These palace maids who left the palace, even if they were a little older, it wasn't that they couldn't get married. The key was to find the right person. For example, in Dingzhou village, there were many old bachelors like the Niu brothers. Originally, these old soldiers were so poor that no one was willing to marry them. But now, with the operation of the carriage business, the pockets of this group of bachelors were all bulging. To be able to marry a 30-year-old, educated, and beautiful young lady home, wouldn't this group of bachelors be overjoyed? Bah, they were lucky. Chapter 301. Li Wangyu reflected on himself and felt that he seemed to have made a mistake before. In fact, there were many palace maids who were sent out of the palace because of their old age and beauty. Not to mention the distant ones, millions of people gathered in Jianghu and the surrounding counties. Was it difficult to find more than 1,000 men who were willing to marry palace maids? Although the situation like the Niu brothers was not many, it was not rare. It was just that in the Tang dynasty, where information was blocked, most people did not have the channels to get information. It was too inefficient to rely on those matchmakers to connect the two sides. No wonder so many palace maids were homeless after leaving the palace, wandering among the people, and living a wandering life. Li Wangyu thought of the bald host in the future and the dating show. Would he be able to organize an unprecedented matchmaking event in the Great Tang and solve the problem of more than 1,000 unmarried young ladies from there? He was thinking about it when the beautiful boss came to the central room with a plate of washed fruit. "Chongqing, you came at the right time. I have something to discuss with you," Li Wangyu said as he reached out to grab the fruit in the plate, but the beautiful boss slapped his hand away. "How old are you? Wash your hands. Hey, you are dirty. You will not get sick after eating it." The beautiful boss did not speak but just stared at him. Li Wangyu was embarrassed and ran to wash his hands with a smile. "Chongqing, you are really like my mother. You care about everything." After washing his hands, Li Wangyu ran back, grabbed a handful of cherries from the plate, and stuffed them into his mouth. He said vaguely while eating. Hearing his words, the beautiful boss was so angry that her cheeks puffed up, which was very cute. "Li Wangyu, what do you mean? Do you think I am too old?" Li Wangyu was speechless. "Can you focus on something so strange? Is that what I mean?" Fortunately, he wasn't stupid enough to reason with a beauty. He hurriedly defended himself. No, I meant that you are gentle, understanding, and can take care of people." "Humph, at least you know how to talk." The beautiful boss raised her eyebrows, acknowledging Li Wangyu's explanation. Li Wangyu silently wiped the cold sweat off his forehead. Indeed, Confucius was right. Only women and villains are difficult to deal with. He didn't dare to dwell on this issue and told his beautiful boss about the idea he had just thought of. Chongqing, what do you think? I use my eyes to see. Hee, I'm just teasing you. I think this is a good idea, but the point is, how are you going to find 1 or 2,000 suitable blind dates? In this day and age, there are no newspaper advertisements or TV advertisements for you to advertise. The beautiful boss covered her mouth and chuckled. Li Wangyu glared at her. Don't think that you can do whatever you want just because you're pretty. Isn't that simple? Ask Pai Lupi to announce the imperial notice. Li Wangyu stretched out his hand and snapped his fingers. Su Chongqing rolled his eyes. Posting the imperial proclamation, to think that he could think of it. Wasn't he making a mountain out of a molehill? What's more, it would be strange if Pai Lupi was willing to announce the imperial notice to the world just to find a husband for the palace maids. Even if Su Chongqing didn't study history, he knew that this kind of thing was unreliable in ancient times. Li Wangyu didn't feel that there was anything wrong with it. Finding a husband for the palace maids was not his private matter. Whether or not he could smoothly find a husband for more than 1,000 palace maids was related to Pai Lupi's face as the emperor of the Tang dynasty. It was related to whether or not the Tang dynasty could build a harmonious, prosperous, strong, and prosperous society. Why wouldn't Pai Lupi announce the imperial notice? What, you don't believe me? How about we make a bet? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes and said when he saw his beautiful boss's expression of disbelief. Bet on what? Bet that I can make Pai Lupi announce the imperial notice and find a husband for the palace maids. Do you want to bet or not? His beautiful boss snorted, Humph, do you think I'm afraid of you? Let's bet. What if you can't do it? Li Wangyu looked around, then leaned close to Su Chongqing's ear and said with a sneaky smile, if I lose, I'll be at your beck and call without any complaints. If I win, you'll give me. After he finished speaking, his beautiful boss's face couldn't help but turn red. She reached out and punched Li Wangyu's shoulder. Bah, ugly rogue, what are you thinking? What rogue? Hee, I'm making a very serious request, okay? Li Wangyu's face was full of smiles. I don't care. I said you're a rogue. Hee, there's no reason to lose a bet. Are you sure you're going to lose? If you can't afford to bet, then forget it, Li Wangyu said. His beautiful boss raised her swan-like slender neck. Who said I'm going to lose? Let's bet. If you can't do it within 3 days, then you lose. Do you dare to agree? Hee, come, let's make a pinky promise. Keep your word, pinky promise. You can't change your mind for 100 years. Whoever changes their mind is a dog. Li Wangyu took Su Chongqing's little hand and hooked it with his little finger. He even shook it a few times like a child. This made his beautiful boss helpless. She could only make a pinky promise with him and seal it. This somewhat absurd bet was set. After making the bet with his beautiful boss, Li Wangyu was like he was injected with chicken blood. He immediately led Niu Wu to Chang and to meet the emperor. In Taiji Palace, Pai Lupi heard Li Wangyu's words. He was so angry that his beard couldn't help but tremble a few times. He resisted the urge to take off his boots and hit him. He scolded, Zio, don't mess around. How can you use the Palace Gate manuscript to write a marriage notice? If the imperial censor finds out, he will definitely accuse you of being so impudent. The Palace Gate manuscript that Pai Lupi mentioned was the imperial bulletin that Li Wangyu had mentioned before. Actually, Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing's imperial bulletin was incorrect. The imperial bulletin referred to the list of grand scholars that were announced after the imperial examinations. Because it was usually written on yellow paper, it was also called the Yellow Bulletin. The Palace Gate manuscript was used to convey news of the imperial court. After the imperial court made a copy, it was posted at the Palace Gate for people to copy. Therefore, it was called the Palace Gate manuscript. This was also the earliest way of publishing news in Wuxia. The Palace Gate manuscript later evolved into the Imperial Court Bulletin. The relay station conveyed news of the Imperial Court in Chang and to all parts of the country. Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry when Li Wangyu wanted to post a marriage notice on the Palace Gate manuscript. It was as unreliable as posting a marriage notice on the People's Daily in the future. Uncle, why not? Isn't it because you love the people like your own children that you want to find a good husband for the palace maids? Who can accuse me of this? I will spit on his face. Li Wangyu persistently tried to persuade him. Now, this matter wasn't just about finding a husband for the palace maids. This was a bet between him and his beautiful superior. It was related to his personal happiness, so he couldn't help but take it seriously. Pai Lupi only felt a headache. He began to regret handing this matter over to this brat. This bastard brat. He had asked him to properly arrange for the palace maids to leave the palace, but he actually had the idea of plundering the Palace Gate manuscript. It was really absurd. He was too lazy to argue with Li Wangyu. He still had a bunch of important matters to deal with. He didn't have the time to play around with him. Pai Lupi simply said perfunctorily, "Okay, you can discuss this matter with the minister. If he nods his head, I will agree." Li Wangyu still wanted to continue to argue with Pai Lupi, but he was chased out by the impatient Pai Lupi. Chapter 302. After Li Wangyu was chased out of the Lijiang Hall by Li Er, he grumbled helplessly and went to the imperial city outside the Taiji Palace. Fang Xianling was the left servant of Minister Fang Xianling, who worked here. However, as Pai Lupi expected, after hearing Li Wangyu's words, Fang Xianling shook her head like a rattle drum. No matter how eloquent and eloquent Li Wangyu was, he refused to nod his head in agreement. Prime Minister Fang, this is a good thing for the country and the people. Isn't it a good story to publicly select a son-in-law for the palace maids in the palace? Why don't you agree with me? For the sake of the friendship between my lord and you, can't you make an exception for such a small matter? Li Wangyu also worked hard. In order to persuade Fang Xianling, he even mentioned the dead Li Zhou. But no matter what he said, Fang Xianling refused to agree. She was really annoyed by his pestering, so she simply said, "Zio, this is a matter of great importance. I can't make a decision. Why don't you go to Prime Minister Du? If he agrees, I have no objection." Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at Fang Xianling's words. Why did the officials of the Tang dynasty learn to kick the ball? Was it because they were good at Kuju? Unexpectedly, they were all good at it. He didn't need to go to Du Ruhui to know that Prime Minister Du would certainly not agree. Maybe he would kick the ball to someone else. Li Wangyu raised his head and sighed. Why was it so difficult for him to do something? Wasn't it just a notice of selecting a son-in-law on the palace gate? Was it necessary? He didn't think about it. The palace gate represented the voice of the imperial court. Every time the notice was pasted on the palace gate, the imperial court officials of all provinces and counties in the country would immediately order people to copy it and send it to all provinces and counties of the Tang dynasty through the post stations. Neither Pai Lupi nor Fang Xianling thought that the matter of selecting a son-in-law for the palace maids was qualified to be written on the palace gate and let the whole Tang dynasty know. After being repeatedly rejected, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a little dejected. If he hadn't made that bet with his beautiful boss, he might have given up. He wouldn't have bothered to waste his energy. But when he thought about how he could win the bet, Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a fire in his heart. His originally somewhat discouraged heart rose again. He didn't want to waste any more time looking for Du Ruhui, so he simply left the imperial city. He called for Niu Wu, who had been waiting for him outside the imperial city, and returned to Dingzhou village. How is it? That won't do, right? Hee, you should just admit defeat. Don't waste your time. You won't succeed. Seeing Li Wangyu's gloomy face, how could the beautiful boss not know that this guy must have been rebuffed? She couldn't help but laugh proudly. Humph. Just wait and see. I won't lose. Li Wangyu turned and walked to the study. Don't call me to eat. I have something to do. After saying this, Li Wangyu locked himself in the study. He had been writing and drawing. No one knew what he was busy with. The beautiful boss was too lazy to care about him. She just thought that this guy was afraid of losing face and was too embarrassed to admit defeat. Li Wangyu had been busy in the study for half the night. The next day, he got up before dawn and called Niu Wu. The two of them hurried to Chang'an City. Today, Li Wangyu specially put on his court uniform and rushed to the Vermilion Bird Gate of the Imperial City. He just happened to catch up with the officials of the Chang dynasty waiting for the court. When Yu Shernan and others saw Li Wangyu come, they couldn't help but ask curiously, "Zio, why did you come to the court today?" After Li Wangyu was conferred the title of county founding man, he naturally had the qualifications to participate in the court. However, this guy had always been lazy. In addition, he didn't have an official position in the court. Naturally, he didn't have to go to court every day. He only had to attend the court meeting and the court meeting on New Year's Day. Li Wangyu chuckled and didn't explain. He went to stand among the hundreds of officials. Only Fang Xianling seemed to have realized something. She frowned slightly and thought, is this guy here because of yesterday's incident? However, at this time, the imperial physician had already begun to ask the officials to line up and be quiet. They were ready to go to court. Fang Xianling naturally couldn't say anything to Li Wangyu. She could only wait and see. In the main hall of Taiji Palace, the officials greeted Pai Lupi and took their seats. Pai Lupi, who was sitting high on the throne, suddenly saw that there seemed to be a strange creature mixed in with the officials. Only when he looked over did he notice that Li Wangyu had also come to attend the court session. He couldn't help but feel puzzled. He wanted to go out of the main hall and look at the sun. Did the sun rise from the west today? Was that why this tired guy came to court? This brat wouldn't want to cause any trouble, right? Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling were the same. They both looked at Li Wangyu, who was sitting in the main hall. They didn't understand what he wanted to do. However, at this time, the court meeting had already begun. Some officials stood up and began to report the state affairs. Pai Lupi didn't have time to think about Li Wangyu. During the Zhengguan period of the Tang dynasty, the court was still very pragmatic. The morning court meeting was dealing with various state affairs. In the main hall, from time to time, there would be officials arguing fiercely in front of Pai Lupi about how to deal with certain government affairs. Li Wangyu didn't say a word from beginning to end. He just listened quietly, as if he really came to attend the court meeting. When today's court meeting was finally almost finished, Pai Lupi stood up from the throne. When he was about to announce the end of the court meeting, Li Wangyu suddenly stood up and said loudly, "Your Majesty, I, Li Wangyu, have something to report." Pai Lupi and Fang Xianling's hearts skipped a beat. They thought to themselves, this bastard, is he going to talk about the palace gate plagiarism again? Yesterday, they rejected this guy's proposal. He wants to mention it in front of all the officials. Isn't he afraid of being spat to death by those officials? Report. Pai Lupi couldn't stop Li Wangyu from speaking in front of all the officials. I am now responsible for selecting palace maids to leave the palace. There are more than 1,600 palace maids who are homeless and have no one to rely on. I request your Majesty's permission to plagiarize the palace gate plagiarism to find a son-in-law for the palace maids leaving the palace, as a sign of His Majesty's great kindness. After Li Wangyu said this, the main hall was silent for a few seconds. Then, like a stone thrown into a pond, it set off ripples. What is Huxian saying? Finding a son-in-law for the palace maids is plagiarism? What does he think the palace gate plagiarism is? His family's toilet paper? TSK, I always thought that Huxian was a prudent young man. I didn't expect him to be so frivolous. Ziyu is indeed young. Writing the palace gate plagiarism for the palace maids to find a son-in-law, interesting, very interesting. Some imperial censors from aristocratic families immediately jumped out. Your Majesty, I will impeach Huxian for his unscrupulous actions and his attempt to use public weapons. I will also impeach Huxian. Pai Lupi saw the chaotic scene in the main hall and couldn't help but feel a headache coming on. He glared at Li Wangyu with dissatisfaction. This mess, go and clean it up yourself. Huxian, do you have anything to say? Pai Lupi couldn't be bothered and didn't want to help Li Wangyu explain anything. This guy was the type of person who wouldn't stop until he was taught a lesson. He had already reminded him yesterday, but he was still so stubborn. In the face of the official's criticism, Li Wangyu didn't panic at all. Instead, he smiled. Chapter 303. Li Wangyu only smiled in the face of the various criticisms in the hall. He did not retort, allowing the officials to criticize him. Some of the officials in the hall were busy adding insult to injury. Most of them were officials from aristocratic families. They were already dissatisfied with Li Wangyu, but they never had the opportunity to express their dissatisfaction. Now that they had found Li Wangyu's weakness, how could they let him go? There were also some people who were not familiar with Li Wangyu, so they just watched the show. Yu Shernan, Kong Yingda, and Yen Liben, on the other hand, looked worried. They wanted to defend Li Wangyu, but they didn't know what to say. Even in their eyes, it was indeed inappropriate to announce the selection of a palace-made son-in-law on the palace gate. As for the generals, especially the old scoundrels like Cheng Yaojin and Yuqi Jingda, they all laughed and laughed, treating this as a show. They were all shrewd people, so they naturally knew that Pai Lupi would not punish Li Wangyu for such a small matter. They were too lazy to speak with the aristocratic officials, so they let them perform. Among the officials, Su Jingzong's expression changed several times. In the end, he gritted his teeth and stood up. Your Majesty, this subject agrees with the report of the county magistrate. Su Jingzong's words caused everyone in the hall to be slightly taken aback. For Su Jingzong to stand up and support Li Wangyu, this was not in line with his personality. There were many people who despised Su Jingzong's conduct. In the past, Su Jingzong's rank among the 18 scholars was the lowest, and he was in charge of the imperial clan temple. The main reason was not that Su Jingzong had no talent, but that Pai Lupi was dissatisfied with his character and was unwilling to put him in an important position. After all, when Su Jingzong's father, Su Shanxin, was killed by Yuan Huaji, Su Jingzong, in order to survive, had danced around to express his joy. In the eyes of Pai Lupi and the others, this kind of behavior was truly unworthy of an important position. Thus, in history, Su Jingzong was only given the title of Gaoyang County Assistant Minister of the Yellow Door in the 17th year of Zhengguan era because he participated in the writing of the true records of Wusheng and true records of Zhengguan era. Did such a slippery person take the wrong medicine today? Unexpectedly, in the face of everyone's opposition, he stood out and echoed Li Wangyu's tune. Li Wangyu was also confused by Su Jingzong's words, but he still nodded to Su Jingzong to express his gratitude. The reason why Su Jingzong stood up to support Li Wangyu was because he wanted to take a gamble. Su Jingzong didn't care at all whether these palace maids who had been sent out of the palace could marry or not. However, since Pai Lupi had ordered him to assist Li Wangyu, he wanted to bet on how much Pai Lupi valued Li Wangyu. In any case, even if Li Wangyu's tune was refuted by Pai Lupi, or even if Li Wangyu was punished because of it, it didn't have much to do with him. However, if Pai Lupi really valued Li Wangyu, his actions of helping him in his hour of need would leave a good enough impression in Pai Lupi's heart. In Su Jingzong's view, Li Wangyu was now the crown prince's imperial tutor, and his future was limitless. He naturally had to hold onto such a promising thigh tightly. Su Jingzong also felt that Li Wangyu's tune was a bit ridiculous. Using the palace gate to find a husband for the palace maids was something that this young man could think of. But so what? He didn't believe that Pai Lupi would heavily punish Li Wangyu because of this. At most, he would just reprimand him. How could Li Wangyu guess that Su Jingzong had so many twists and turns in his heart? Even if he guessed, he wouldn't care. In the Great Hall, the voices opposing Li Wangyu's impeachment quieted down a bit. Pai Lupi lightly coughed and prepared to reprimand Li Wangyu a bit and then let this matter pass. Just as Su Jingzong had guessed, Pai Lupi naturally wouldn't punish Li Wangyu because of his tune. However, without waiting for Pai Lupi to speak, Li Wangyu suddenly spoke in a clear voice. "Your Majesty, I have recently composed a few poems. Would your Majesty be willing to hear them?" Compose poems? What kind of poem was he composing at this time? Pai Lupi and the officials didn't understand, but Pai Lupi still waved his hand. "Read them." "Yes, your Majesty. This poem is called Palace Ci." Li Wangyu paced a few steps and walked to the front of the imperial steps. He opened his mouth to recite, 3,000 miles from my homeland, 20 years in the palace. He Manzi, my tears fall in front of you. Li Wangyu was reciting a Tang dynasty palace grievance poem. It meant that I was far away from my homeland and had been confined in the palace for 20 years. When I heard He Manzi, I couldn't help but cry. In the Tang and Song dynasties, palace grievance poems were at their peak. Bai Jui, Li Bai, Du Fu, Lu Yu, these big shots, all wrote many palace grievance poems. These palace grievance poems used all kinds of euphemistic verses to express the palace maid's grief and melancholy in the palace. Li Wangyu planned to use these palace grievance poems to cry out injustice for the palace maids, hoping to arouse the sympathy of the court. As expected, after he finished reciting Palace Ci, no one spoke in the Great Hall. Pai Lupi's face was a bit ugly. F***ck, this brat, what do you mean by reciting a poem? Don't all palace maids serve me, Pai Lupi? Isn't the grievance in this poem all directed at me, Pai Lupi? Li Wangyu didn't look at his face and continued, Your Majesty, I have another palace. In the ancient palace, the palace flowers are lonely and red. White-haired palace maids sit idly and talk about Emperor Yang. The last line of this poem was originally about sitting idly and talking about Xuanzong, which was Pai Lupi himself. Fortunately, Li Wangyu didn't make a mistake and changed it to Emperor Yang, which was Emperor Yang of the Sui dynasty, Yang Guang. This poem made Pai Lupi's face slightly better. Yes, it was about the palace maids of the former Sui dynasty. However, after he carefully thought about it, he gnashed his teeth in hatred. Wasn't this palace maid of the former Sui dynasty also in Pai Lupi's palace? Li Wangyu, you little bastard, you're indirectly cursing the locust. Your Majesty, I have another Palace Ci. When the silent flowers are closed, the beauties stand side by side in Xiongxian. Speaking of palace matters with passion and desire, the parrot doesn't dare to speak before. Fine, it was another palace maid's grievance poem. In the Great Hall, the officials didn't want to speak. What Li Wangyu meant, even a blind person could see, not to mention that none of the officials were fools. The poems were all good, and the mood was also quite poignant. However, was it really okay for you to recite these palace grievances poems in front of Pai Lupi? It was simply pointing at a monk and cursing a bald donkey. Pai Lupi's face alternated between green and red. If it wasn't for the fact that they were in the Great Hall, he would have already dragged Li Wangyu over and fiercely spanked his butt. Wasn't it because we didn't allow you to use the palace gates to search for a husband for a palace maid yesterday? Was there a need for you to write so many palace grievances poems? Pai Lupi was now somewhat regretful. If he had known earlier that this brat was so difficult to deal with, he would have just agreed yesterday. Why would he have been put on the spot by this brat now? Su Jingzong was also dumbstruck by Li Wangyu's palace grievances poems. This battle strength was simply too shocking. In order to help a palace maid find a husband, this county man was really going all out. So many amazing poems, and he was reciting them as if they didn't cost money. It was truly unbelievable. Looking at the speechless officials in the Great Hall, Su Jingzong couldn't help but laugh. Chapter 304. After Li Wangyu recited a few poems of palace grievances, no one in the hall dared to object to his previous performance. At this time, who could say anything? To say that the palace gate plagiarism was related to the dignity of the imperial court? To say that he couldn't write about a small matter like finding a son-in-law? The palace maids were already so pitiful. Now that they were finally released from the palace, what was wrong with using the palace gate plagiarism to find a son-in-law for them? To object to this kind of thing, did he have any sympathy? Even those who didn't agree in their hearts didn't say anything at this time. They weren't stupid. If they went along with Li Wangyu's recitation of the palace gate plagiarism, they would probably be scolded to death when this matter spread. Pai Lupi's face was ashen. He glared at Li Wangyu, thinking about how to deal with this bastard. Your Majesty, I have another poem here, White-haired man in Xiangyang. People of Xiangyang, the beauty is old and the hair is new. The green-clothed supervisor guards the palace gate. How many springs are there in Xiangyang? Emperor Gaozu was selected at the end of the year. When he entered, he was 16, now he is 60. At the same time, he selected hundreds of people, scattered in old age and crippled. Remembering the sorrow of parting with relatives, I helped them into the carriage and did not let them cry. Li Wangyu had only recited a few lines of Bai Juyi's White-haired man in Xiangyang, when he heard Pai Lupi's cold voice on the imperial steps say, "That's enough. I approve the performance of the Huxian man. Court is dismissed." After Pai Lupi finished speaking, he didn't wait for the officials in the hall to say anything. He turned and left, not even sitting on the imperial palanquin. Hee, Pai Lupi, you finally couldn't take it anymore? I thought you were thick-skinned. Li Wangyu had locked himself in his study for so long yesterday, but he had come up with more than 10 poems. He had only thrown out 3 or 4 before Pai Lupi surrendered. Li Wangyu couldn't help but feel a bit regretful. He couldn't help but make a V sign in his sleeve. His hard work was not in vain. He finally won the bet with his beautiful boss. However, seeing Pai Lupi leave in a fit of anger, Li Wangyu decided not to come to Chang'an City for the time being, lest Pai Lupi retaliate. However, Li Wangyu had clearly underestimated Pai Lupi's vengeful heart. Before he could follow the crowd out of the main hall, an eunuch from the palace rushed over. "Hu Xiannan, His Majesty invites you in." I'm not feeling well in my stomach. I'm afraid it's not a good time to meet the emperor. How about we do it another day?" Li Wangyu was a little dumbfounded. If Pai Lupi summoned him at this time, it was obvious that nothing good would come out of it. He didn't want to give Pai Lupi a chance to vent his anger, so he wanted to find an excuse to leave. However, the eunuch ignored his words and made a gesture of invitation. "There's still soup simmering on the stove in my residence. No, I have to go back quickly," Li Wangyu said as he tried to blend into the crowd. However, he was blocked by the eunuch. The eunuch didn't say anything and just looked at him. "Let's see what other excuses you can come up with." Li Wangyu was helpless. F***ck, he was so focused on showing off just now that he didn't expect Pai Lupi to be so shameless. He had just finished the morning court and had already sent people to block him. He really wasn't willing to take any losses. He cursed in his heart, but there was nothing he could do. He could only follow the eunuch slowly to the legislative hall. As soon as Li Wangyu entered the legislative hall, he saw a big foot coming towards him before he could even bow to Pai Lupi. Li Wangyu was shocked and turned around to run. But with his small body, how could he outrun Li Er, who was the emperor on horseback? He was kicked in the butt by a foot, and the pain made him howl out loud. Pai Lupi was still angry and kicked Li Wangyu's but a few more times, causing Li Wangyu to wail like a ghost and howl like a wolf. This Pai Lupi is not human. He was too ruthless. Li Wangyu wondered if his butt was swollen. Didn't he just recite a few poems? Was there a need to be so ruthless? After taking a few more kicks, Li Wangyu didn't run anymore. He just lay on the ground and pretended to be dead. In any case, he couldn't outrun the beast Pai Lupi. He surrendered and admitted defeat. You Pai Lupi, the emperor of a generation, how could you abuse a captive? Pai Lupi kicked Li Wangyu a few more times to vent his anger. Alright, why are you lying there pretending to be dead? Zhen's kicks aren't enough to kill you. Pai Lupi angrily scolded. Li Wangyu crawled up from the ground with an embarrassed smile. He opened his mouth and began to flatter. Hee, uncle, you are truly wise and powerful. Your martial arts are matchless, your luck is as good as the heavens, your longevity is as good as the heavens, you will last for thousands of generations and unify Jianghu. What nonsense are you talking about? If you dare to cause trouble like this again, Zhen will order people to tie you up and flog you. Pai Lupi didn't know whether to laugh or cry at his words. The resentment in his heart also dissipated. Yes, I won't do it again. Li Wangyu quickly replied. A wise man knows when to retreat. Pai Lupi glared at him and then turned around to sit in front of the table. Speak, how do you plan on finding a husband for the palace maids? This little nephew plans on asking uncle to borrow Crooked River Pond and hold a large-scale blind date event. Through the palace gates, we will invite the men who are willing to marry the palace maids to Crooked River Pond to meet all the palace maids directly. This blind date event will be called, If You Are the One, Do Not Disturb. Blind date? Pai Lupi frowned again. Since ancient times, the words of the matchmaker and the orders of the parents were important. Blind dates were also arranged by the matchmaker or the matchmaker, and the parents worried about them. Before the man and woman went through the wedding ceremony, it was very difficult for them to see each other. Li Wangyu wanted more than 1,000 palace maids to meet the men who wanted to marry the palace maids directly. This seemed to go against common sense. But on second thought, these palace maids didn't have any relatives in this world anyway. Since that was the case, she might as well let Li Wangyu do as he pleased. Otherwise, he might come back and write a few more palace resentment poems for her. Who could stand that? Thus, with Pai Lupi's silent consent, this matter was settled. On the same day, a new copy of the palace gates was posted outside the palace gates. All the court ambassadors in Chang and city sent people to copy it, but what they copied made everyone think that their eyes were playing tricks on them. After 10 days, in Crooked River Pond, more than 1,000 palace maids would be choosing their husbands. They even invited the men who wanted to marry the palace maids to personally go to Crooked River Pond and meet the palace maids to drink and talk about life. If you are not sincere, do not disturb. What the hell is this? After these court ambassadors finished reading the copy of the palace gates, they were all confused. Some of them couldn't believe the content copied by the servants and personally went to the palace gates to confirm it. In all the squares of Chang and city, there were also voices of discussion about this matter. Everyone, did you see the copy of the palace gates today? TSK, this is really unheard of. Brother, are you talking about the Crooked River Pond and the palace maids' husbands? Yes, that's right. Brother, you are still unmarried, right? Do you plan to go to Crooked River Pond? Of course I will go. I heard that those palace maids are extraordinary and have the demeanor of a noble family. They are much better than the common girls. Naturally, I want to ask for a marriage. Brother, your wife has passed away for many years. Don't you plan to remarry? I have the same intention. Why don't we go together? That's right. Let's go together. Chapter 305. Not only was the imperial palace selecting a husband for a palace maid who had left the palace, but it was also the first time that a man and a woman were allowed to meet each other at Xujiang Pool. As time went by, this matter caused a lot of heated discussion in Chang'an and Guanzhong Road. Many old pedants and defenders muttered that it was immoral and should be avoided between men and women. However, the people were all applauding this matter. As Li Wangyu had predicted, there were many people in the Tang dynasty who were interested in marrying palace maids. Even when the news was spread through the courier stations, people in the provinces and counties far away in Yingzhou immediately rode to Chang and to catch up with the unprecedented Zhujiang pool blind date. Pai Lupi, through the 100 Horsemen department, unexpectedly found that he had received unexpected praise from the people because of this matter. Whether it was in the streets or in the villages, they praised Pai Lupi for his benevolence and love for the people. Even the palace maids who had left the palace were not left to fend for themselves. He deserved the praise of a benevolent emperor. This surprised Pai Lupi. He was forced to agree to this matter because of Li Wangyou's nonsense. He did not expect that it would have such an effect. What surprised Pai Lupi even more was that his harem had also changed greatly because of this matter. The palace maids in the Tang dynasty were mainly composed of two groups. One was selected from the people, and the other was the women of the criminal officials who were thrown into the Yeding palace to work. Whether it was the palace maids selected from the people or the women of the criminal officials, they did not see any hope of leaving the palace. Thus, they appeared to be lethargic. Even if these palace maids could leave the palace, they might not have a good ending. But this time, Pai Lupi not only released the palace maids, but also selected a husband for them at the imperial palace. This kind of benevolence made the other palace maids see hope. Even if the chances of them being released were slim, it was always good to have hope. Thus, in the originally lethargic Yeding palace, there was now the bell-like laughter of the palace maids. Even the atmosphere in the Taiji palace seemed to have become more lively. As for Pai Lupi's concubines, they treated Pai Lupi more and more gently. In particular, Empress Zhangsun and concubine Yang were extremely gentle to Pai Lupi. Yang Fei and the others even shyly unlocked many novel positions for Pai Lupi, making Pai Lupi, the emperor of the Tang dynasty, unable to stand it. For the past few days, Pai Lupi had been indulging in the warmth and tenderness of the harem. He almost didn't want to get out of bed and go to court. The reason why the concubines of the inner palace treated Pai Lupi like this was because of the palace gate scroll. How could these Pai Lupi's women not feel proud that their man was so protective of women, to the point that he didn't even hesitate to publicly select a son-in-law for them at the palace gate? Although there was no such thing as women's rights in this era, it didn't mean that these women didn't want their husbands to protect women's rights. Putting aside the huge impact that the palace gate scroll had on Chang'an and Guanzhong Road, Li Wangyu was full of pride as he returned to the Li family's old residence in Dingzhou village. Although he was still limping a little after climbing down from the horse and but was still hurting from Pai Lupi's sneak kick, he couldn't suppress the smile on his face. Li Wangyu was full of anticipation at the thought of how his beautiful boss would react when she found out that he had lost the bet. "Changqing, I won. You must accept your loss and don't go back on your word." Li Wangyu couldn't wait to declare his victory as soon as he stepped through the gate. Su Changqing obviously knew what this guy was thinking, but he pretended not to hear him and turned to chat with Aphrodite. "Aphrodite, do you know Chang'an East City's Ma Ji Silk Company? I saw that they had a new design yesterday. Why don't we go shopping tomorrow?" Seeing that his beautiful boss was ignoring him, Li Wangyu panicked. "Hey, did you hear me? I won." Why does it seem like there's a mosquito? It's so annoying when the weather gets hot. Even mosquitoes and flies are coming out." The beautiful boss waved her hand as if Li Wangyu's words were just the buzzing of mosquitoes. Li Wangyu was so angry that he almost choked. What was the meaning of this? Was she not going to accept her loss? She was even treating him like a mosquito and a fly. How abominable. Hey, shameless people should be careful that you don't have chicks. Oh, wrong, you don't have any in the first place. Be careful that shameless people don't have breasts. Li Wangyu put his face in front of his beautiful boss's eyes and glared at her fiercely. Su Changqing pushed the big face in front of him away in disdain. "Stay away from me or I'll scream molestation." Go ahead and scream. It's useless even if you break your throat. Come on, you must accept your loss. Break my throat. Li Wangyu couldn't help but shudder at the rare cold humor of his beautiful boss. Well, isn't it just a loss? You wait. I'll definitely honor the bet tonight. Su Chongqing suddenly glanced at Li Wangyu with her charming eyes. Li Wangyu almost didn't know what to believe when he saw those beautiful watery eyes. Are you sure? You're not lying to me, are you? Li Wangyu couldn't believe that such a good thing could really happen. The beautiful boss pushed him away with a smile. Really, I'm definitely not lying to you. Are you sure? I'm sure. It's daytime now. I'm embarrassed. Good boy, I'll go to your room when it's dark. Su Chongqing, who was full of mature womanhood, also knew how to act coquettishly. Her coquettish words made Li Wangyu's bones almost melt. He only knew how to nod stupidly. Li Wangyu's restless heart was teased by the words of the beautiful boss. He couldn't control himself and grinned stupidly all day long. In the evening, after eating dinner early, Li Wangyu gave the beautiful boss a, you-know-it, look. Then, he ran back to his room full of expectation and waited. Every time he heard someone passing by outside the room, Li Wangyu's heart couldn't help but beat faster. At this time, he was restless in his room, as if a cat was scratching his heart. He made a bet with Su Chongqing. The bet he proposed was that if Su Chongqing lost, she would have to belly dance for him. Moreover, she would have to wear the leopard print underwear she wore when she first crossed over to the Tang dynasty. The reason why he proposed this bet was that Li Wangyu had accidentally learned in the future that the beautiful boss actually learned belly dance. Belly dance originally originated in the Arabian region. Later, it spread to Europe and America and became popular all over the world. In the future, many women would practice belly dance to keep fit, lose weight, and reduce pressure. Along with the fast rhythm of the music, they would sway their buttocks and abdomens. The dance was beautiful, the fancy movements of the crotch and the sexy and charming posture made belly dance full of temptation. This made Li Wangyu fantasize from time to time. What would a goddess like the beautiful boss look like when she belly dances? Therefore, when the beautiful boss wanted to make a bet with him, he immediately thought of this matter and proposed this bet. Just as Li Wangyu was looking forward to it, his room door was finally pushed open with a creak. A graceful figure flashed into his room. Chapter 306. For the next few days, Li Wangyu looked at his beautiful boss with a kind of resentment in his eyes. There was no other reason, he was being teased by his beautiful boss again. He racked his brains to win the bet with his beautiful boss, and even paid a painful price for it. He was kicked in the butt by Pai Lupi. As a result, that night, Li Wangyu looked forward to it, and his beautiful boss didn't break the promise, and really went to his room. Su Chongqing was barefoot, wearing a low-waisted long skirt, revealing her sexy waist, and a thin veil covering her upper body, faintly revealing her leopard print underwear. Just looking at her appearance, Li Wangyu began to feel his nostrils itch. Ever since Su Chongqing's phone was charged, he heard music coming from his beautiful boss's closed door many times, and saw dancing figures reflected on the window paper. He knew that his beautiful boss must have practiced dancing when she was alone. Regarding this, he envied for a long time, wanting to see his goddess dance, but unfortunately, he never had the chance. Today, by making a bet with his beautiful boss, he could finally get what he wanted. Li Wangyu's inwardly passionate heart was about to burst out. He saw his beautiful boss give him a coquettish look, take out her phone, and click on the play button. Accompanied by the Arabian-style music, the beautiful boss began to twist her waist, but before Li Wangyu could open his eyes wide, he saw his beautiful boss suddenly stop, turn off the music, and open the door, ready to leave. Hey, Chongqing, what do you mean by this? Li Wangyu said anxiously. The beautiful boss had a proud expression, and raised her eyebrows at Li Wangyu. Hee, I finished the bet, I didn't cheat. What do you mean finished? You just started? That's right. Think about what our bet is. Li Wangyu replied woodenly, wearing leopard print underwear, belly dancing for me, Hee, little idiot, we didn't say how long we were going to dance, right? I danced just now, you saw it, right? So, now the bed is finished, bye-bye, go to sleep, have a good dream, and don't think too much. Su Chongqing gently shook her finger, and seductively bit her lower lip, and ran back to her room with a chuckle. What? That's okay. Li Wangyu was almost made to cry by his beautiful boss's words. Sure enough, women are all liars. That night, Li Wangyu lay in bed, tossing and turning, and didn't sleep. The next day, with a pair of dark circles, he bitterly stared at Su Chongqing. Su Chongqing didn't pay any attention to this guy whose brain was filled with sperm. He just pretended not to see that pair of eyes filled with liar, liar, liar. After being teased by his beautiful boss, Li Wangyu had no choice but to devote himself to the preparations for the blind date convention. Time passed in the blink of an eye. 10 days later, Li Wangyu and Su Jingzong carefully prepared the Do Not Disturb the Tang Dynasty's Chu Jiangqi blind date. After working with Su Jingzong for a few days, Li Wangyu had to admit that the guy who ranked first in the new Tang Dynasty, Legend of the Treacherous Official, was indeed a capable person. Su Jingzong did all the work for the blind date alone. It was no wonder that he could force Zhang Sun Wuji, Chu Suiliang, and the others to be exiled to Lingnan and die in a foreign land. Early in the morning, Li Wangyu rode into Chang'an City and went straight to Taiji Palace. Yesterday, Li Er had sent an internal eunuch to pass on a message. He was also going out in plain clothes to go with Li Wangyu to watch the matchmaking convention. He wanted Li Wangyu to meet up with him at Taiji Palace today. Zio, I'm dressed well, right? I'm going to have a blind date with those palace maids today. You're not allowed to reveal my identity, do you hear me? In the Hall of Political Affairs, Li Wangyu looked at Pai Lupi, who was dressed like a scholar, and felt a toothache. Is this guy really going to have a blind date with the palace maids? Although these palace maids were all from Taiji Palace, there were only a few who had seen Pai Lupi. It would be a comedy if one of the palace maids was blind and took a fancy to Pai Lupi. However, since Pai Lupi had such a bad taste, Li Wangyu was too lazy to say anything. He just nodded silently. The two of them were escorted by the palace guards, who had also changed into casual clothes, and went straight to Chu Jiangqi. Walking on the road, Li Wangyu felt that the Tang craftsmen were really amazing. This kind of road actually existed in the Tang dynasty 1,300 years ago. No one in the future would believe it. The so-called road was the elevated road in the future. Because it was high in the air like a pavilion, it was also called the Pavilion Road. In fact, the Pavilion Road had already appeared in the spring and autumn period. In Qin Shi Huang's Afang Palace, there was a pavilion road that was 500 steps long. The imperial palace of the Han dynasty also had a pavilion road. In a later Han dynasty book, there was a description of the killing of General He Jin. Because the Empress Dowager, the Emperor, and Prince Chen-Lu robbed the officials of the province, they went from the Pavilion Road to the North Palace. In the Tang dynasty's Chang'an City, there was a pavilion road from Taiji Palace in the north of the city to Chu Jiangqi in the southernmost part of Chang'an City. This pavilion road was not for ordinary people to use. Only the officials could use it. If Pai Lupi, Empress Zhangsun, and the others wanted to leave the palace and go to Chu Jiangqi, they would use this pavilion road. They did not need to travel with ceremonial guards to disturb the people. It was also relatively safe and did not need to worry about the threat of assassins. The pavilion road in Chang'an City was completely enclosed. Walking on it was like walking in a pavilion. There were small windows on both sides of the pavilion road for ventilation and light. At the same time, people could enjoy the scenery outside. However, the pedestrians below could not see the situation on the pavilion road. It was Li Wangyu's first time walking on this pavilion road. He felt that it was very novel. At the same time, he was amazed by the skills of the ancient craftsmen. The high wooden plank corridor not only allowed horses to ride, but also allowed carriages to pass. It was really amazing. They walked along the pavilion road and soon arrived at Jianghu. The pavilion road was built in a royal courtyard in Jianghu. It was guarded by the palace guards. Li Wangyu led Pai Lupi and the others down from the horses and walked to the place where the blind date was held. When they arrived at the entrance of the blind date, they saw a group of people in front of the entrance. They did not know why, but they were noisy. Someone in the crowd shouted, "We are here to go on a blind date with the palace maids. Why do you charge us?" "That's right. Why do you have to charge us a copper coin to enter? Outrageous. This is ridiculous. Why do you have to charge us for the blind date? Who set this rule? Do you only allow rich people to enter? Are you going on a blind date or selling women? Have you gone crazy for money? We are poor scholars. We also admire these palace maids. Why don't you let us in?" Pai Lupi was also stunned by these people's noisy words. He turned his head to look at Li Wangyu. "Zio, you actually charge money for this blind date?" Li Wangyu nodded matter-of-factly. "Uncle, of course. I came up with this idea." Chapter 307. Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu thoughtfully, waiting for his explanation. Li Wangyu shrugged and replied, "I don't think these palace maids want to marry a stingy person, right? It's better not to know someone who doesn't even want to pay a copper coin." He paused and continued, "Since Uncle asked me to properly settle these palace maids, I hope they can have a good home. How can someone who can't even pay a copper coin let them live a good life after leaving the palace?" Pai Lupi pondered for a moment and asked, "But you can't deny that some poor scholars may not have any family property now, but they may be able to pass the imperial examination in spring. In the future, they may be carps that can jump over the dragon gate. Zio, why don't you give them a way out? Let these scholars enter." Li Wangyu disdainfully curled his lips. What can these poor scholars do other than study? They can't lift their shoulders and can't lift their hands. If we let the palace maids marry them, are we going to serve them? Besides, if they are really capable, even if they help people copy articles, they should be able to pay a copper coin, right? What he said was actually the truth. The literacy rate in the Tang dynasty was low, so it was not difficult for these scholars to find a way to make money. Even if they helped people copy books, they could earn a lot of copper coins. If they were so poor that they couldn't even pay a copper coin to marry a wife, other than laziness, Li Wangyu couldn't think of any other explanation. For this kind of people, it was better to stay as far away as possible. "I set the entrance fee of a copper coin to keep those good-for-nothings outside the door, so that these people can't deceive the palace maids with their flowery words." After listening to Li Wangyu's explanation, Pai Lupi thought for a moment, nodded slightly and didn't say anything more. In fact, there was another reason why Li Wangyu collected the entrance fee. It was because there were too many people who signed up. In the past few days, the number of people who went to Wanyan County and Chang'an County to register and participate in the Jianghu blind date convention was beyond Li Wangyu's expectations. He had thought that he would be able to attract a lot of men, but he did not expect that there would be so many. There were already more than 5,000 people registered in the county government, but there were only about 1,600 palace maids who needed to leave the palace. Among these palace maids, there were some who did not want to marry or were older. There were only about 1,000 of them who were willing to be betrothed. After Li Wangyu and Su Jingzong learned of the number of people who signed up, they couldn't believe it. It was beyond their expectations that 5 men would fight over a palace maid. Thus, the two of them came up with an admission system. They would have to pay a fixed amount of copper coins as an admission fee. Through this, they would be able to filter out those who were purely there to join in the fun. The group of people bypassed the noisy crowd gathered at the entrance and went straight inside. In order to ensure the safety of the blind date, Li Wangyu and Su Jingzong had borrowed many bailiffs from Chang'an County and Wanyan County to maintain order. Especially when they learned that Pai Lupi was also participating. The great generals of the Jianghu guards had almost sent an army to surround the entire Zhujiang pond. Therefore, Li Wangyu was not worried at all that these people who were not even willing to pay a fixed amount of copper coins could cause any trouble. On the spacious lawn beside Zhujiang pond, it was already quite lively. The men who wanted to marry palace maids had already been waiting there for a long time. However, there were many decorations at the scene that no one had seen before. For a moment, they did not know what to do. They just gathered around the lawn and whispered to each other. Pai Lupi looked at Li Wangyu's decorations and could not help but be curious. "Zio, there are many tables over there. There are all kinds of food and wine on them. What is the meaning of this? What are the tall round tables on the lawn for? They are so tall. How can people use them?" Li Wangyu chuckled and said, "Uncle, this is called a buffet party. You can take the food and wine on the tables. As for those tall round tables, they are not for sitting. Instead, they are for people to stand and chat." The matchmaking venue that this fellow ordered people to decorate had the appearance of a cocktail party in the modern world. The long tables were filled with wine and all kinds of food. The only thing missing was a champagne tower. As for the tall round tables scattered on the lawn, they were naturally for people to rest and chat. The round tables were only for people to place their plates and wine glasses. Pai Lupi found this new and interesting. He took the lead and walked toward the long table where the food was placed. There was no need for Li Wangyu to introduce him. He quickly took a set of tableware from the clean bowls and plates that were placed at the side and started to eat. The leader of the Imperial Guards at the side wanted to dissuade Pai Lupi. How could he allow Pai Lupi to casually eat food that was not in the palace? However, Pai Lupi did not care so much. He glared at the leader of the Imperial Guards and forced him to retreat to the side. He did not dare to say anything else. Li Wangyu also took some food and walked with Pai Lupi to a tall round table. They placed the food on top of it and chatted as they ate. The crowd that had been watching immediately understood after seeing Pai Lupi and Li Wangyu's demonstration. Some of the bolder ones immediately followed suit and tried to get food and drinks. Soon, the men who came to ask for her hand in marriage followed suit. The empty lawn quickly became lively. Pai Lupi drank a mouthful of wine and patted Li Wangyu's shoulder. He said with a smile, "Zio, it seems that the copper coins that you received were all used here, right? Uncle is wise." He, actually, the copper coins were all used on themselves. I did not embezzle a single copper coin. Pai Lupi thought about the crowd that was making a ruckus outside the door and then looked at the self-service wine party. He felt that his nephew was indeed brilliant. Moreover, he quickly saw the benefits of the self-service wine party. First of all, the guests could freely choose the food that they liked. It was very casual. Secondly, there were nearly 1,000 tall round tables scattered all over the lawn, allowing the guests to chat on their own. The atmosphere was very lively and unrestrained. Compared to the banquet he held in the palace, where each person had a table and everyone ate the same food, it seemed that Li Wangyu's style was more relaxed and pleasant. Li Wangyu was also very satisfied with the self-service wine party that he created. Although he had only seen it on TV in his previous life and had never participated in a real cocktail party, his beautiful boss was very knowledgeable. Whether it was when he was studying in the United States or when he was working in the company, his beautiful boss had often participated in such cocktail parties. Naturally, she was very familiar with the process. Based on the principle that his beautiful boss's was his, Li Wangyu was very shameless. He took the cocktail party process that his beautiful boss had written down for him and gave it to Su Jingzong to manage. Looking at the endless stream of food and wine that was constantly delivered, Li Wangyu sighed again. This guy who was ranked first on the list of treacherous officials really had some skills. Preparing a self-service wine party for a few thousand people, and there was no precedent to follow, but Su Jingzong made it look like it was a real thing. It was very rare. Just as he was sighing, someone suddenly patted his shoulder heavily. Wahahaha, Zio, your brothers are here. Damn, why did this group of foppish people come? Li Wangyu's face darkened. Chapter 308. Li Wangyu couldn't understand why these debauches would want to join in on the fun when he was clearly organizing a matchmaking event. He knew that these debauches weren't good people. Although these debauches had yet to marry, they had many concubines at home. Even so, these debauches' favorite places to hang out were still Peace Square and the Hu restaurants in Shi City. Li Wangyu could only express incomparable disdain and deep envy towards this group of drunkards who lived in a drunken stupor. Cheng Chumo and the others were just about to speak when they turned their heads and noticed Pai Lupi. They were so scared that they quickly stood properly and bowed to Pai Lupi. Greetings, Your Majesty. Forget it. Today is a matchmaking event and I'm also traveling incognito. You brats don't need to put on an act. Just call me Li Gong. Pai Lupi was in a good mood today and waved his hand without a care. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. What are you guys doing here today? Don't tell me that you're also here for a matchmaking event? Hee, Zio, you're wrong. As the saying goes, a fair and graceful woman is a gentleman's good mate. My brothers haven't married yet, so why can't we come for a matchmaking event? Fang Yai laughed mischievously. Li Wangyu was speechless. What kind of status did these debauches have? In the future, if they weren't going to marry a princess, they would marry a daughter of a noble family. How could they be interested in a palace maid? Moreover, these palace maids were much older than these debauches. Even if they were to take in concubines, they probably wouldn't be willing. Clearly, these damned debauches were treating the matchmaking event that he had painstakingly organized as a fun event. They were purely here for fun. However, after thinking about it carefully, Li Wangyu suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. This group of debauches, because many of them married Li Er's daughter, in the end, their fates were really not good. Not to mention Fang Juanfang's widow, Li Wangyu looked at this cuckold of the Tang dynasty with pity when he thought about how this guy's future wife was Princess Gao Yang. Not only had he been cuckolded, but Princess Gao Yang had also plotted a rebellion. In the end, both of them had been sentenced to death. Chai Lingwu married Princess Bailing, who was also a foolish woman. She plotted a rebellion with Gao Yang and was killed. Du He had married Princess Cheng Yang. In the end, because she had been implicated in Li Qingxian's rebellion, she had been killed. His brother, Du Go, was also implicated and was exiled to Lingnan. Wei Shuyu almost married the princess of the new city, but the engagement was later cancelled. Cheng Chuliang married Princess Qinghe in the future. Speaking of which, Pai Lupi was really good at giving birth. He had a lot of women in his harem and had a lot of children. Pai Lupi also liked to marry princesses to the sons and grandsons of nobles in order to win people's hearts. However, in Li Wangyu's opinion, it was better not to marry Pai Lupi's daughters. None of them were easy to deal with. While he was lost in thought, wondering if he should warn the other rich kids in the future. Just as his thoughts were running wild, he was patted heavily on the shoulder again. Zio, why are you in a daze? Fang Yai shouted, why haven't the palace maids come out yet? His tone was very similar to the way people urged the old madam in the brothel of Peace Lane. Li Wangyu was so angry that he gave him the middle finger. It's useless for you to call me brother. Hurry up and tell me, when are the palace maids coming out? Fang Yai still remembered the words Li Wangyu used to trick them. Giving the middle finger meant calling him brother. He had no idea that he was being scolded by Li Wangyu again. Li Wangyu was speechless. It's not like you're going on a blind date. Why are you in such a hurry? It's not time yet. Oh right, how did you guys get in? Did you pay? Pay? Pay what? We entered Crooked River Pond. Who dares to ask us for money? Cheng Chumo replied casually. Li Wangyu was exasperated. He knew that these bastards would definitely come in without paying. They would eat and drink for free, and they would even look at the girls. Oh, no, the maids for free. How could they be so heartless? Pai Lupi was too lazy to pay attention to the quarrel between the younger generation. He noticed that there were a few new dishes on the table and couldn't help but ask curiously. Zio, you're really extravagant. There's actually ice cubes under the fish slices. Which ice cellar did you get this from? This must have cost a lot, right? I see that you only charge 1 copper coin. I'm afraid it's not enough to cover the cost. The fish slices that Pai Lupi was talking about were sashimi, or sashimi, which was often called sashimi in the future. In the future, when eating sashimi, the bottom of the plate was usually covered with ice cubes. This was to maintain the freshness of the ingredients and to maximize the taste of the sashimi. Although the Tangs loved to eat fish slices, in an era without refrigerators, it was very extravagant to put ice cubes under the plate. Pai Lupi naturally didn't know that Li Wangyu could use saltpeter to make ice. He thought that he had bought the ice cubes from a rich family's ice cellar. That was why he asked. Li Wangyu chuckled. Hee, uncle, these ice cubes weren't bought. I made them. Made them? It's already summer. How can you make ice cubes? Pai Lupi asked doubtfully. Hee, it's a secret. Li Wangyu didn't want to reveal his business secret. He still wanted to make a fortune from this summer's ice-making technique. Although the Li family didn't lack money now, no matter how small a mosquito's leg was, it was still meat, right? He couldn't let Pai Lupi know the secret of his ice-making technique for no reason. Pai Lupi glared at him in annoyance and didn't bother to continue asking. In his eyes, this was just a small trick. He reached out with his chopsticks and picked up a piece of iced fish slices. He dipped it in the sauce and put it into his mouth. The iced fish slices were even more delicious in his mouth. Pai Lupi couldn't help but exclaim, "Good. It's very popular. The ice melts in your mouth. It's sweet. Zio, you've really used your little cleverness on these unorthodox methods." Li Wangyu was speechless. Couldn't he speak properly? If the food was delicious, then say it was delicious. Why did he have to say that it was unorthodox? It really made him want to flip the table. However, Li Wangyu decided to swallow his anger for the sake of the fierce palace guards by Pai Lupi's side. He asked the waiter to bring everyone fruit juice and other drinks. He added a lot of ice cubes inside. This kind of ice-cold and refreshing cold drink made the group of people yell and cry out in satisfaction. Humph, a bunch of country bumpkins. Emperor? Look down on him. Li Wangyu felt a great sense of psychological satisfaction. He looked down on Pai Lupi and the group of debauches. Everyone ate and drank. Just as they were chatting happily, a bell rang not far away, followed by the sound of stringed and woodwind music. The time for the blind date conference had arrived. Under the burning gazes of the thousands of men present, 1,000 or so palace maids with graceful figures leisurely walked over. They smiled sweetly and had beautiful eyes. Thousands of beautiful women gathered in one place. All the men present, except for Li Er who was used to it, were shocked. Even the debauches who were used to seeing the spring scenery in Peace Square stared blankly at the palace maids in front of them. Wei Shuyu couldn't help but recite the Lecture Ode to Lust, eyebrows like emerald feathers, skin like snow, waist like a bundle of silk, teeth like a clam, a sweet smile, bewitching Kaiyang City. Chapter 309. Because there were too many people participating in the blind date, Li Wangyu had already announced the rules of the day before everyone entered the venue. All the men participating in the blind date were not allowed to disturb the palace maids. They could only wait for the palace maids to take the initiative to communicate with them. Those who did not abide by the rules could only be expelled. With the deterrence of the golden guards in shining armor and the great sincerity of the men who were willing to pay a copper coin to enter, no one wanted to leave a bad impression on the palace maids at this time, so the scene was very orderly. More than 5,000 men who came for the blind date gathered in groups of 3 to 5 around the tall round table. They stared at the palace maids with burning eyes full of expectation, hoping to gain the favor of the beautiful woman. Since they could not take the initiative to strike up a conversation, they had to find a way to attract the attention of the palace maids. Therefore, among the people present, some loudly recited their poems, some pretentiously took out the guqin they brought, sat cross-legged on the lawn, and began to play the guqin as if there was no one around. There were even many scholars who brought paper and ink with them and began to draw for the palace maids on the spot. As for those who had a lot of property, they naturally had their own skills. Some of them took out gold toys inlaid with all kinds of gems and played with them in their hands. Some of them tidied up their expensive silk clothes. What made Li Wangyu dumbfounded the most was that there was actually a fat man who placed dozens of gold ingots on the round table in front of him. In short, these 5,000 men, in Li Wangyu's eyes, were like peacocks spreading their tails, competing to show off in front of more than 1,000 palace maids. He could not help but laugh. But soon, something that made him dumbfounded appeared. Among these 5,000 men, there seemed to be some strange creatures mixed in. Not far away at the round table, there were several burly old hooligans. What the hell were they? Li Wangyu could not help but turn his head in surprise, looking at the group of dandy, and ask in disbelief, "Brothers, are my eyes playing tricks on me? Why are Uncle Cheng and Uncle Yuchi here?" Cheng Chumo and his brothers, as well as the Yuchi brothers, also had their mouths wide open. They looked with astonishment at their father who was showing off his muscles to the palace maids. What is this situation? Illusion, it must be an illusion. I didn't drink much wine today. Why are my eyes blurry? Even Pai Lupi was speechless. What were these old killers doing? He didn't believe that these dukes would really take a fancy to a palace maid. After all, the palace maids who were selected to leave the palace had been in the palace for at least 10 years. Even if they entered the palace at the age of 16, they were 26 years old now. In the eyes of the Tang, this age was already considered an ant. What's more, which of these dukes' manors didn't have beautiful palace maids bestowed by Pai Lupi? Those who could be sent as gifts by Pai Lupi to the duke's mansion were all stunning beauties, and they were all budding young girls. However, this group of old killers actually came to this blind date in droves. What a premature death! Pai Lupi glared fiercely at the foppish sons. Like father, like son. You two are really father and son. The foppish sons could only smile awkwardly and politely. They didn't know how to evaluate their fathers. Fortunately, these dukes were just bored and didn't really want to add a few more concubines to their manors. Needless to say, these old hooligans had the same motive as the foppish sons. They all thought this blind date by the Zhujiang lake was a fun thing and came to join in the fun. Li Wangyu could only sigh. The cultural and entertainment construction of the Tang dynasty needed to be strengthened. Even the dukes were so bored. It could be seen that the cultural construction of the Tang dynasty had a long way to go. More than 1,000 palace maids accompanied by the official matchmakers entered the blind date. The official matchmakers were also known as matchmakers, and matchmakers. In the Tang dynasty, the official matchmakers represented the government in the marriage of men and women. They were the official marriage agencies. The official matchmakers had appeared as early as the Western Zhou dynasty. From the Qin dynasty to the Qing dynasty, the power of the official matchmakers was not small. As long as men and women become famous, they will be recorded in the year, month, day, and name. If a man marries at 30, a woman marries at 20. The main job of the official matchmakers was to know the names and birth dates of men and women in the country and to urge men and women of the right age to get married. If there were official matchmakers, there would naturally be private matchmakers. The private matchmakers were often called matchmakers. However, even if the marriage was facilitated by private matchmakers, it still needed to be registered at the official matchmaker's office and be supervised by the official matchmakers. The so-called parents' orders and matchmakers' words referred to the official matchmakers. There was naturally a reason why the official matchmakers were needed to accompany the palace maids on the blind date today. Just like the Book of Songs Wei Feng, it said, bandits set the date, but the sun has no good matchmaker. It meant that without a good matchmaker, one could not get married. There was also, what about faking it? A bandit's axe can't subdue him. What about taking a wife? A bandit's matchmaker can't subdue him. It meant that without an axe, one could not cut wood, and without a matchmaker, one could not marry a wife. Therefore, if there were no official matchmakers on the blind date today to mediate the marriage between the two parties, even if the palace maids and the man took a fancy to each other, it would be considered a private vow to marry each other. They would be despised by both their parents and their countrymen. Moreover, the Tang dynasty also had a law that stated, for the law of marriage, there must be a matchmaker. This was also the reason why the official matchmakers accompanied the palace maids. In fact, Li Wangyu did not know that the matchmaking convention needed an official matchmaker. He only understood after Su Jingzong reminded him. However, even though there were millions of people in Chang'an City, there were not that many official matchmakers. Fortunately, Su Jingzong was capable and ordered people to urgently mobilize manpower from the counties around Chang'an City. It was not easy to find so many official matchmakers. Otherwise, today's matchmaking convention would really become a farce. Li Wangyu would definitely be impeached to death by the censor. Li Wangyu organized this "Do Not Disturb If You Are the One" matchmaking convention. Naturally, it could not be like the later generations where men and women could freely chat and communicate. Instead, they had to communicate through these official matchmakers. Those palace maids shyly raised their heads and swept their eyes over the many men present. Those who liked each other would whisper to the official matchmaker beside them. Naturally, the official matchmaker would go to the man's side and ask about his name, family background, and whether he was interested in the palace maid. If both parties were satisfied, the official matchmaker would record it. Even so, the 3 matchmakers and 6 certificates could not be left out. There were 6 procedures: accepting, asking for names, naive sign, asking for dates, and welcoming in person. In addition to the 6 certificates, there was an ink bucket on the heaven and earth table, a ruler, a pole, a scale, a pair of scissors, a bronze mirror, and an abacus. There could not be any sloppiness. However, these procedures were naturally much simpler. Compared to a blind marriage, it was completely based on the matchmaker's description of the appearance and situation of the two parties. Without a doubt, today's matchmaking convention in Chujiang Pool that Li Wangyu organized could allow men and women to clearly see each other face to face. This was a great improvement. In this regard, whether it was the more than 5,000 men who wanted to marry a wife or the palace maids who left the palace, they were all extremely satisfied. Li Wangyu accompanied Pai Lupi and wandered around the matchmaking convention. Pai Lupi had already seen with his own eyes that many palace maids and men looked at each other. After being recognized by the official matchmaker, it could be said that they were already considered to be husband and wife. In this regard, Pai Lupi was very satisfied and repeatedly praised Li Wangyu for handling this matter beautifully. While the two were chatting, Pai Lupi pointed at a group of people not far away and laughed. "Ziyu, does this count as a man attaining the Tao and his chickens and dogs ascending to heaven? That group of men, are they all from the Zhou village that you chose? How did they all get a matchmaking convention with my palace maids?" Chapter 310. Pai Lupi was pointing at the group of handicapped old soldiers from Dingzhou village. Most of these old soldiers came from poor families and were handicapped. Naturally, none of their wives were willing to marry them. All of them were old bachelors. Now, in just a little over a month, the income from the Shunfeng Express Carriage Company had filled the pockets of these old soldiers and made them quite wealthy. After Li Wangyu's persuasion, he managed to convince this group of old soldiers to come to the Crooked River's lakeside. She wanted to see if she could also get lucky and marry a palace maid to be her auntie. Even the Niu brothers, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, came to the blind date with the old soldiers under Li Wangyu's persuasion. They wanted to marry a wife. Although the two had joined the Li family as soldiers, they could still marry a woman from a good family. Moreover, Li Wangyu could let the two brothers go at any time. However, the two brothers were very stubborn and were unwilling to do so. Li Wangyu was about to go greet the crowd, but before he reached them, he saw a group of palace maids accompanied by an official matchmaker. Pai Lupi and he couldn't help but stop to see if the group of palace maids would like the old soldiers. However, even Li Wangyu didn't think that the group of old soldiers would be chosen by the palace maids. After all, compared to the other people present, this group of handicapped old soldiers really didn't have any advantages. However, Li Wangyu still wanted to help the old soldiers of his manor. Just as he was thinking about how to do it, he heard a discordant sound. The group of old soldiers, including the Niu brothers, stood awkwardly beside the round tables, feeling somewhat at a loss. Although they didn't lack money now, they were used to living a simple life. Today, they came to Chu River Pond for the blind date. The clothes they wore could only be said to be clean and tidy, but definitely not bright. They were all rather ordinary and rough clothes. As for the men around them, even if they were poor scholars, even if they had gone to borrow, they were all wearing new clothes today, which made them look rather bright and fresh. In comparison, the old soldiers of Dingzhou village seemed a little shabby. On top of that, many of them were crippled. Many of them were missing arms or legs. This made them stand out even more among the crowd. This caused many men in the surroundings to whisper to each other, and from time to time, roaring laughter could be heard. It was obvious that they were mocking them. Because of the group of palace maids walking over together, many of the men around the old soldiers unconsciously raised their voices out of desire to show off. Tisk, tsk, there is really someone who is out of his league and wants to eat swan meat. Why don't you take a look at yourself? You actually have the nerve to come to the lakeside of Chu River. Aren't you afraid of offending the beauty? Isn't that so? This person who was missing an arm or a leg had come to a blind date. He really didn't know his place. I'm afraid someone must be blind to fancy them, right? Brother, you can't say that. Maybe there are beauties who sympathize with them? I heard that among the palace maids sent out by the saint this time, there are old women in their 60s. Maybe those old women will be willing to take in a son? Brother's words are reasonable. They really don't know the immensity of heaven and earth. This person knows his place. To sully the eyes of a beauty, how laughable. A group of field attendants. They don't even look at their own status. They actually came to the lakeside of Chu River to propose marriage. They don't know their place. Have these bumpkins washed the mud off their feet? Oh, I forgot that some of them are missing a leg. That saves us a lot of trouble, The words of these men who felt good about themselves and came to propose marriage made the old soldiers of Dingzhou village furious. Some of the more irritable ones rolled up their sleeves and planned to beat them up. However, they were stopped by the brothers Niu Yong and Niu Wu. Everyone, today is the blind date hosted by Lang Jun. Let's not cause trouble for Lang Jun. If there is anything, let's talk about it after this matter is over. Niu Dalong is right. We must not cause trouble for the men of Hu County. We will let them go for now. Yes, we'll deal with them after this matter is over. The old soldiers didn't want to cause trouble for Li Wangyu. Under Niu Yong's persuasion, they swallowed their anger. The palace maids naturally heard this conflict of words. Many of them couldn't help but cover their mouths and chuckle. They truly didn't want to marry a disabled husband after leaving the palace. This was human nature. However, the palace maids' laughter made the surrounding men even more pleased with themselves. Their mocking of the old soldiers grew louder and louder. Niu Wu was so angry that his veins were bulging. If it wasn't for his brother Niu Yong holding him back, his fists would probably have landed on those people's faces. Pai Lupi frowned when he heard the men's words. The 100 Cavalry Department had already reported the situation of the old soldiers of Dingzhou village to him. After all, Li Qingxian and the others went to Dingzhou village to study with Li Wangyu every few days. The 100 Cavalry Department had already figured out the background of everyone in the village. These dozen or so disabled veterans were all soldiers of the Sui dynasty. They were veterans who had survived the bloody battle against the Turks at Yanmen Pass in the 11th year of the Great Undertaking. Although they were soldiers of the Sui dynasty, Pai Lupi viewed them as his own subjects. In particular, they were all disabled from the battle against the Turks. This made Pai Lupi, the emperor on horseback, feel that it wasn't easy for these veterans. Now, these men who wanted to ask for a kiss were actually speaking rudely and humiliating these veterans. This made Pai Lupi very angry. Naturally, it wasn't convenient for him to show his face. He only glanced at Li Wangyu from the corner of his eyes. Li Wangyu was naturally unhappy. Even without Pai Lupi's words, he was already planning to flip out. After apologizing to Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu looked at the group of wastrels behind him. "Brothers, what should we do if someone has a bad mouth?" "His mother. Slap him." Cheng Chumo and the others naturally understood what Li Wangyu wanted to do. They were all very excited. They rolled up their sleeves and prepared to attack. "My brother Cheng is ruthless and doesn't talk much." Li Wangyu gave them a thumbs up and led the group of wastrels forward. Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the others saw that their Lang Jun had arrived. Just as they were about to bow in greeting, Li Wangyu waved his hand at them, indicating that they didn't need to be so polite. Li Wangyu walked straight to the group of wastrels who were still chattering and mocking the old soldiers. Without wasting any time, he raised his arm and slapped them. That person was so enraptured that he didn't notice the arrival of Li Wangyu and the others. It wasn't until he felt a sudden pain on his cheek that he realized that he had been slapped. "You, young man, who are you? What right do you have to hit people?" Before that person could react to what had happened, the group of wastrels had pounced on him and knocked him to the ground with a few punches and kicks. To be able to beat someone up in such a carefree manner in front of Li Er, the group of silkpants felt that today's trip was indeed not in vain. The things that the Li family's young master did were all so interesting. "Guards, someone is causing trouble. Imperial guards, quickly arrest them. Murder. Save me. Hero, please spare me, I was wrong, please don't hit me." The group of wastrels who had just ridiculed the villagers of Dingzhou village were now wailing like ghosts and howling like wolves. Chapter 311. Due to the men's cries, the conflict at Chu River Pond soon attracted the attention of the people around them. The imperial maids were so frightened that their faces turned pale. They kept exclaiming as they did not know what exactly happened. Tens of imperial guards from the Golden Guards, who were in charge of maintaining the order at the blind date at Chu River Pond, quickly rushed over. "Stop! You!" The Imperial Guard squad leader stopped abruptly as soon as he shouted. Even if he did not know Li Wangyu, who was from Huxian County, it was impossible for him not to know Cheng Chumo and the other hedonistic young masters. Did a group of heirs from the dukes who founded the country need a reason to beat someone up? Did they? The Imperial Guard squad leader could only mourn for those people who were blind. It was obvious that they were beaten up for nothing, and there was no way for them to seek justice. Nevertheless, the men who were beaten up by the hedonistic young masters and Li Wangyu thought that their saviors had finally arrived when they saw the Imperial Guards from the Golden Guards around them. The man who was slapped by Li Wangyu crawled to the Imperial Guard squad leader and pointed at Li Wangyu as he yelled, Quickly arrest that man. They're disrupting the order of the blind date and beating us up for no reason." The Imperial Guard squad leader glanced at him impatiently and said coldly, "This is Huxian County's man, and those are heirs from the High Duke's public houses such as High Duke Lu, High Duke Lai, High Duke Zheng, High Duke Liang, High Duke Yi, and High Duke Qiao. Are you sure you want to accuse them of beating you up? The man was dumbfounded by the squad leader's words. Were we beaten up by a group of heirs from the High Duke's public houses and Wuxia County's man? He was in a daze as he mumbled, how did we offend the heirs? The men who were beaten black and blue by the hedonistic young masters were dumbstruck when they heard the squad leader's words. They did not know why they were undeservedly implicated. Heirs, Wuxia County's man, we didn't offend you. Why is this happening? Li Wangyu swung his hand. He had used too much strength in the slap just now, and it hurt his own hand. Hearing the man's question, he pointed at Niu Yong and the others. Do you know who they are? We don't know. Humph, what a good don't know. With a cold laugh, Li Wangyu stared at this group of people and said in a loud voice, in the 11th year of Day, Tujue Shibi Khan's 200,000-strong cavalry besieged Yanmen Pass. The defenders at Yanmen Pass were only 17,000 men, with insufficient provisions. The Tujue's military strength is more than 10 times our Han men's military strength, yet under the desperate resistance of the Yanmen Pass defending army, for a long time they were unable to take them down. He paused for a moment before raising his voice once more. Over the past month, the Turkic cavalry has been attacking the Yanmen Pass non-stop, and the Yanmen Pass has suffered heavy casualties. However, they didn't surrender or run away. They only fought to the death. In the end, the Turkic cavalry had no choice but to retreat, losing more than 2,000 captives. Li Wangyu pointed at the old soldiers of Zhou village and said, They are the veterans of the great battle of Yanmen Pass. They fought bravely against the invasion of the foreign invaders. After that battle, all of them were crippled. They are the heroes of the Tang dynasty. At this point, the crowd fell silent. Even the profligate scions had looks of reverence on their faces. On the other hand, the imperial army of the Chamberlain of Chamberlain looked at the crippled old soldiers with reverence. Following Li Wangyu's words, Niu Yong and the others straightened their backs like spears. As for the group of palace maids, many of them had tears in their eyes. They covered their mouths tightly with their hands, afraid that they would make even the slightest sound. Li Wangyu took a deep breath and shouted with all the strength in his body, You bunch of trash! Tell me, what right do you have to humiliate them? Who do you think you are? How dare you challenge the heroes of the Tang dynasty? Men! Li Wangyu did not wait for the men to speak. He shouted at the imperial army, Throw these bastards out. His Majesty's palace maids will not marry trash like them. Yes, sir. The imperial army members of the Chamberlain of Imperial Insignia pounded their fists heavily on the armor on their chests, causing loud clanging sounds to ring out. The imperial army rushed forward. They could not wait for the men who were beaten black and blue to beg for mercy. They dragged them out like they were dragging dead dogs. After the imperial guards dragged all these people away, the atmosphere finally relaxed. Pai Lupi nodded in satisfaction. Just as he was about to ask Li Wangyu to continue looking at other places, he saw the group of palace maids walk toward Li Wangyu and curtsy. Greetings, Mr. Huizhu. Ladies, there's no need to be so courteous. Li Wangyu waved his hand at them, indicating that they did not need to be so courteous. Mr. Huizhu, we heard that you wrote a poem to plead for us in the Great Hall that day, which led to the Imperial Palace's public search for a son-in-law. We are so grateful that we are unable to repay your kindness. Mr. Huizhu, please accept our greetings. After the palace maids finished speaking, they ignored Li Wangyu's dissuasion. They all knelt on the ground, cupped their hands, and slowly nodded their heads on the back of their hands. This was a greeting, the most solemn greeting in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu couldn't stop them, so he could only accept the palace maids' great salutes before urging them to get up. Ladies, there's no need for this. You should be grateful to the sage. The sage is a wise ruler of a generation, and he cares about the people of the world. After you leave the palace, you must live up to the sage's painstaking efforts. You must live well. Li Wangyu flattered Pai Lupi without leaving a trace, which made the palace maids who did not know the truth kneel down and kowtow again in the direction of Taiji Palace. How could Li Er not know Li Wangyu's thoughts? However, he still felt very comfortable. The corners of his mouth couldn't help but curl up. After the palace maids thanked Li Wangyu, more than 10 people walked out from the palace maids, walked to Niu Yong and the others, and knelt down again. This gave Niu Yong and the other old soldiers a fright. They all blushed and did not know what to do. Ladies, what are you doing? Quickly get up, quickly get up. Thank you, benefactors. What benefactors? Ladies, did you make a mistake? We don't know you. Niu Yong and the others were confused by the palace maid's words. They did not understand what they were talking about. Pai Lupi, Li Wangyu, and the other playboys also looked at the palace maids curiously, not understanding why they suddenly acted like this. Benefactors, our ancestral home is Daizhou, and we were chosen to enter the palace in the 12th year of the Dai dynasty. During the Battle of Yanmen Pass, it was all thanks to our benefactors that we did not fall into the hands of the Turks. Today, I can finally say thank you to my benefactors for your kindness. The palace maid's words made Li Wangyu and the others come to a sudden realization. Yanmen Pass was under the jurisdiction of Daizhou, and these palace maids were originally from Daizhou. Back then, if Niu Yong and the others had not blocked the Turks' cavalry at Yanmen Pass, these palace maids would have met with a tragic end. Every time the Turks invaded, their favorite thing to do was to kidnap people. This was especially true for women. They loved to kidnap people the most. In this way, it was reasonable to say that Niu Yong and the other old soldiers were the palace maids' benefactors. After Niu Yong and the others understood the whole story, this group of strong men blushed and rubbed their hands, not knowing what to say. Li Wangyu was angry. Why did this group of idiots become mute at this time? Chapter 312. Li Wangyu was anxious for Niu Yong and the others. These bastards, did they forget their purpose of coming to Zhujiang Pool today? Blind date. Marrying their wives. Why are they standing there in a daze? Why don't they take the opportunity to chat with the palace maids? Are these bastards waiting for a Sister Lin to fall from the sky and marry no one else but them? Sigh, I'm so angry. Li Wangyu grumbled in his heart. He was prepared to personally take the field and use his glib tongue that he had honed in his previous life to help Niu Yong and the others brag and see if he could convince the ladies. What if a young lady was dizzy and nodded in agreement? In life, there was always a need for some dreams. Li Wangyu calculated. From the 12th year of Dai to the 2nd year of Zhengguan, it had been 12 years. These palace maids were selected to enter the palace when they were 15 or 16 years old. Now, they were 27 or 28 years old. Wasn't this age suitable for Niu Yong and the others? Li Wangyu ridiculed Niu Yong and the others. In fact, he was laughing at himself. This guy still had the face to ridicule Niu Yong and the others. He didn't think about how he felt when facing his beautiful boss. It had been more than 2 months since he transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. A single man and a single woman living under the same roof. But even so, Li Wangyu had only touched the hand of his beautiful boss after such a long time. It was really shameful. He had the nerve to ridicule Niu Yong and the others with this level of flirting. He was simply shameless. However, Li Wangyu didn't think so. He only felt that Niu Yong and the others were too weak. He still needed his Lang Jun to make a move. Li Wangyu coughed lightly. Just as he was about to speak up for Niu Yong and the others, he saw a palace maid leisurely walk up to Niu Yong. She opened her cherry lips and said something. After the palace maid finished speaking, Li Wangyu almost stumbled and fell to the ground. Damn, will Sister Lin really fall from the sky? Benefactor, are you here for a blind date as well? I am Su Qiao. I don't know if my humble appearance can catch benefactor's eye. Slave is willing to tie the knot with benefactor. This palace maid named Su Qiao was born with a charming appearance, but after saying these words, she was so embarrassed that her face was like a peach blossom, and her eyes were misty. Niu Yong was even more unbearable. This man, who could even kill a tiger with his bare hands, was blushing in the face of the palace maid's words. He stuttered, my body is incomplete. I'm afraid I'll offend you, young lady. Li Wangyu was exasperated. Was there any justice in this world? Why would a beautiful lady take the initiative to confess to such trash? He kicked Niu Yong's butt. Just tell me if you're willing or not. Why are you spouting so much nonsense? Yes, I'm willing. Niu Yong hesitated for a long time before finally giving an affirmative answer. Li Wangyu was too lazy to talk nonsense with him. He waved his hand to the official matchmaker and asked her to register the two of them immediately. This wasn't the later world, where there was no need to pay attention to mutual understanding and deepening feelings. These things could be slowly understood after the wedding night. As long as the husband and wife were willing, that was enough. As for whether Su Qiao was doing it out of gratitude or out of gratitude, Li Wangyu didn't care. Moreover, Niu Yong was definitely a good man who valued relationships and righteousness. In the future, he would definitely be a man who loved his wife. Although he was missing an arm, he was still strong enough to kill a cow with one punch. Moreover, Niu Yong and Niu Wu didn't lack copper coins in their pockets. Li Wangyu didn't treat these two brothers unfairly. In terms of income, Niu Yong and Niu Wu were definitely among the top in Dingzhou village. As for this palace maid called Su Qiao, her figure and appearance were all first class. Li Wangyu could only secretly complain in his heart, Niu Yong, this guy, is really lucky. Li Wangyu turned to look at the group of palace maids and said loudly, ladies, these Langjuns are all from my fief. Now, they are all one of the owners of the Shun Feng Express Carriage Company in Chang'an. They are rich and are a good match for a husband. He wasn't lying. The carriage company originally had 20% of Dingzhou village's shares. Later, Chou Yuanliang and Chou Kun went to the old village chief and spent a lot of money to buy 10% of the shares. Dingzhou village still had 10% of the carriage company's shares. Therefore, it was reasonable to say that this group of old soldiers were one of the owners of the carriage company. No matter how small the shareholders were, they were still owners. Nowadays, the Shun Feng Express Carriage Company was known by everyone in Chang'an. Even if these palace maids were imprisoned in the palace walls, they still knew that the carriage company was set up by Empress Zhongsun and Hu Xianman. They also knew that the carriage company was an industry that made a lot of money every day. And this group of men who were physically handicapped and dressed simply were actually one of the owners of the carriage company. The palace maids couldn't help but be slightly surprised. The reason why Li Wangyu said these words was to let the palace maids know that these old soldiers, who were just mocked as bumpkins, were not shabby. Which of these palace maids didn't want to marry a good Langjun after leaving the palace? This was human nature, and there was nothing wrong with it. As the saying went, when marrying another, one had to wear clothes and eat food. If they were so poor that even their aunts had to suffer from cold and hunger, no one would be happy. After Li Wangyu's words of encouragement, and with Su Qiao as a precedent, several official matchmakers beside the palace maids walked out and whispered to the group of old soldiers. From time to time, they pointed in the direction of the palace maids. Obviously, other palace maids had taken a fancy to these old soldiers of Dingzhou village. They were not as bold as Su Qiao and only let the official matchmaker come out and act as a go-between. The group of old soldiers were all smiling from ear to ear as they hurriedly nodded their heads in agreement. How could they not agree? In fact, this group of men was going crazy thinking about their aunts. Now that there were palace maids out of the palace who wanted to marry them, it was simply like a dream. An official matchmaker ran to Niu Wu's side and pointed at one of the palace maids and said something to him. Li Wangyu quickly went over and wanted to see which palace maid had taken a fancy to this guy. Following the direction of the official matchmaker's finger, Li Wangyu looked up and couldn't help cursing in his heart that this guy was really lucky. The one who had taken a fancy to Niu Wu was the most beautiful palace maid in this group of palace maids. Li Wangyu felt that she looked like a movie star in the future. Seeing that Niu Wu was just grinning foolishly, Li Wangyu fiercely slapped this lucky guy's head. "What are you grinning foolishly for? Hurry up and say it, okay?" "Hee, okay. Why not? I'm just afraid that I'll be rude to this young lady." Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. F***ck, you even know how to use words. You're so rude. He didn't expect that today's blind date by the lake of Chu River, more than a dozen old bachelors of Dingzhou village would all be single. Li Wangyu was happy for them from the bottom of his heart. It seemed that there would be more than a dozen weddings in his fief. Chapter 313. In just one day, thousands of palace maids found their Mr. Right with the help of the official matchmakers. Pai Lupi was quite satisfied with this result. In line with the principle of simplicity and speed, under the control of the official media, the 3 matchmakers and 6 proofs, the acceptance of the bride, the name of the bride, the nomination of the bride, the invitation of the bride, the invitation of the bride, and the reception of the bride began to move quickly. With the help of the official matchmakers, the families who wanted to marry the palace maids quickly completed the acceptance, Wenming, Naji, and other procedures. When it was time for naive sign, they didn't know what to do. Naive sign was to send betrothal gifts to the bride's family. But where to send the betrothal gifts? Not only were the men scratching their heads, but the official matchmakers were also having a headache. Most of the palace maids who were sent out of the palace had no family. Now that they all lived in Yeding Palace, where could they find the bride's family to send betrothal gifts? At this time, the official matchmakers reported this to Su Jingzong. Su Jingzong naturally had no choice but to find Li Wangyu to discuss this matter. Li Wangyu had never experienced marriage in his 2 lives, so he didn't know how to handle these complicated Tang dynasty weddings. He didn't want to care about this kind of thing. Anyway, his task had been completed. But looking at the sad eyes of Niu Yong and Niu Wu at home, Li Wangyu remembered that his 2 troops also needed to send betrothal gifts. In desperation, Li Wangyu could only go with Su Jingzong to the palace again to see Pai Lupi and see what he would do. What Li Wangyu and Su Jingzong didn't expect was that Pai Lupi actually waved his hand and decided to act as the bride's family of the palace maids. The families of the more than 1,000 palace maids who were about to get married could send all the betrothal gifts to Taiji Palace. And on the day of the wedding, he would personally send the betrothal gifts to these palace maids. And as the bride's family of the palace maids, he would also prepare the dowry for these palace maids. In response, Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders, indicating that it was fine as long as she was happy. The notice posted on the Vermilion Bird Gate once again announced that Pai Lupi would personally escort these palace maids out of the Vermilion Bird Gate in 5 days to see them off. After the news spread, Chang'an City was once again stirred. Those families who had participated in the Chujiang Pool blind date and had successfully set up a marriage contract with a palace maid through the official matchmaker felt as if they had been hit on the head by a meat pie. What an honor it was for the saint to give a palace maid as her maiden family. For a moment, the people who were about to marry the palace maid walked with their backs straighter. In the words of the later generations, he walked with the wind and spoke with the rain. In Chang'an City, carriages carrying betrothal gifts drove one after another to the Taiji Palace. It was a spectacular sight. Li Er was not using this to amass wealth. He had written clearly on the palace gate records that the betrothal gifts prepared by the family of the palace maid's husband would not accept gold, silver, or other valuables. The betrothal gifts were all 9 types of gifts. The 9 gifts referred to 9 items, such as Hahuan, Jiaha, donkey hide gelatin, Josie pudding, vermilion reed, double stone, cotton wool, longevity thread, and dry lacquer. These 9 items all had the meaning of blessing the couple's love for eternity. Of course, this only referred to folk customs. For example, if Li Wangyu had not broken off the engagement with the Wang clan of Taiyuan, he would have needed to prepare a naive sign. These 9 gifts would not have sufficed. The naive sign sent to the palace was more of a symbol. After the naive sign, it was time for the betrothal ceremony, which was also the date of the wedding. However, Pai Lupi had said that he would personally send the bride off in 5 days, so the betrothal ceremony was ignored. On the day of the wedding, at dusk, the Vermilion Bird Avenue, which was more than 150 meters wide, was completely blocked by carriages coming to pick up the bride. In the Tang dynasty, the wedding ceremony was held at dusk. It was not until the middle of the Tang dynasty that the wedding ceremony began in the morning. The earliest wedding ceremony referred to as a fainting ceremony, which was held at dusk. According to the White Tiger Tongyi, the wedding ceremony is held at dusk, so it is called the wedding ceremony. Dusk was the time when yin and yang alternated. Men belonged to yang and women belonged to yin. The union of men and women was the meaning of yin and yang alternating, so it did not violate the natural time. However, if it was an ordinary wedding, it would be fine. But today, thousands of bridegrooms were going to pick up the bride. After a lot of trouble, it would be late at night when all the bridegrooms picked up the bride. In order to let thousands of bridegrooms go smoothly, Pai Lupi once again unexpectedly announced that the curfew in Jianghu city was cancelled today. Originally, there were only 3 days before and after the Spring Lantern Festival in Jianghu city every year. All the people could freely enter and leave the streets and alleys and watch the lanterns all night long. At other times, there was a curfew in Jianghu city. Except for cases of illness, childbirth, and death, those who violated the curfew would be flogged 40 times. Knowing that there was no curfew today and thousands of bridegrooms were going to pick up the bride, almost half of the people in Jianghu city crowded to both sides of the Vermilion Bird Avenue to watch the fun. Pai Lupi also spent a lot of money. He ordered the Ministry of Rites to decorate the Vermilion Bird Gate with lanterns and colored banners, which was quite festive. Thousands of bridegrooms, led by the official matchmaker, lined up neatly on the Vermilion Bird Avenue, waiting to pick up their brides from the Vermilion Bird Gate. However, the wedding ceremony in the Tang dynasty was not a simple matter. The first difficulty was the roadblock, which meant that the bride side would gather a group of people to block the bridegroom's carriages and not allow them to pass. If the bridegrooms wanted to pass, they had to leave money or meet the requirements of the roadblock team. After passing the roadblock, the bride's female guests would beat the bridegrooms with sticks wrapped in cloth in their hands. This meant that the bridegrooms would not bully the bride in the future. Other similar situations included urging the bridegrooms to write make-up poems, folding fan poems, and so on. In short, whether it was in the Tang dynasty or later, marriage was never an easy thing. Today, Li Wangyu, as the husband of Niu Yong and Niu Wu, accompanied them to Jianghu city to pick up the bride. However, when he saw the obstacle cart team blocking the Vermilion Bird Gate, this fellow disregarded the code of brotherhood and abandoned the Niu brothers, as well as the group of old soldiers from Dingzhou village, and directly chose to defect. There was no other reason. The roadblock team blocking the Vermilion Bird Gate was actually Cheng Chumo's group of playboys, followed by hundreds of burly imperial guards. Were they here to block the roadblock? Were they not going to fight the enemy? What did they mean by wearing that armor? Li Wangyu looked at the Niu brothers and others who were wearing red bridegrooms and decided to abandon the darkness and join the light. So he directly jumped down from the bridal carriage and ran in front of Cheng Chumo and the others. "Brothers, why are all of you here? Are you also the maternal family of a palace maid?" Li Wangyu asked curiously. Cheng Chumo smiled and said, "Even the sage is the maternal family of a palace maid, why can't we be? Cut the crap. Even brothers should settle accounts clearly. If you want to pass through here, you have to pay the toll." Bah, a group of bandits. Li Wangyu despised them in his heart, but his body was very obedient and stood beside Chengchumo. He, I'm the nephew of His Majesty, so naturally I'm also part of his maternal family. Ha ha ha, Zio, you're so tactful. Then let's go together. Today, no one can take the bride away so easily. Chapter 314. Niu Yong and Niu Wu were dumbfounded by their Lungjuan's lack of loyalty. How could he be like this? There was a traitor in the revolutionary army. This kind of behavior should be severely criticized and condemned. Fortunately, the people who came to fetch the bride were already prepared. Immediately, someone began to throw copper coins in order to let them pass. Chengchumo curled his lips in disdain and shouted, "Let me tell you, money won't work today. If you want to marry your wives, you have to rush over yourselves." His words stunned all the grooms. What? Money won't work? They still have to rush over? Looking at the hundreds of imperial guards who were wearing bright armor and blocking the Vermilion Bird Avenue, the grooms' faces turned green. This group of men who were going to marry the palace maids were not young anymore. Asking them to rush through the imperial guards' blockade, wasn't this an international joke? On the other hand, Niu Yong and Niu Wu, together with the dozens of old soldiers from Dingzhou village, all jumped down from their horses and stood in front of the bridal procession. Let's rush. Do you think we're afraid of you? Everyone, stand behind my brothers. Let's rush in together. Niu Yong shouted with a smile. Although the dozen or so old soldiers were few in number, they were in a triangular formation that was used to charge and break through enemy lines. Dressed in red wedding robes, they gave off a valiant aura. Seeing that someone took the lead, the grooms also jumped down from their horses and stood behind the soldiers. Rush! Rush over to fetch the wives! Yong Niu shouted and led everyone to charge forward. These 10 old soldiers, who had survived hundreds of battles, actually had the aura of a battlefield breaking through enemy lines. Behind them, the 1,000 grooms followed. Everyone laughed loudly as they charged forward. The foppish lords led the imperial guards and naturally used their bodies to stop them from moving forward. The barricades were only there to set up the atmosphere. They weren't really there to stop the grooms from fetching the bride. This commotion made the crowd on both sides of the Vermilion Bird Avenue cheer loudly. The applause and cheers rose and fell one after another. It was very lively. The onlookers began to shout in unison, "Bride, bride!" Niu Yong and the rest squeezed out sweat before they finally rushed through the human wall of the imperial guards. However, the next scene made them dumbfounded. *CK, won't people die if they do this? Normally, there would only be a dozen or so female guests holding sticks ready to beat the groom when they were receiving the bride. At this time, there were no less than 1,000 palace maids holding sticks blocking the sides of the Vermilion Bird Gate. Even though the heads of the clubs were wrapped in thick cotton cloth and couldn't hurt anyone, being hit by so many clubs was still a very uncomfortable feeling. When Li Wangyu saw this scene, he couldn't help but give a thumbs up. "Pai Lupi, you're really ruthless. You really know how to play." He was even more glad that he had betrayed earlier. If he had been the bridal escort for Niu Yong and Niu Wu, wouldn't he have been beaten up along with them? Niu Yong and Niu Wu looked at each other. What else could they say? Even if he had tears in his eyes, he could only rush forward. Thus, thousands of bridegrooms wearing bright red wedding robes rushed towards the Vermilion Bird Gate with their hands on their heads. The palace maids on both sides of the gate were all shaking with laughter. The sticks in their hands didn't show any mercy as they hit the bridegrooms. In the crowd, grooms would occasionally let out cries of pain. This made the onlookers laugh even louder. This group of bridegrooms who had never been taken care of before finally rushed into the Vermilion Bird Gate. Then, there were servants who started to lead them to the Taichung Temple on the right side of the Vermilion Bird Gate. Pai Lupi would send the palace maids off here. The Taichung Temple was responsible for the ceremonies and music of the mausoleum. It was responsible for astronomy and divination. At this time, a red carpet was already laid out in the Taichung temple. Thousands of palace maids and bridegrooms wearing emerald green wedding robes were waiting there. The wedding robes of the Tang dynasty weren't like those in modern TV series where both men and women wore red wedding robes. Instead, the bride wore green wedding robes. The men wore red to show their status, while the women wore green to show their beauty and gentleness. This was the meaning of the so-called red men and green women. Moreover, in the Tang dynasty, the bride didn't wear a veil. Instead, she held a feather fan to cover her face and shyly waited for her groom. After the two parties entered the bridal chamber, there was naturally no ceremony to remove the veil. Instead, the groom had to recite a poem to remove the fan. Then, the bride would delicately move the feather fan in her hand a little and slowly reveal her lovey-dovey face. These bridal clothes were also generously given to the palace maids by Pai Lupi. These bridegrooms were wearing emerald green long-sleeved gowns and long skirts. Their bodies were covered with long and exquisite shawls. Their faces were covered with gold foil ornaments, which made them look particularly shy and lovely. All the bridegrooms opened their eyes wide, wanting to see where their bridegrooms were. However, in the face of more than 1,000 palace maids who were also wearing emerald green wedding robes and covering their faces with feather fans, even Sun Wukong's fiery eyes of truth might not be able to find them. Fortunately, each pair of bridegrooms was in charge of the official matchmaker. These bridegrooms didn't have to worry about marrying the wrong wife. Li Wangyu even thought that these bridegrooms had only seen each other once by the Zhujiang lake. He was afraid that if they really made a mistake, they would just muddle through and make the best of it. Then, it would be lively. However, with the official matchmaker in charge, naturally, the things that Li Wangyu thought in his heart wouldn't happen. One by one, the palace maids in splendid clothes were led out by the official matchmaker and stood on the right side of their husbands. After the bridegrooms and bridegrooms stood on the red carpet in Taichung Temple, they heard the eunuch shouting in a sharp voice, "The sage has arrived. The empress has arrived." Under the reminder of the official matchmaker, the bridegrooms all knelt down and kowtowed to Pai Lupi. Today, it was not the ceremony of monarch and minister, but the ceremony of kneeling to Pai Lupi to make them a good matchmaker. The twin lotus flowers cuddled together, and the red carpet spread out to welcome the bride. On the red carpet, the bridegrooms knelt to Pai Lupi on the right side. The bridegrooms stood on the right side, but they didn't kneel. They just bowed to salute. This was also the wedding custom of the Tang dynasty. It was the custom of men bowing to women and not to men. Pai Lupi laughed and was in a very good mood. Empress Zhongsun, who was pregnant next to him, also had a happy look on her face. Wei Ke has a nest, Wei Jiu lives there. Yu Gui, son of Wei Ke, 100 tales of Wei Quebec. Wei Ke has a nest, Wei Ke Fong lives there. Yu Gui, son of Wei Ke, 100 tales of Wei Ke. Pai Lupi gave the bridegrooms a blessing and a few words of encouragement, and then let the 1,000 or so bridegrooms leave the palace. The bridegrooms were taken out of the Zhuke gate and sent to the carriages of each family. The bridegrooms had to ride their horses around the carriages 3 times before they could set off to return to the groom's house. After the Niu brothers and the old soldiers of Dingzhou village helped their bridegrooms onto the carriages, Li Wangyu came out of nowhere and mounted his horse. "Let's go, take the bridegrooms home." After Li Wangyu finished speaking, he pretended to rub his shoulders and wipe off the non-existent sweat. It was as if he had put in a lot of effort to take the bridegrooms and had completely forgotten his previous rebellious behavior. Niu Wu secretly ground his teeth. If this guy didn't take into account that he was his Lang Jun, he wouldn't be wronged even if he was beaten to death. Chapter 315. It was a sleepless night in Chang'an City. In Chang'an City, almost all the houses had families getting married today. The pavilion closest to the water enjoyed the moonlight first. Most of the more than 1,000 palace maids had married into Chang'an City. Almost every one of the 108 houses was holding a wedding. Many houses even had more than one wedding today. On this day, all the wine in the wineries and restaurants in Chang'an City had been sold out. In addition, there was no curfew in Chang'an City today, so there were lanterns and colored banners everywhere. It was very lively. Many of the people in Chang'an City, even when they were old, still talked about this scene to their children and grandchildren. This was an unprecedented day of celebration in Chang'an City. After the wedding procession returned to Dingzhou village, the whole village became even noisier. The bride is here, the bride is here. When the naughty children in the village saw the wedding procession coming back, they screamed excitedly and ran around the carriage, making a lot of noise. Niu Yong's bride, the palace maid named Su Qiao, quietly opened the curtain of the carriage, wanting to see the village where she would live in the future and her future home. Although it was already dark, Li Wangyu had people hang wind lanterns and big red lanterns all over the village for the wedding. The village was quite bright. Su Qiao stole a glance. When she saw the environment of the village, she felt a little disappointed. It was the same as 2 months ago when Li Wangyu took the ox cart and entered Dingzhou village for the first time with his beautiful boss. All she saw were thatched houses made of yellow mud and dilapidated courtyards. Su Qiao naturally didn't know that the reason why the families in the village were still living in such dilapidated thatched houses was that they didn't have time to build new houses. Almost all the men in the village were working in the carriage business. They were busy every day and couldn't find time to rebuild their houses for a while. Therefore, every family hid nearly 100 strings of copper coins, but still lived in dilapidated old houses. There were many palace maids like Su Qiao who secretly observed the situation in Dingzhou village. Most of them were like Su Qiao. After seeing the dilapidated appearance of Dingzhou village, they couldn't help but feel a little disappointed. However, they were only slightly disappointed. Su Qiao and the palace maids didn't feel like they had been deceived. As the saying goes, if you marry a chicken, follow the chicken, if you marry a dog, follow the dog. In the Great Tang, women weren't as complicated as the women of the later generations. Even if she married a poor man, they could just live together as husband and wife. It was no big deal. Su Qiao even began to calculate how the 100 strings of coins Pai Lupi would give her as a dowry could help her husband improve his life after she left the palace. This time, Pai Lupi was very generous to marry a palace maid. In addition to the 100 strings of coins, Pai Lupi had also prepared a valuable dowry for all the palace maids who got married. There were 3 sets of ceremonial books, a bolt of expensive silk, a bolt of auspicious silk, a bolt of brown embroidery, a bolt of embroidery, a pair of embroidered handkerchiefs, 5 items of embroidery, a red silk tent, a sachet hanging from 4 corners, and a spring stool. Su Qiao silently calculated in her heart. If she sold these dowries in the East Market, she should be able to get at least 100 strings of coins. In the 12 years she had been in the palace, she had also accumulated a lot of copper coins. Palace maids also had a monthly salary in the palace, but it wasn't much. Every month they would get around 100 strings of copper coins, which was 12 strings of coins a year. In the past 10 years, Su Qiao had also accumulated 50 to 60 strings of copper coins. With these 200 to 300 strings of copper coins, she could discuss with her husband when she returned. If their house was also a thatched house made of yellow mud, it would be better to use a few dozen strings of copper coins to rebuild it. Her husband was currently a soldier of the Baron of Hu County, but she didn't know how much his monthly salary would be. Would it be enough to support the family? If they had children in the future? Su Qiao sat in the carriage and thought about these things. When she thought about children, she couldn't help but blush. Most of the palace maids had the same thoughts as Su Qiao. They sat in the carriage and thought about how to use their 200 to 300 strings of copper coins to support the family. Just as they were thinking about these things, the carriage stopped and the noise from outside drifted into the carriage. They knew that they had arrived at their husband's house. They hurriedly tidied up their emerald green wedding clothes and covered their faces with their feathered fans. However, when the curtain of the carriage was lifted, the palace maids were slightly surprised. Why did the carriage stop at the village threshing ground? Led by their husbands, they carefully alighted from the carriage. When the group of brides saw their surroundings through the feathered fans in their hands, they were a bit confused. Why were they still together? Shouldn't they be going to their husband's house to perform the wedding ceremony? Niu Yong seemed to see Su Qiao's confusion and quietly explained, "Wife, this is Lengjuan's arrangement." He said it's called a group wedding. A group wedding? Niu Yong's words made Su Qiao even more confused. What did a group wedding mean? What did the Baron of Hu County mean by this arrangement? Langjun means that everyone will get married and perform the wedding ceremony together. It'll be lively, Niu Yong added. This made Su Qiao even more confused. Everyone could get married together? Naturally, there was no such thing as a group wedding in the Tang dynasty. What group wedding? It was purely Li Wangyu's bad taste acting up again. Of course, Li Wangyu wasn't fooling around. He had no other choice. In Dingzhou village, more than 10 old soldiers and the Niu brothers were going to get married within a day. As a county man, he naturally became a hot commodity. Every family wanted to invite him to their banquets. Because the Niu brothers had no parents, they asked him to be the officiator of their wedding. Among the old soldiers, there were quite a few who were alone. There were also quite a few who asked him to officiate their wedding. The phrase officiating appeared in the Tang dynasty. In the Tang dynasty law, there was a rule that stated, if a marriage is against the law, the grandparents and parents officiate the marriage alone. It meant that if a marriage was against the law, the grandparents and parents would officiate the marriage and only the officiator would be held responsible. Although Li Wangyu was only 16 years old, he was the county man of Hu County and the head of the Niu brothers. Dingzhou village was also the location of his fief, so he naturally had the qualifications to be the wedding host and preside over this marriage. However, he was only one person. He couldn't split into several halves and attend every wedding and officiate the wedding, right? In this dilemma, Li Wangyu thought of the group wedding in the future. He found the old village chief and discussed with him that he might as well help the old soldiers and the Niu brothers hold a lively wedding together. He would pay for all the expenses. A group wedding was something that had never been heard of in China. The old village chief naturally shook his head and didn't agree no matter what. In order to convince the old village chief, Li Wangyu's saliva was almost dry. However, he still couldn't get the stubborn old man to agree with his idea. He didn't expect that the person who helped him convince the old village chief in the end would be the treacherous official Su Jingzong. Chapter 316. For Su Jingzong to be able to become one of the 18 scholars of the Qin king's manor, he naturally had some ability. After he found out about Li Wangyu's thoughts, he actually dug out a story from the Eastern Han dynasty to convince the old village chief. There was an official called Ren Yan in the Eastern Han dynasty who was appointed as the governor of Jiuzhen. Jiuzhen was the central part of Vietnam in the future. However, the people of Jiuzhen did not have marriage rights, and they did not have a fixed wife. Ren Yan ordered all the men and women in the counties to get married and hold a wedding for them. At that time, there were over 2,000 men and women getting married at the same time. To thank Ren Yan, the people of Jiuzhen named their children Ren. Su Jingzong used this story to convince the old village chief that it was not unprecedented for people to get married at the same time, and it should be a good thing. With Su Jingzong's words and Li Wangyu's strong request, the old village chief could only helplessly agree to the mass wedding. Niu Yong, Niu Wu, and the group of old soldiers did not have any objections to this. As long as they could marry their wives, they did not care how the wedding was organized. Hence, the unprecedented mass wedding in the Tang dynasty was organized by Li Wangyu. Now that Li Wangyu had a lot of money, he naturally took care of everything for the Niu brothers and the old soldiers. The grain sunning field in the village was decorated with lanterns and streamers. The 127 families in the village, a total of 563 people, were all gathered here. A banquet that had never appeared in the Tang dynasty was held on the grain-sunning field. For this wedding, Li Wangyu specially borrowed 10 imperial chefs from the Taiji Palace from Pai Lupi, so their skills were naturally quite good. The 10 couples were led by the official matchmaker to get married. However, reciting a fan poem was difficult for Niu Yong and the others. If they relied on this group of rough men, they would not even be able to recite a limerick, let alone recite a fan poem. Whether it was Niu Yong, Niu Wu, or the old soldiers, the fan poem that they had to recite when they got married was all prepared by Li Wangyu in advance. They only needed Niu Yong and the others to recite it. But even so, Niu Yong and the other Guanzhong men used to wielding weapons were so anxious that they were covered in sweat. Hua! 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 The poem made Niu Yong recite it like it was constipated. Li Wangyu felt like killing someone after hearing it. Fortunately, there were not many people in Dingzhou village who were literate, not to mention composing poems. Even though Niu Yong and the others had recited the fan poem in such a manner, the over 500 villagers present also let out thunderous cheers. After reciting the poem, the palace maids shyly removed the feather fans in front of them, revealing their delicate and beautiful faces. Seeing the faces of the brides, the villagers of Dingzhou village cheered again. The men laughed and scolded Niu Yong and the others for being so lucky to be able to marry such beautiful women. The women in the village joked with each other, gossiping about whose bride was more beautiful, and whether it would be easy for them to give birth in the future. They tied their hair in a bun, the husband and wife bowed to heaven and earth, paid their respects to their parents-in-law, paid their respects to Li Wangyu, the wedding officiator, paid their respects to the guests, and sent them to the bridal chamber. This wedding banquet was noisy until the second day of the night before it finally dispersed. Everyone drank until they were dizzy and returned home. Since the county mail mansion was still under construction, and the original Niu family mansion was already dilapidated, Li Wangyu made the decision to let Niu Yong and Niu Wu temporarily set up their bridal chamber in the front yard of the Li family mansion. However, Li Wangyu soon regretted this decision. The next day, when the roosters in the village crowed, many villagers had already woken up and were preparing to take their carriages to Chang'an city to start work after washing up. However, Li Wangyu's expression was dull. He hugged his blanket and sat on the bed, wondering if he should chase the Niu brothers out of the house. There was no other reason other than the fact that the two brothers had made too much noise last night. It was so noisy that he almost wanted to knock on the door. If not for the fact that the Niu brothers were newlyweds and it was their wedding night, he would have gone berserk last night. Not only was Li Wangyu upset from the noise last night, his beautiful superior, Aphrodite, Perrin, and the others were even more unbearable today. When they left their rooms in the morning, they all had dark circles under their eyes and peach blossoms on their faces. Clearly, they had been attacked by the noise last night as well. Li Wangyu was even a little jealous of the Niu brothers. They were indeed as strong as calves. To be able to torment themselves for an entire night, their waists were too good. It wasn't just the Li family who had been attacked by the noise last night. There were countless other families in the village who had been disturbed last night. Early in the morning, many of the villagers left their houses with dark circles under their eyes and yawned non-stop. Clearly, they hadn't been able to sleep well the night before. The homes of the dozen or so old soldiers were scattered all over the village. It was as if the entire village had undergone a baptism of sound waves last night. It would be a miracle if the villagers could sleep well. A group of old bachelors who had been single for almost 40 years met a 30-year-old palace maid who had been locked up in the palace for more than 10 years. This was truly a raging fire, it was just that the fire burned a little too fiercely at night. Not to mention that the dilapidated houses made of yellow mud in the village didn't have any soundproofing effect. Even though the Li family's old residence had been repaired, the noise made by the Niu brothers in the front yard was enough to make Li Wangyu and his beautiful superior, who were in the backyard, unable to sleep all night. After getting out of bed, Li Wangyu glared at the Niu brothers angrily. However, the two brothers didn't feel ashamed at all. Instead, their faces were glowing. If it weren't for the fact that Li Wangyu knew that he couldn't beat these two animals, he would have fought them to the death long ago. It was just that his mouth was cheap. Why did he let these animals marry for no reason? It was simply too torturous. The Niu brothers didn't care about the fact that they had been eavesdropped on. In the eyes of this group of rough men, if they could satisfy their wives, it meant that their bodies were strong and others couldn't envy them. In the face of Li Wangyu's resentful eyes, the two brothers were still topless and exercising with stone weights in the front yard. Seeing their bodies full of muscles, Li Wangyu could only cover his face and leave. It was really too infuriating. After a night of noise, attacks, Li Wangyu began to wonder if it was time to help the village repair the houses. The construction of his county manor had already started and would be completed in half a year. It would be too unreasonable for him to move into such a luxurious manor while the villagers lived in thatched huts. What's more, he had promised his beautiful superior that he would build Dingzhou village into a peach blossom spring. Anyway, it wasn't expensive to build houses in the Tang dynasty. In addition, he had cement. Oh, no, now it was the mirage mud named by Pai Lupi. Not only would it be faster to build houses, the cost would be lower, and the houses would also be more solid. The more Li Wangyu thought about it, the more he felt that it was feasible. He was too lazy to argue with the Niu brothers, these two animals, and quickly ran to find Su Chongqing to discuss the matter of building houses. Chapter 317. The cost of building a house in the Tang dynasty was not high. During the Xuanzong period, the imperial court auctioned off a steel rubbing of state-owned real estate. It showed that a big house with 39 houses and an area of 2.9 mu was sold for 138 strings of coins. From this, it could be seen that the construction cost would not exceed 100 strings of coins. After Li Wangyu transmigrated to the Tang dynasty, the house in Huxian County, including the land, was only used to pay off the debt of 80,000 strings of coins, which was 80 strings of coins. This was also the reason why Yang Quan paid off part of the debt for Li Zhou's sake. Even if Li Wangyu wanted to build a big house for the villagers, it was not allowed. The houses built by the commoners were not allowed to have more than 3 rooms or 4 racks. The gatehouse could only have 1 room or 2 racks, and they were not allowed to decorate it. There were also rules for commoners' houses. A good family with less than 3 people is given 1 mu, 3 people plus 1 mu. A bad family with 5 people is given 1 mu, 5 people plus 1 mu. These rules were clearly stated in the Tang dynasty law, and could not be violated. Therefore, Li Wangyu and his beautiful boss calculated that even if the facilities were complete, building a house would at most cost 50 strings of coins, which would be around 200,000 yuan in the future. There were 127 families in Dingzhou village. However, 5,000 strings of copper coins was enough. Li Wangyu could really afford this amount of money. His beautiful boss naturally agreed with Li Wangyu's idea of building houses for the village. After some discussion, the two decided to build a new Dingzhou village near the county's manor. The new Dingzhou village not only had to have well-planned residences, but Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing also planned to build a complete landscape, roads, sewer pipes, methane pools, toilets, ditches, and a series of other public facilities for the village. Li Wangyu naturally could not design a new village, but he did not plan to do it himself. He just needed to find Yan Liben. Yan Liben's older brother, Yan Lide, would be a master craftsman in charge of the construction of the palace. It was easy to find him to design a village for him. Li Wangyu made a special trip to Chang and to ask Yan Liben to introduce his brother to him. Yan Lide naturally knew about Li Wangyu, the county's man, the crown prince's teacher, and his younger brother's teacher. When he heard Li Wangyou's intentions, he patted his chest and agreed without hesitation. That day, Landlord led the supervisor to Dingzhou village to survey the terrain and measure of the land. Li Wangyu took out a sketch of the new Zhou village that he had drawn after discussing with his beautiful superior. On the sketch, 127 small courtyards were located in an orderly manner at the foot of the hill where the county magistrate's mansion was located, adjacent to the Gan River. Li Wangyu sketched out a sketch of Dingzhou village. Although it was simple, it incorporated many of the architectural features of Wuxia after the Tang dynasty, which made Landlord applaud. Although Li Wangyu made a lot of requests, which Landlord thought were strange, they were not troublesome. Including using mirage mud to build tile-roofed houses. Now, the supervisor had begun to use the recipe Li Wangyu provided to make mirage mud on a large scale. The craftsman had figured out how to use mirage mud. It just so happened that the work supervisor did not have any tasks to build a palace, so Li Wangyu decided to ask Li Er to help him build a new village with his own money. Regarding this, Li Er naturally had no objections. He nodded and agreed to his request. When the supervisor's craftsman drove into Dingzhou village with all kinds of construction tools and materials, it immediately attracted the attention of the villagers. "Dalong, what are you doing? Is the county's man going to continue to expand the county's manor?" "I'm not sure, maybe. I'll call the village chief and ask if he needs our help." Let's go. The county's man's business is our business." When Li Wangyou's county's man's manor started construction, the village chief of Dingzhou village led a group of villagers to find Li Wangyu, wanting to work on the construction site. The villagers had to serve the corvée all year round, so they were good at construction. Toward Li Wangyu, all 500 people of Dingzhou village were moved to tears. Being able to work on his manor's construction site was also the old village chief and others' goodwill. Besides, Dingzhou village was now Li Wangyou's fief. The villagers would no longer serve the corvée, so it was natural for them to work on Li Wangyou's manor's construction site. However, Li Wangyu naturally declined the village chief's kindness. After all, he was born under the red flag and grew up in New China, so he still had this awareness. Although these villagers were now his, Li Wangyu didn't feel that he should exploit them. Nowadays, the villagers of Dingzhou village were all coachmen of the four-wheeled carriage company. A day's delay meant a day's worth of income. How could he have the nerve to ask the villagers to help him build a house? Therefore, no matter how the village chief and others asked, Li Wangyu refused, which made the village chief and others feel very regretful. However, a large number of construction tools and materials were transported to the village today, causing the villagers to misunderstand that Li Wangyu wanted to expand his manor. The village chief didn't look for Li Wangyu, so he led a group of villagers and rushed over. When he saw that the craftsmen had stopped their carriages and ox carts at the hillside outside the village and began to unload the tools, he hurried forward. "Everyone, you're wrong. The county's man's manor is on the hillside. You've got the location wrong." The supervising craftsmen stopped what they were doing and looked at an official in a light green official's robe. The official quickly walked over and cupped his hands towards the village chief. "Sir, you're not wrong. We're not building a manor for the county's man." "Not building a manor for the county's man? Then what are you doing?" the village chief asked. "We're here to build a new village." The words of the official who was going to be the supervisor stunned the old village head and all the villagers. "Build a village? What do you mean? This is our Dingzhou village's land. How can you build a new village? Who asked you to build a village here? This old man's surname is Qian, and I'm the village chief of Dingzhou village." "Why didn't I know about this?" the village chief asked with a frown. The official smiled. "Village chief Qian, the one who asked us to build a village here is the county's man." The village chief was stunned. "What? The county's man asked you to come? What is the meaning of this?" The county's man funded us and asked us to build a new house for you. It's that simple." As the official spoke, he unrolled a scroll in his hand. "Look, this is the sketch of the village that the county's man personally drew. We'll build a new Dingzhou village according to this drawing." With a whoosh, the villagers all crowded over. When they saw the contents of the scroll, they were so shocked that they couldn't close their mouths. This is real? This paradise on earth is the new house that the county's man built for us? Erlang, hit me. I'm not dreaming, am I? Muramasa, what happened? Chapter 318. After repeatedly confirming that this group of craftsmen was really building a new house for them, all the villagers, including the old village chief, were so excited that they couldn't control themselves. It wasn't that the villagers couldn't afford to build a new house with their own money. 50 or 60 strings of cash was no longer an astronomical figure for the villagers of Dingzhou village. But the significance of Li Wangyu building a house for them was completely different. In the eyes of the old village chief and the villagers, it was simply too incomprehensible that the county's founding father, who was so noble, would actually pay to build a house for them. The news of the new house being built instantly spread throughout the village. Under the leadership of the old village chief, the villagers of Dingzhou village all knelt in front of the Li family's old house, regardless of gender or age. Li Wangyu was speechless. It seemed that he was only paying to build a house for the village. Was there a need to be like this? He naturally couldn't understand the thoughts of the old village chief and the others. It could be said that ever since the villagers found out about the construction of the house, the 127 villagers of Dingzhou village became completely loyal to Li Wangyu. Originally, because Li Wangyu and Su Chongqing had done so many things for the village, everyone was already deeply grateful. But today, the villagers of Dingzhou village were absolutely loyal to Li Wangyu. If the data of the computer strategy games of the future were used to describe it, then their loyalty was off the charts and had reached the max level. It was estimated that even if Li Wangyu ascended to the throne and raised an uprising, wanting to rebel and seize the throne, these villagers would not hesitate to take kitchen knives and hoes and follow him to Chang'an city. Of course, Li Wangyu wouldn't have such a brain-damaged idea, and the villagers didn't need to follow Li Wangyu to the end of the world. In the face of the people who were kowtowing in front of his house, Li Wangyu could only brace himself and persuade them to get up. "Everyone, quickly get up, there's no need for this. Old village chief, please don't, please don't." Li Wangyu helped him up, but the person beside him knelt down again, making him extremely speechless. Yuqi village chief, this kind of old man, was kowtowing to him, which made Li Wangyu feel that his lifespan was shortened. What ability did he have to make these Dingzhou village villagers treat him like this? It took a Herculean effort to persuade the old village chief and the others, who were so excited that they couldn't control themselves, to the point of tears. The villagers expressed their gratitude again and again before slowly dispersing under Li Wangyu's persuasion. This caused a layer of white sweat to appear on his forehead. F***ck, feudal thinking is not good. However, the man was secretly pleased to be treated in this manner. This kind of treatment was impossible to experience in the future. While Li Wangyu was vexed, he also felt very satisfied. The news that Huxian Nan had appointed Zhou Siyuan to build a house quickly spread through the surrounding villages. Regarding this, the commoners who heard of this could only feel envy. Originally, Dingzhou Siyuan, which was like mud, was famous for being poor among the surrounding villages. No matter which family wanted to marry their daughter, they were unwilling to marry into Dingzhou Siyuan. In Dingzhou Siyuan, it wasn't just the old soldiers who were single. There were many people who were so poor that they couldn't find a wife. Thinking about it, this was very normal. Which family would be willing to push their daughter into a pit of fire and refuse to marry into a good family and insist on marrying into Dingzhou Siyuan to eat rice and vegetables? However, following Li Wangyu's move to Dingzhou Siyuan, in a short 2 months, there were already people from the surrounding villages who had invited matchmakers to the village to act as matchmakers. When the news of Li Wangyu building houses for the village spread, those official and private media almost flattened the doorsteps of the unmarried families in the village. These families in the village were originally distressed over not being able to find a wife, but now they were distressed over which family to choose. However, this kind of distress was actually a happy distress. Now that the villagers were free, they would run to the construction site at the foot of the facing sun hill to take a look and help the craftsmen work. Even an old man like the old village chief would use his walking stick to deliver water and food to the craftsmen. This made the craftsmen even more diligent. Those 127 small courtyards were being built at a speed visible to the naked eye every day. Landlord estimated that the construction of Dingzhou Cun would be completed in about 2 months. Regarding this, Li Wangyu didn't have any objections. After he threw all the work of building the village to Landlord, he became a shopkeeper. It wasn't that Li Wangyu wanted to be lazy, but that Su Jingzong was pestering him again. It was still the matter of settling the palace maids out of the palace. Pai Lupi gave the matter of settling the palace maids out of the palace to Li Wangyu. After ordering Su Jingzong to assist, this treacherous minister of the Wu Zhou dynasty wanted to handle this matter beautifully and show his face in front of Pai Lupi. However, Li Wangyu was very tired. After sending more than 1,000 palace maids back to their hometowns, and then holding a blind date, marrying off more than 1,000 palace maids, he didn't want to bother with this matter anymore. In fact, it wasn't that Li Wangyu wanted to wash his hands of this matter, but how to settle the remaining palace maids was really a headache. There were still about 500 palace maids left. These palace maids' hometowns and relatives had long lost contact with them. The remaining palace maids were unwilling to marry, or because they were too old and unsuitable for marriage. Apart from the 100 strings of copper coins given by Pai Lupi as a settlement fee and the little monthly salary they had accumulated, these palace maids had nothing else. How to settle them really gave Li Wangyu a headache. After all, the Tang dynasty was not the modern era. It was difficult for women to show their faces in public and find a suitable job. Otherwise, after the palace maids were released, there wouldn't be so many palace maids who were even reduced to working in brothels. Although there were a lot of copper coins in the family, there wouldn't be a lot. There would be a day when the mountain would be empty. At that time, these women would lose their livelihood, and it would be really pitiful. Li Wangyu thought of many ways, but he felt that they were not feasible, so he simply pushed the matter to Pai Lupi and asked Pai Lupi to make a decision. Although Pai Lupi was a good emperor who was diligent and loved the people, he was not a kind-hearted person. If these palace maids were to stay in Wuda for 9 years, they would be left to fend for themselves. But now it was impossible. Previously, Pai Lupi released the palace maids, ordered the county men to hold a blind date, and created momentum at the palace gate. Now, the people of the Tang dynasty were spreading the word of the saint's kindness. In the end, if these 500 palace maids were not dealt with properly and were criticized by the people, Pai Lupi would naturally not agree. Pai Lupi, who cared about his reputation, had no other ideas, so he just urged Su Jingzong. Su Jingzong, who was forced into a corner by Pai Lupi, could only come to Dingzhou village to find Li Wangyu. It felt like the ball was kicked under his feet again after being kicked back and forth. In this regard, Li Wangyu could do nothing but raise his middle finger in the direction of Chang'an City to express his excitement. Chapter 319. Li Wangyu was annoyed by Su Jingzong's pestering, but he had no good ideas. He could only promise that he would try his best and send Su Jingzong away. As for how to find a job for the palace maids, Li Wangyu could only continue to have a headache. Neither he nor his beautiful boss had any good ideas about this. In the Tang dynasty, it was really difficult for women to earn money in public. In this era, men worked outside and women worked in the house. Although women in the Tang dynasty did not stay at home like in the Ming and Qing dynasties, they rarely went out to work. Of course, ordinary peasant women were not included in this list. In order to make a living, even women had to work in the fields with their men during the busy farming season. In addition to being performers, performing music, dancing, and entertaining people with their beauty, there were a few rich families who needed to hire some older and more cultured women to teach their women etiquette. After all, these palace maids had been trained by the female officials in the palace for a long time, so their abilities were needless to say. Many of the older palace maids were invited by the rich families in Chang and to be female teachers in their mansions to teach their women. But obviously, these palace maids did not want to be performers. Moreover, even if they wanted to be performers, they were too old. In this regard, Li Wangyu thought about it until his head was about to explode, but he still could not come up with a reliable idea. On this day, Li Wangyu was lying in the backyard out of boredom, fanning himself with a round fan and drinking fruit juice with ice cubes. His eyes were darting around as he kept stealing glances at the scenery beside him. Now, except for Li Wangyu and Mosquito, who were male, no other men were allowed to enter the backyard of Lai Hot. The reason was naturally because the women in the backyard were wearing thin and light clothes after the hot weather. This naturally benefited Li Wangyu, who was cold on the outside but passionate on the inside, and his eyes took advantage of her every day. But this feeling of being able to see but not being able to touch was really heartwarming. As a healthy man, Li Wangyu was in pain and happy every day. The weather was hot, and his beautiful boss practiced yoga every day. She moved from the indoor to the shade of the backyard. In the backyard of Lai Hot, not only was her beautiful superior practicing yoga, Perrin and Avro were also practicing yoga with her. Even the 4 maidservants that Cho Kun had given her were also practicing yoga with her whenever they were free. Yoga could bring benefits to a woman's temperament and figure. Even the women of the Tang dynasty could not resist its charm. Therefore, when the women in the backyard practiced yoga every day, it became Li Wangyu's daily welfare time. With regards to Li Wangyu sitting on the recliner at this time of the day and sneaking glances at them under the guise of enjoying the cool air, all the young ladies in the residence were naturally well aware of it. Each of them had different reactions. In the future, his beautiful boss had long been used to this kind of gaze. Modern women wore sexier clothes when they went to the beach or the pool. They were no longer bothered by the attention of men. Therefore, when Li Wangyu peeped, Su Chongqing only rolled her beautiful eyes at him and calmly did her own things, not affected at all. Avro's mentality was closer to Su Chongqing's. Firstly, she was born in the Byzantine Empire after all, which was different from the customs of the Tang dynasty. Secondly, ever since she was bought by Li Wangyu, she had long regarded herself as Li Wangyu's woman. Therefore, in the face of Li Wangyu's scorching gaze, not only did Avro not resist, but she would also welcome his gaze and proudly stick out her proud peaks. In this regard, Li Wangyu could do nothing but swallow his saliva. Vixen! Damn it! As for Perrin and the 4 maidservants, their pretty faces would turn red every time Li Wangyu looked at them, and they would lower their heads and not dare to look at him. Their bashful appearance made Li Wangyu feel that the ancient poem was indeed well written. Fragrant flowers smile shyly, willowy wastes are warm and cozy. Wasn't it exactly like this? Li Wangyu took a sip of the cold juice and shook the round fan twice, feeling that it seemed to be missing the taste. At this time, shouldn't the fan in his hand be opened with a swoosh and then elegantly waving the fan, looking like a distinguished scholar? He looked at the round fan in his hand with disdain. This fan was no different from the cattail leaf fan in the future. How could it show off his distinguished and elegant style? That's right, the folding fan. It seemed that this thing hadn't been invented in the Tang dynasty yet. Li Wangyu thought for a moment and realized that he really didn't seem to have seen anyone use a folding fan in the Tang dynasty. He didn't know that folding fans only appeared in the Song dynasty, and it was only in the Ming dynasty that they were taken out of the palace and became popular for a time because of Emperor Yongl's love. If a distinguished scholar didn't have a folding fan made by a famous calligraphy artist, he would be ashamed to go out and meet people. Li Wangyu's interest was piqued. He got up and ran back to the study, took a charcoal pencil and paper, and began to draw the structure of the folding fan. The folding fan wasn't complicated. It was just made up of the ribs and the fan face. Although Li Wangyu didn't know how to make a fan, he believed that it wouldn't be difficult to make a folding fan if he drew a diagram and asked the village's carpenter Lu to perfect it. At that time, he would ask Yen Liben to draw the fan face for him, and then ask Pai Lupi to inscribe a few words for him. TSK, TSK. What kind of style would this fan look like when he held it in his hand? After finishing the drawing of the folding fan in a few strokes, Li Wangyu threw it aside and went back to find Carpenter Lu to make the fan. Now, he should continue to look at the beauties at home and do yoga. Under the shade of a tree in the backyard, there was a thick blanket. The beauties at home wore thin clothes and were barefoot on the blanket, practicing with their beautiful boss. Li Wangyu looked around and was very satisfied. His beautiful boss, in particular, had a mature woman's body, long, straight, round legs, small waist and towering peaks. Li Wangyu's eyes almost fell in. On the other hand, although Aphrodite was only 15 years old, she wasn't inferior to his beautiful boss at all. The development of European women was really better than that of Eastern women in certain aspects. Li Wangyu dared to bet that his beautiful boss's impressive upper body would definitely make most Eastern women envious and jealous. But for the 15-year-old Aphrodite, even his beautiful boss could only look up at her in envy. Li Wangyu's eyes would always be unconsciously attracted by his beautiful boss and Aphrodite's fatally seductive bodies, and he would forget to look away, but with his keen observation, as a man, he soon noticed an interesting situation. His beautiful boss and Aphrodite were also exercising, but the beautiful boss's proud body wouldn't shake violently. On the other hand, Aphrodite's movements made Li Wangyu's heart beat faster and his mouth go dry. Li Wangyu couldn't help but wonder in his mind whether it was a problem of gravity or a difference in race. But when his eyes unconsciously swept over Aphrodite, his gaze was involuntarily attracted by the bulges on Aphrodite's clothes. Li Wangyu had a sudden epiphany. So that was it. Then, a bold idea formed in his mind. It seemed that this was something that palace maids who left the palace would do. Chapter 320. With Li Wangyu's unique, observational skills, as a man, he discovered that the problem was that his beautiful superior was wearing underwear, but Aphrodite wasn't. This was naturally normal. In this era, be it the Tang dynasty or the distant Byzantine Empire, women's underwear wasn't scientific. Actually, it couldn't be said that Aphrodite wasn't wearing underwear, but that there weren't women's underwear like in the modern era. In ancient times, underwear was also known as underwear, which meant frivolous and undignified. In the Han dynasty, underwear was also known as belly-hugging or heart clothing. It was a simple cloth wrapped around the abdomen, leaving the back exposed. In the Wei and Jin dynasties, the name of underwear changed to tu dang, which usually had 2 layers. The interlayer could be lined with cotton, which could cover both the chest and the back, keeping the body warm. In the Tang dynasty, women's underwear was known as tuzi, which was a strapless, open-side underwear. In the Tang dynasty, women liked to wear half-exposed dresses. They would tie their dresses high above their chest, tie a wide belt under their breasts, and drape a transparent tulle over them. The tuzi would be faintly discernible, making them very bold. In fact, the Tang dynasty was the first to wear underwear outside. No matter if it was a stunning and beautiful woman, a pretty girl from a humble family, or a graceful and luxurious woman, they were all like this. As for the underwear commonly seen in TV series in the modern era, it only appeared in the Qing dynasty. After Li Wangyu noticed that Aphrodite wasn't wearing underwear, his nose started to itch again. After rubbing his nose, he suddenly had an idea. Could he organize the more than 500 palace maids to make and sell underwear? In Li Wangyu's opinion, underwear that could accentuate one's figure and was good for women's bodies in the Tang dynasty, an era when women weren't bound by feudal ideology, should have a lot of market prospects. In the prosperous Tang dynasty, women didn't wrap themselves up tightly like in the Ming and Qing dynasties. Instead, they boldly revealed their bodies just like in the modern era. Moreover, the more noble a woman was, the more revealing her clothes were. Revealing, revealing, and plump were the fashion trends of those noble ladies. This had long been confirmed by later generations of historians, and the paintings of princesses and noble ladies on various murals of the Tang dynasty had also shown this point to later generations after thousands of years of time. However, Li Wangyu was very lucky to be able to witness this scene with his own eyes. In his opinion, those sexy female stars in the various movie award ceremonies of later generations may not be comparable to the noble ladies of the Tang dynasty. Revealing a bottomless cleavage was definitely a scene in the Tang dynasty. Old Mao Zi's movie, Curse of the Golden Flower, was once ridiculed because the cleavage on the screen was too plump. In fact, old schemer had been wronged. The women of the Tang dynasty really took the fair and plump cleavage as their beauty, and they were not stingy in showing it. When Li Wangyu was in the Taiji Palace, he saw that the palace maid's attire was no less reserved than in the movies. In fact, it was even bolder. Not only in the palace, but also among the commoners. Ouyang Sun once wrote a poem that went like this: 28 flower ornaments, chest like snow, face like flowers. What he meant was that a 16-year-old girl with a large area of her fair and tender skin was exposed. TSK, she was really an old hooligan. During the Tang dynasty, there were quite a few such wretched and weird uncles. The Tang dynasty poet Zhou Yi wrote a poem called Meet the Girl Next Door, because of the beauty of the girl next door. When the sun is high, the girl next door meets with a smile, slowly binding her skirt and half revealing her chest. Not to the autumn pond, but to the green water, the difference shames by Fu Rong. What was slowly binding her skirt and half revealing her chest? What was shaming by Fu Rong? The old driver Li Wangyu expressed that he did not understand. He was very simple. The complete Tang dynasty poems contained countless poems about the beauty of the chest. Even Bai Ju Yi was not exempt from this. He also wrote a poem like, half revealing the chest like snow, slanting her face like a wave. In short, the Tang people were very tolerant and appreciative of the way women showed off their cleavage. This strengthened Li Wangyu's confidence in developing the underwear industry. Li Wangyu naturally did not know how to make underwear. He was not a pervert who would spend his free time studying the structure of women's underwear. But it did not matter if he did not know how. His beautiful superior understood. Moreover, she still had the leopard print underwear that she had transmigrated to the Tang dynasty. It could be used as a sample. Pulling his beautiful superior to the side, he quietly told her about his genius idea. The beautiful superior could not help but shyly reach out and fiercely pinch Li Wangyu's waist. Damn pervert, you can even think of this sort of thing? It hurts, let go. Quickly let go. How am I a pervert? Am I not just thinking for the sake of those palace maids? Also, this is killing many birds with one stone. The women of the Tang dynasty will be grateful to you. Bah, damn pervert. The beautiful superior's face was bright red. She let go of the fingers that were pinching Li Wangyu's waist. Li Wangyu chuckled. Besides, aren't I doing this for your sake? Hee, when you fell into my bathtub, you should only have a set of underwear on you, right? You're still saying it. The beautiful superior's face was distressed. She used her fist to repeatedly hit Li Wangyu's shoulder. Okay, I won't say it. What do you think of this matter? Can you do it? The beautiful superior slightly nodded. I will go to Empress Zhongsun for this matter. You are not allowed to intervene. How can that be? I have to check for you. Otherwise, how do you know the effect of the underwear on the body? This underwear needs to be examined by a man's eyes, right? Li Wangyu was not willing to let go. This was a rare benefit. When he thought of the famous underwear shows in the future, such as Victoria's Secret, and the appearance of those supermodels wearing sexy underwear on the catwalk, Li Wangyu could not help but swallow. Moreover, Li Wangyu heard that when those supermodels changed backstage, they did not avoid the male designers or staff. TSK, thinking about it, it was really a happy industry. If he worked in the underwear industry in the Tang dynasty, would he also be able to feast his eyes because of this? However, his little thoughts were seen through by the beautiful superior at a glance. She crossed her arms in front of her chest and coldly glanced at Li Wangyu. "Humph, you want to see underwear models, right? Let me tell you, don't even think about it. I was the one who came up with this idea." Li Wangyu argued for his rights. The beautiful superior once again issued a cold snort from her nostrils. "So what? You really don't want me to participate? Humph. Pervert." Facing the beautiful superior who did not give in at all, Li Wangyu could only retreat in defeat and obediently give up the underwear industry with both hands. No matter how much he opposed, the beautiful superior would not give him the opportunity to touch the underwear industry. This made Li Wangyu very depressed. In this regard, Li Wangyu deeply regretted, and strongly condemned Su Changqing's action of burning the bridge after crossing the river. However, it seemed that the Li residents would have another business that would bring in large amounts of money every day. This made him feel slightly gratified. Chapter 321. His beautiful boss did not allow Li Wangyu to meddle in the underwear industry, which saved him a lot of trouble. Apart from Su Changqing himself, the women in the family, including Afro, all had a pair of skillful hands and were good at needlework. Even the two new daughters-in-law of the Niu brothers were the same. As for the beautiful boss, there was no need to count on her. In the future, she did not even know how to use an electric sewing machine, let alone sewing clothes with a needle and thread. It was indeed too difficult for a white-collar beauty who was used to using a keyboard and mouse to learn needlework. The beautiful boss also pulled the two new daughters-in-law of the Niu family to the back residence. Now, Su Qiao should be called Niu Su Su, while Niu Wu's beautiful daughter-in-law should be called Niu Su Xie. After marriage, a woman would take her husband's surname. This was a tradition since ancient times in Wuxia. Even in the future, Hong Kong and other regions had such a custom. Naturally, Niu Su Su and Niu Su Xie were also good at needlework. The beautiful boss naturally trusted the daughters-in-law of her troops, so she asked them to start sewing underwear together with Perrin and the others. With the underwear that Su Changqing had worn when he had transmigrated as a sample, in the backyard, a few clever women quickly used needles and silk to sew a few sets of underwear of different sizes. The freshly made underwear gave these women of the Tang dynasty a great surprise. Under the guidance of Su Changqing, they all eagerly and shyly went to their rooms to change into their underwear. The unprecedented comfort of being wrapped up made this group of women fall madly in love with these underwear. It only took a moment for them to go from feeling shy about wearing such things to not wearing them after putting them on and feeling like they were running naked. Seeing that all the women in the residence loved the underwear so much, the beautiful boss naturally knew that it was a success. She took several sets of newly sewn silk underwear and went to Taiji Palace in Chang'an to meet Empress Zhongsun. This kind of profitable industry would make money from the noblewomen of the Tang dynasty. Moreover, it was to settle the palace maids out of the palace, so she naturally had to pull Empress Zhongsun along to make a fortune. The beautiful boss had an idea and pulled Empress Zhongsun to invest in the carriage business. She had already tasted the sweetness of cooperation with the royal family. It could be said that with the Li family's businesses, nothing was taboo. No one dared to interfere, and no one dared to obstruct the Li family's businesses. Even though the aristocratic families were dissatisfied with Hu Xiannan, they didn't dare to do anything to him. It just so happened that today concubine Yang was also chatting in Empress Jiangsuan's Li Hall. Seeing Su Changqing enter the palace, the two most distinguished women of the Tang dynasty were very happy. Both Empress Zhongsun and concubine Yang liked Su Changqing very much. Not to mention the fact that this capable niece-in-law had brought so many benefits to the palace, even the yoga she taught had benefited the two of them greatly. What's more, Li Wangyu was her son's teacher. Empress Zhongsun also treated Su Changqing differently. "Changqing, what brings you to the palace to see me today?" "Your Highness, concubine Yang, I'm here today to present a treasure." The beautiful boss covered her mouth and chuckled. She took out several silk undergarments. Empress Jiangsun and concubine Yang reached out to take them and looked at them curiously. "What are these? They seem to be a bit like plum. But why is the style so strange? Why are there so few materials?" "These are undergarments." Su Chongqing lowered his voice and explained to the two of them while gesturing. "These undergarments are interesting. I'll try them on." Hearing that these were women's undergarments, concubine Yang was also interested. She took one and asked the palace maid to go to the inner hall to help her change and try it on. Su Chongqing quickly followed and showed concubine Yang how to wear it. Not long after, concubine Yang came out of the inner hall again, but Empress Jiangsun was slightly surprised. "Sister, your figure seems to be a bit different." Empress Jiangsun stared at concubine Yang's chest and asked uncertainly. Concubine Yang was now the mother of 2 children. She and Pai Lupi gave birth to the 5th prince, Prince Qi, Liu, and just gave birth to the 6th prince, Prince Liang, Liu. Her body naturally had the plump of a mature wife. At this time, concubine Yang's chest was more and more towering, and her cleavage was deep. Empress Jiangsun, who was used to seeing her, was a little stunned. How could concubine Yang change so much in a moment? Were these clothes called undergarments really so magical? With concubine Yang as a precedent, Empress Jiangsun didn't care that she was pregnant. She let the palace maid help her to the inner hall to change clothes. Sure enough, after wearing the undergarments, the comfortable close-fitting feeling of being tightly wrapped made Empress Jiangsun feel extremely satisfied, not to mention the body-shaping effect it brought. "Chongqing, your undergarments are really magical. I like it very much. Later, you have to send more to me." Seeing the excellent effect of the sample sent, Su Chongqing couldn't help but cover his mouth and chuckle. "Your Highness, I want to partner with you in this undergarments business today. Do you think it's possible? If this undergarments are sold, is there anyone willing to buy it?" "Yes, of course it's possible. I think that this thing will make those women break their heads to buy it. Chongqing, you're really as smart as the men of your household." Reminded by her beautiful superior, Empress Jiangsun also reacted and repeatedly applauded. "Then we'll follow the model of the carriage and winery. What do you think?" Su Chongqing shook his head. "Your Highness, I'm afraid this matter has to be handled in a different way." "Oh? Why is that?" Empress Jiangsun asked puzzledly. Su Chongqing explained the matter of the 500 or so palace maids in full detail. He wanted to use this undergarments business to let the 500 or so palace maids have a stable livelihood. Empress Jiangsun heard this and sighed for a long time. This is my and Erlang's fault. You and Zio thought it through. So, we'll do as you say." "I agree." "Your Highness, what are you saying? It's you and His Majesty who are merciful and can't bear to see those palace maids suffer." The matter of opening an undergarments shop with the palace maids and making and selling undergarments was settled in a few words by the two of them. Empress Jiangsun invested 50,000 strings of cash to buy shops in the east and west markets, occupying 40% of the undergarments shop. The Li family of Huxian took 30%, investing in technology and management. The remaining 30% was divided among the 500 or so palace maids. However, these palace maids also needed to each take out 100 strings of cash as capital to invest. Originally, Empress Jiangsun didn't want to take the palace maid's money, but her beautiful superior insisted. In her words, if the palace maids didn't contribute, they wouldn't necessarily cherish this business. Therefore, it was very appropriate to let the palace maids use the 100 strings of cash that the palace gave out as a settlement allowance to invest. Empress Jiangsun thought for a while and nodded in agreement. She ordered people to go to Yeding Palace to pass on the message that the 500 or so palace maids who were willing to pay could become one of the owners of the undergarments shop. This caused quite a stir in Yeding Palace. Chapter 322. Giving up 100 strings of cash to get out of the palace in exchange for an unknown underwear shop caused a lot of waves in the Yeding Palace. No one knew what an underwear shop was. How much could the shop make in the future? No one knew. This made the palace maids talk about it, not knowing where to go. 100 strings of cash was not a lot, but it was not a small amount either. If it was the salary of a 7th-grade official in the Tang dynasty, it would be about 50 months, which was about 4 years of salary. The average monthly income of an ordinary person in Jianghu was about 100 strings of cash. 100 strings of cash was equivalent to 8 years of income of an ordinary person. This made the palace maids hesitate, not knowing if they should invest. Some palace maids were hesitant, but there were also people who understood. As soon as the news came to the Yeding Palace, some palace maids signed up without hesitation. Many palace maids who were familiar with these bold palace maids could not help but persuade them. Ronyang, it's 100 strings of cash. Are you going to give it up? Is it worth it? I don't know what an underwear shop does. Jade Mother, you have to trust me. Go and sign up. If you miss this opportunity, you won't get another one. The palace maid called Ronyang smiled sweetly and persuaded her. But, no buts. Think about it, the underwear shop is the business of Her Highness and Huxian Man. Who is Huxian Man? That was a literary star descending to the mortal world. His and Her Highness the Empress carriage business was a good business that made them a lot of money. With these two as the owners, what are you worried about? It's 100 strings of cash. The palace maid was still reluctant. She had never had 100 strings of cash. Ronyang sighed, so what if it's 1,000 strings of cash? There will be a day when it's all gone. What should we do then? Since we don't want to get married, we can't go to Pingkong Square to entertain people. Jade Mother, listen to me. Go and sign up. Well. Okay, I'll listen to you. I'll sign up too. The palace maid called Jade Mother hesitated and was finally persuaded. Such conversations were not uncommon in Yeding Palace. The palace maids, who had been hesitant, all decided to take a gamble after a mental struggle. They would use the settlement fee in exchange for a stable business. If these palace maids knew what underwear was, if they knew that after Pai Lupi saw Yang Fei wearing underwear, he was amazed by the changes in his wife's body and had a night of plum blossoms, perhaps they wouldn't be so worried. Of course, the palace maids didn't know that after a few years, there would be more than 500 rich ladies in Jianghu. She was beautiful and wealthy, which attracted the attention of many people in Jianghu, but also caused a lot of trouble. These were all things that would happen later. At this time, the 500 or so palace maids who were nervous naturally could not foresee what would happen in the future. With the support of Empress Zhongsun and enough copper coins, the establishment of the lingerie shop went smoothly. However, this had nothing to do with Li Wangyu. Having been excluded from the underwear industry, he didn't have to worry about how to settle the palace maids. Therefore, he spent a few days leisurely. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms had been copied and had been given to owner's son to slowly engrave and print. The Romance of the Three Kingdoms was popular in Jianghu and the surrounding counties. There were all kinds of pirated copies, which made Li Wangyu feel helpless. Fortunately, he didn't rely on this book to make money, so he didn't care. The two little kids, Li Qingxian and Li Tai, came to Dingzhou village more and more often, and became closer to Li Wangyu. The two little kids were full of admiration for this little teacher who could always think of all kinds of ways to bring them along to play. Li Wangyu's way of educating these two little kids was to combine education with fun. He took them to play with the other children in the village, hoping to re-establish a normal world view for them, so that their future would not be so tragic and dark. As for Princess Royal Li Lizzie, she was taken away by her beautiful superior every time she came to Dingzhou village. After all, she was a girl, and it was more suitable for her to be taught by a beautiful superior. The carriage business was thriving, and the high alcohol content of the winery was also on the market. After tasting the highly distilled liquor, the people of Jianghu went crazy. They went crazy for the unprecedented wine. How could the Tangs, who were addicted to wine, resist such good wine? But all the restaurants and wine shops that sold wine were filled with an unprecedented and extremely rich wine fragrance. The wine fragrance made the Tang's wine worms feel uncomfortable, and many people were attracted to the winery by the rich wine fragrance. The Tangs, who were used to drinking low alcohol content wine, could not stand the alcohol stimulation of the high alcohol content wine. The Tangs, who could drink a bucket of wine and not get drunk, became drunk after drinking a liter of white wine. Li Bai wrote hundreds of poems when drinking wine, and could drink 300 cups in one go. If it was high alcohol content wine, he would have been drunk into a puddle of mud. For a time, the number of drunkards in Jianghu increased, and the number of drunk people was innumerable. Every day, the marquis who patrolled the streets had to drag out many drunkards who passed out on the streets. Especially after the curfew, those who passed out on the streets would not only be beaten 40 times, but also thrown into the prison to sober them up. But even so, the Shaodao wine brewed in the winery was still sold out. The high price of 50 strings of coins per bucket, which was 5 times the price of the most expensive wine in the Tang dynasty, still did not stop the drunkards of the Tang dynasty from chasing after the Shaodao wine. At present, the winery in the call of Mount Shouyang had just started production, so the output was not high, only about 10 tons of white wine a month. Converted into the unit of measurement of the Tang dynasty, it was 1,000 buckets. If all of them were sold, the income would be 50,000 strings of coins, and the profit would be at least 40,000 strings of coins. The output of the winery was still increasing. As long as there was enough sorghum, more wine could be brewed. Now, the Qiu family in Jianghu was constantly transferring sorghum from all over the Tang dynasty to Li Wangyou's winery. However, due to the locust plague in Guangzhongdao this year, the sorghum that could be transferred was limited, which also limited the output of the winery. Li Wangyou was not worried. After all, he knew that the grain of the Tang dynasty would usher in a bumper harvest 3 years after Zhengguan. It was recorded in the comprehensive mirror of aid for governance, when the year is ripe, the world is vast, and the scattered people return to their hometowns, rice will be no more than 3 or 4 coins. Although Li Wangyou did not believe that the price of rice would be reduced to such an extent, at least the grain harvest was certain. After calculating the property of his family, Li Wangyou was very satisfied and lived quite leisurely every day. But today, a group of playboys suddenly came to the door and insisted on dragging Li Wangyou to Jianghu to watch the polo match. Li Wangyou looked up at the scorching sun in the sky, but he had no intention of going out. Going out on such a hot day was not like drinking iced fruit juice in his own backyard and looking at cool beauties. However, Li Wangyou could not resist the playboy's forceful pull. He was dragged on the back of a horse, and the group of people rode to Jianghu. Chapter 323. Polo was known as striking Jew in ancient China. It was invented in the Han dynasty and flourished in the Tang and Song dynasties. In the Three Kingdoms period, Chao Zhi's Mingdu chapter had a poem that said, even riding a horse to strike Ju Rang, cleverly pushing through 10,000 ends. This showed that polo had existed at least in the late Han dynasty. Polo was known as striking ball in the Tang dynasty. It could be said that it was the #1 sport in the Tang dynasty. Its popularity was far beyond that of football and basketball in the modern era. It was not an exaggeration to call it the national sport. Not only the civil and military officials and the common people loved polo, but even the emperors of the Tang dynasty were the same. Among the 23 emperors of the Tang dynasty, 2 of them actually died because of polo. This showed how passionate the people were. There was even a women's polo team in the Tang dynasty. Polo in the Tang dynasty already had detailed rules and etiquette, and there were polo courts all over the country. The mural, playing polo, that was unearthed in the tomb of the Tang dynasty's crown prince vividly depicted the scene of polo in the Tang dynasty. Unfortunately, with the rolling wheels of history, polo almost disappeared from China during the Ming and Qing dynasties and was instead popular in the West. It was a pity that this style of the Tang dynasty still existed in the West. Li Wangyu only knew about polo in his previous life. He had never come into contact with it, so naturally, he was not interested in it. However, since he was dragged here by the popinjays, he just went with the flow and treated it as a chance to experience the customs of the Tang dynasty. Today, the popinjays dragged him to a place that Li Wangyu had never been to, the Baya 6 army's encampment in the northern imperial garden. Li Wangyu could not help but be curious when he saw that the polo match was held in the imperial army's encampment. Brothers, why is today's striking ball being held in the Baya imperial army's encampment? Who are the two sides of the match? Cheng Chumo laughed. Today is the match between the Baya 6 armies and the Nanya 16 guards. Last time, this group of robbers lost in the Nanya encampment and were very unconvinced. They are clamoring for another match in the Baya encampment. Let's fight. Do you think I'm afraid of them? That's right, today, our Nanya will win. Yuchi Baochi also laughed. Li Wangyu was a little confused by the words of these two bastards. He simply pulled Fang Yai aside and asked in a low voice. Only then did he figure out the reason. In Chang'an City, the northern Yamen 6 armies were Pai Lupi's personal troops. They were the soldiers and their descendants who served Li Yuan when he attacked Taiyuan. The 6 armies of Baya, also known as the Yuan-Song Imperial Army, were responsible for guarding the north gate of the palace and accompanying the emperor in hunting. They were Pai Lupi's closest bodyguards and were stationed in the north courtyard of the palace of Chang'an. As for the 16 guards of the southern Yamen, they were in charge of all the soldiers under the heavens, including Cheng Chumo's left and right Jinwu guards and Yuchi Baochi's Qianyo guards. Because the 16 guards were located in the south of the imperial palace, they were called the 16 guards of the southern palace. Because the 6 armies of the northern Yamen and the 16 guards of the southern Yamen were both stationed in Chang'an City, there was no lack of friction between them. However, they were all imperial guards of the Tang dynasty. If there was a conflict between them, they couldn't fight with real swords and spears, could they? Thus, playing polo to determine the winner became a very good choice. Every time there was a conflict between the imperial guards of the southern Yamen, the generals of the 16 guards of the southern Yamen would negotiate with the imperial guards of the northern Yamen to play polo. The loser would retreat. Pai Lupi was happy to see this happen. After all, he liked to play polo. The imperial guards could resolve conflicts and train their horsemanship by doing this. Why not? With Pai Lupi's tacit approval and support, playing polo to resolve conflicts between the imperial guards of the northern Yamen became a common practice. The reason for today's game at the northern Yamen Imperial Army was also related to Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu was confused about this. What does this have to do with me? Brothers, don't talk nonsense. Nonsense. Isn't it because of the burning knife brewed by your winery? A few days ago, a group of soldiers of the 16 guards of the southern Yamen went out for a rest and drank your burning knife. As a result, they got drunk and had a conflict with a group of soldiers of the 6 armies of the northern Yamen who were also drunk. Cheng Chumo patted Li Wangyu's shoulder and laughed. Damn it. They got drunk and caused trouble. What does it have to do with me? Li Wangyu didn't want to take the blame for this. Cheng Chumo continued, Tisk, TSK. Those drunken cats fought each other so fiercely. In the end, they all said that it was the other party's fault. So, they had to play polo to solve the problem. The loser has to apologize. It's that simple. Li Wangyu rolled his eyes speechlessly. These generals of the Imperial Guards were so bored that they had to make such a big scene for such a trivial matter. He felt that it was most likely Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda, these old bastards, who were so bored that they let the Imperial Guards play polo to pass the time. Li Wangyu was too lazy to ask about this matter. He looked around and asked the group of playboys, how come I don't see that fatty Cho Kun? This is the Northern Yamen Imperial Guard's encampment. I'm afraid he can't come in by himself. This was the fatty who bought his Chang'ong Tu from Ping Kong Fang. Although their statuses were different now, their relationship was still very good. The Chou family owned 10% of the Shun Feng Carriage Company. The sorghum used in the winery was all purchased through the Chou family. The relationship between the two parties was even closer. Li Wangyu liked this fatty who didn't have any schemes. He didn't put on airs in front of him and even introduced him to the group of playboys. The fatty Chou Kun was also very much to the liking of the group of playboys. They didn't treat him as a merchant or a lowly commoner. Under the fatty's painstaking efforts to befriend him, he became friends with the playboys. They often met up to drink and have fun together. Today, when they came to the Northern Yamen Imperial Guard's encampment to watch the polo match, the playboys also called the fatty along. That was why Li Wangyu asked this question. The fatty sent a message. His family's Darren caught a cold today, so he will be a little late. I ordered people to wait for him at the entrance of the barracks. When he arrives, they will bring him in. Cheng Chumo replied. Li Wangyu nodded. Everyone dismounted from their horses in the Northern Yamen barracks and left the horses to the Imperial Guards to take care of. The group of people walked together to the polo field. When they arrived at the polo field, Li Wangyu was slightly surprised. It was mainly because the polo field was too big. Han Yu once wrote a poem, Bien and Si communicate with each other at the corner of the county, the field is flat like a knife. The short fence is winding on three sides, with red flags beating drums and soaring trees. The baseball field has short walls on three sides and red flags around it. The field is 1,000 steps long and flat like a knife. Since ancient times, the distance of one step in China was different. In the Tang dynasty, one step was taken by Pai Lupi's left and right feet. It was defined as a unit of length, which was about 1.5 meters in the modern era. The polo field was 1,000 steps long, which was 1,500 meters long, which was 1.5 kilometers long. The standard football field in the modern era was no more than 120 meters long, which was equivalent to the length of 12 or 13 football fields. Li Wangyu could only click his tongue and express that he was also a country bumpkin for once. He was convinced by the scale and momentum of the great Tang dynasty. At this time, the three short walls of the polo field were full of armored soldiers from the Northern Yamen 6 armies. There was also a platform built from logs on one side of the field for people to watch the match. Li Wangyu and the group of playboys chatted and laughed as they walked towards the platform. Suddenly, they heard an Imperial Guard running towards them. Young Duke, your friend was beaten up by someone. Chapter 324. His friend was beaten up? Who was beaten up? Li Wangyu and the group of wastrels were stunned for a while before they suddenly realized that the Imperial Guard was talking about the fatty Chou Kun. Speak clearly, where is it? Who dares to touch my brothers? At the gate. The Yuan Gate was the entrance to the barracks. The foppish lords looked at each other and rushed towards the Northern Yamen Imperial Army barracks with angry faces. Li Wangyu followed closely behind them. However, this group of wastrels was a group of animals and disappeared in a few seconds. Poor Li Wangyu, who was 16 years old and still very thin and weak, how could he catch up with them? The encampment of the Imperial Guards was terrifyingly big. If it weren't for the fact that horses were not allowed in the camp, Li Wangyu would have wanted to find a horse to ride. By the time he reached the gate with a red face and breathless breath, he saw that the wastrels were already fighting with a group of strong men. This group of Silk Pants, Cheng Chumo and his brothers, the Yuchi twins, Chai Lingguo and the others, needless to say, were taught by Cheng Yaojin and Yuchi Jingda, these kind of old scoundrels. They were all muscular, skilled in archery and horse riding, and had martial art skills. Although Niu Xingping's legs were inconvenient, he ran faster than Li Wangyu just now. At this time, when he fought, he was even more vigorous and didn't seem to be affected by his leg injury. As for Fang Yai's strength, it was recorded in the history books, so there was no need to talk about it. He didn't know how Fang Xianling gave birth to such a son. He really didn't know if Lady Fang had cuckolded Prime Minister Fang. The brothers Wei Shuyu, Du He, and Du Go had mingled with Cheng Chumo and the others for too long. Unexpectedly, they were not careless in the slightest when it came to fighting. The way they fought made Li Wangyu feel sorry for their opponents. In short, there were more than 20 strong men fighting with the wastrels, but the wastrels seemed to have the upper hand. At this time, the people who were beaten to the ground were the other party's people. Li Wangyu naturally didn't want to fall behind. It wasn't like he hadn't fought in groups when he was young. However, when he looked at the huge difference between his body and the group of brawny men, he wisely did not rush forward. Looking around, Li Wangyu picked up a green brick from the ground. The gate of the northern Yamen Imperial Army was built in a rather imposing manner. Even the ground was paved with specially baked, high-quality bricks, which made things much more convenient for Li Wangyu. As the saying goes, no matter how good one's martial arts are, they will still be knocked down by a brick. In the street fighting cold weapon ranking, even if the brick wasn't number 1, it was still one of the top weapons. Li Wangyu weighed the brick in his hand and felt that it felt good. Then, he turned his palm and put the brick into his wide sleeve. After preparing a convenient weapon, Li Wangyu slipped into the battlefield. On the other side, Wei Shuyu was wrestling with a strong man. Apparently, he didn't have enough strength. He was pressed under the man's body and was about to suffer. Li Wangyu appeared behind the brawny man like a ghost. He raised the brick in his hand and smashed it down heavily on the brawny man's head. It had to be said that the quality of the bricks baked in the Tang dynasty was absolutely excellent. When the brick hit the brawny man's head, it was like a die factory. The brawny man's head was directly smashed by the brick and fell down with a muffled groan. If Wei Shuyu was also a person from another world, he would definitely give Li Wangyu a thumbs up to show his gratitude. Unfortunately, the action of giving a thumbs up was invented by the ancient Romans and had not yet been spread to the Tang dynasty. It was a pity. Wei Shuyu smiled and winked at Li Wangyu. He pushed away the brawny man who had been knocked unconscious by Li Wangyu and shouted as he rushed toward the other brawny man who was wrestling with the Du brothers. Li Wangyu remained calm and collected. He once again stayed behind the brawny man who was wrestling with Chai Lingwu and smashed the brick again, relying on Li Wangyu's shameless sneak attack, coupled with the powerful fighting strength of Cheng Chumo and the others. Soon the brawny men were lying on the ground. All of them groaned for a long time and couldn't get up. As for those unlucky fellows whose heads were bleeding, they were obviously the result of Li Wangyu's sneak attack with a brick. Seeing that his side had achieved a complete victory, Li Wangyu casually threw the green brick to the side and patted the dust off his hands. Only then did he notice Fatty Cho Kun at the side. This unlucky kid had obviously been beaten up quite badly. Both of his eyes were already bruised, the corner of his mouth was also broken, and blood was seeping out. His clothes were tattered and covered in filth. Cho Kun, what happened? Who are these people? Why did they beat you? When Li Wangyu ran over, the two sides were already wrestling. He didn't have time to ask what had happened and was still confused. Before Cho Kun could speak, Cheng Chumo angrily spat on the ground. Bastards, they are all fake sons of the Duke of Chongping. The leader is called Zhang Shenji, the adopted son of the Duke of Chongping. When we rushed over, this group of bastards was beating up the fatty, so we started fighting. Duke of Chongping? Zhang Liang? Why was it him again? Could it be that this Cho family was really incompatible with Zhang Liang's birth characters? Previously, because Cho Yuanliang drank too much and bragged, Zhang Liang's fake sons came to ask for the fake ancient painting and forced Li Wangyu to help them forge one. Today, everything was fine. How did Cho Kun, this fatty, provoke this group of Zhang Liang's fake sons? Li Wangyu looked at Cho Kun questioningly, only to see the fatty's face full of grievances. The bruised eyes on his fat face blinked as he complained. Ziyu, how would I know the reason? I just arrived at the gate of the Northern Yaman's Imperial Army and asked the Imperial Army brothers to pass on a message for me to find my brothers. These people were also preparing to enter the barracks, so they said that I was blocking their way and told me to scram. How would I dare to provoke them, so I retreated to the side. Cho Kun pointed at Zhang Shunji, feeling wronged. But that person said that I was spying on his wife and had bad intentions, so he had people beat me up. I really am innocent. Just now, I didn't even dare to lift my eyelids. Hearing Cho Kun's words, Li Wangyu finally noticed that not far away, there was a beautiful woman dressed in palace attire with a frosty expression. Behind her were several servant girls. This woman was beautiful, but her pair of peach blossom eyes and the mole at the corner of her mouth made Li Wangyu feel that this woman in palace attire had a flirtatious and seductive aura. That is the Duke of Chongping's new wife, the Li clan. This woman is really something. Fang Yai suddenly lowered his voice and winked at Li Wangyu. Obviously, there was a hidden meaning in his words. Seeing that Li Wangyu still didn't understand, the group of silk pants immediately became interested. Ignoring the madam of Commandery Duke Chongping, who was staring at them coldly from not far away, she began to talk about the rumors between Commandery Duke Chongping and the Li clan. As the saying goes, Taiji gives birth to yin and yang give birth to the 4 symbols, and the 4 symbols give birth to the 8 trigrams. A group of gossipy top playboys of the Tang dynasty told the story of Zhang Liang and the Li clan in a few words, but Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. Talent, this is what a real talent is. He looked at Fang Yi, who was spitting saliva everywhere, with a complicated expression. Beloved brother, I was wrong. The cuckold of the Tang dynasty is not you, but Chongping Commandery Duke Zhang Liang. Chapter 325. The Duke of Chongping, Zhang Liang, came from a poor background. His greatest ability was his good luck, which allowed him to hug the right thigh. This was because of Pai Lupi's contributions during the Xuanwu Gate incident. As a result, after Pai Lupi ascended the throne, Zhang Liang was given the title of General of the Right Guard, Governor of Huai Province, and Duke of Chongping for his contributions. However, after Zhang Liang rose to power, he despised his wife, who was born a peasant, and divorced her to take a new wife, Li clan's wife. Although Li clan's wife was young and beautiful, she wasn't easy to deal with. This woman was as fickle as water, and went around seducing young and handsome men, making Zhang Liang wear many green hats. However, what Li Wangyu found hard to understand was that not only did Zhang Liang not divorce his wife, but because he couldn't bear to part with Li clan's beauty, he allowed her to do as she pleased. The one that made Li Wangyu speechless the most was Zhang Liang's adopted son, Zhang Shunji. This person was originally a male actor who was good at music, and Li clan took a liking to him. In the end, when the two were having an affair in the manor, Zhang Liang discovered them. From Li Wangyu's perspective, in the normal version of the script, Chongping County would draw his sword out of anger and chop this adulterous couple into pieces. However, it was clear that the script in Zhang Liang's hands was a blackened version. Not only did Zhang Liang not draw his sword to kill, he even adopted the male lead as his son and gave him the name Zhang Shunji. He allowed him to freely enter and leave the mansion, and from then on, there was no need to avoid taboos. Alright, Li Wangyu could only say that the circle of nobles was really messy. Admirable, admirable. Naturally, he couldn't be bothered with what this cuckold Zhang Liang was thinking. However, Cho Kun had been beaten for no reason, and this matter had to be explained. Although the silk pants had beaten up Zhang Shunji, as well as Zhang Liang's adopted sons, this matter wasn't over yet. Li Wangyu didn't pay any attention to Li clan's wife, and walked over to Zhang Shunji and Li clan's side. This Zhang Shun was born as a male actor. He was not like Zhang Liang's fake actors who were strong and strong. He was thin and weak like a pretty boy. Just now, when he was fighting with the debauches, he didn't participate. Instead, he stood on the side with Li Clan and watched coldly. Seeing Zhang Liang's fake sons being knocked to the ground by the silk pants and Li Wangyu, he did not care. He only laughed coldly. Li Wangyu saw that this man's face was fair without any beard, he was actually born with good looks, no wonder he was able to seduce the Li clan to have an affair with him. Li Wangyu frowned and asked coldly, "Your name is Zhang Shenji. Let me ask you, did you order people to beat up that fatty? Why did you order people to commit murder and beat people up for no reason?" Zhang Shen had a disdainful expression on his face. He tidied up his clothes and pretended to be cool as he said, "He's just a lowly merchant. So what if I beat him up? What do you want? Did my brother offend you? Humph, so what if there is? So what if he didn't? Was there a need for a reason to beat a lowly merchant like him? You really don't know what you're talking about. But you Qiu Ba, how dare you beat up the fake sons of Royal Duke Chongping? Do you know that a great disaster is imminent?" Zhang Shenji spoke casually as he looked at Li Wangyu and the others with eyes full of disdain. Behind him, Li Clan also had a mocking expression on his face, saying that they had caused a great disaster and were about to be finished. Li Wangyu was stunned when he heard this. Did water get into this guy's head while he was bathing? It was fine if he didn't recognize him. Today, Li Wangyu was habitually wearing the white clothes of a commoner. It was normal that he didn't recognize him. But in notice Chang'an, the number of noble families and officials who didn't recognize Cheng Chumo's group of silk pants could be counted on one hand. Was this Zhang Shenji crazy? He dared to call the silk pants Qiu Ba, he really had guts. Li Wangyu silently gave Zhang Shenji a thumbs up in his heart. Respect to you for being a man. In reality, Li Wangyu had misunderstood Zhang Shenji. He was originally a male actor with a lowly status. How could he have come into contact with the nobility of the Tang dynasty? Naturally, he didn't recognize Cheng Chumo, the top silk pants of the Tang dynasty. Zhang Liang's fake sons, however, did recognize some silk pants. But when the silk pants rushed over and saw the fatty being beaten up, they didn't say anything and directly attacked. Since the two sides were fighting, they naturally didn't have time to tell the Li clan and Zhang Shenji about the silk pants' identities. At this time, when they heard Zhang Shenji's arrogant words, one of the fake sons of Zhang Liang lying on the ground groaning, wanted to speak up to stop him. But that person hesitated for a moment and swallowed his words, continuing to lie on the ground and play dead. Zhang Shenji was Zhang Liang's adopted son, while they were just fake sons. Their status wasn't much different from the troops, so there was a big difference in status. This Zhang Shenji suddenly changed from a male actor to Zhang Liang's adopted son. Relying on the Li clan's favor, he was usually very arrogant. Even Zhang Liang's fake sons were often angered by this guy. Everyone didn't like him. So at this time, no one spoke up to remind Zhang Shenji. They just let him continue to talk nonsense, hoping that he would be unlucky. As for Madame Li, she also did not recognize Li Wangyu and the debauches. Because she saw the debauches rushing out of the northern Yaman's gate, she, like Zhang Shenji, mistook the debauches for the northern Yaman's imperial guards and a group of vulgar bandits. The reason why Zhang Shenji and the Li clan had such a misunderstanding was also related to the clothes Cheng Chumo and the others wore today. Today was the battle between the northern Yaman's 6 armies and the southern Yaman's 16 guards. Cheng Chumo and the others naturally had to support the southern Yaman's 16 guards. So everyone, including Wei Shuyu and Fang Yaiyai, wore the robes of the southern Yaman's imperial army to show their support. This was the same reason that fans in the future would wear the uniform of the team they supported when they watched a football match. But they didn't expect that the robes of the southern Yaman's imperial army would cause Zhang Shenji and the Li clan to misunderstand and treat the silk pants as imperial army soldiers. The Li clan maintained his status. He only had a gloomy face and didn't say a word. She was waiting for her husband to come and deal with this group of lawless imperial army soldiers. If he didn't make this group of lawless imperial army soldiers peel off a layer of skin today, the anger in Li Clan's heart would be hard to vent. Li Wangyu couldn't help but laugh at Zhang Xinji's arrogant words. The group of silk pants also laughed. Everyone gathered around with their hands crossed in front of their chests and laughed, surrounding Zhang Xinji in the middle. "Oh, there's a noble here. I'm so scared. Should we kneel down and kowtow to you and beg you to let us go?" "Wahahaha, interesting. How do we face imminent disaster?" "You scared me to death." "Bah, you silk pants, why aren't you kneeling down and kowtowing to the noble?" "Ha." Zhang Xinji was surrounded by silk pants. His face turned pale. He was also afraid of being beaten. But he still stubbornly said, "You scoundrels, why aren't you backing down? I'm the adopted son of the Duke of Chongping. As Imperial Army soldiers, how dare you be so impudent? Do you still have any respect for your superiors?" Cheng Chumo reached out and patted Zhang Xinji's face. He said with a mischievous smile, "It's been a long time since someone called me impudent." "Wahahaha, you scoundrel, do you really think you're a noble?" "Huh, Chumo brother, you can't say that. Other people's adopted sons were obtained with their own abilities. TSK, they must be skilled in martial arts." As Fang Yai spoke, he wretchedly shrugged and winked at the nearby Li clan. The silk pants present were all veterans of the Tang dynasty. How could they not understand the meaning of Fang Yai's words? Everyone laughed even louder. Naturally, Madame Li also heard their conversation, and her beautiful face was covered in frost. Chapter 326. Zhang Xinji was instantly enraged by the profligate son's mocking words. Zhang Xinji had an inferiority complex and was sensitive. As a wastrel, because of his lowly status, he had been played around with. It was quite pitiful. He was willing to go all out. For glory and wealth, not only was he willing to be Zhang Liang's adopted son, he even changed his surname. As an adopted son, it would be better to say that he was the Li clan's boy toy. If his ancestors were still alive in the underworld, he wondered if they would be so angry that they would crawl out of their graves to settle the score with him. Zhang Xinji had suddenly gained power, and with the Li clan's favor, he immediately became rude and unreasonable. Today, he accompanied the Li clan and led Zhang Liang's fake sons to watch the polo match. When he saw the black-clothed Chou Kun at the gate of the Northern Yamen's imperial army, he was unhappy and purposely went up to find trouble. When he was a wastrel, he was often played around by those rich and powerful families. Now, he still had to humbly serve those nobles, but merchants like Chou Kun, who had money but no status, had become the target of his resentment. After becoming the adopted son of Zhang Liang, Chang'an's many merchants had been humiliated by Zhang Xinji using Zhang Liang's name. Zhang Liang's reputation in Chang'an had also been ruined by his 500 fake sons, Zhang Xinji, and the Li clan. Zhang Xinji now hated it when others talked about his original identity. After being mocked by the wastrels, he ignored everything and cursed at Cheng Chumo and the others. "You bunch of lowly wastrels dare to be disrespectful to the Duke of Chongping? You bastards with no parents to teach you. Today, I will let you know the power of the Duke of Chongping." He then turned his head and roared at Zhang Liang's fake son, who was lying on the ground, "Are you all King dead? If you can breathe, get up and ride a horse to the manor to invite his excellency. How dare they? I'm going to skin these bastards alive today." Before Zhang Xinji could finish his words, he suddenly felt a sharp pain on his face, followed by a thunderous "pa" sound. At that moment, he felt his vision go black and stars appear in front of him. When Cheng Chumo heard the vulgar words coming out of this fellow's mouth and dared to scold his father and mother, he immediately slapped him across the face. Cheng Chumo's palm, which was as large as a palm leaf fan, immediately swelled up Zhang Xinji's cheek and knocked out one of his molars. Even Li Wangyu felt pain for Zhang Xinji when he saw this slap. TSK, it was really too tragic. Who do you think you are? How dare he speak such arrogant words? Even if Zhang Ji was here, he would not dare to do this. You are just a lowly actor. Do you really think that you are the son of Commandery Duke Chengping? Bah! Cheng Chumo slapped Zhang Xinji and knocked him down to the ground. Still not satisfied, he spat a mouthful of phlegm on Zhang Xinji. Zhang Lin was Zhang Liang's eldest son and also the son of his first wife. Zhang Lin's personality was completely different from his father, Zhang Liang. He was cautious his whole life. He had tried to persuade his father many times, but Zhang Liang did not listen to his son. In the end, Pai Lupi took him to Chang'an and executed him. It could be said that he had brought his own death. Fang Yai and the others naturally did not dare to show weakness. Including Li Wangyu, the group of people surrounded Zhang Xinji, who had been beaten to the ground, and kicked him. Zhang Xinji, who had been arrogant just now, could only hold his head with his hands and curl up like a shrimp, wailing loudly. Seeing his beloved adopted son being beaten, Li Clan, who had been watching coldly from the sidelines and was certain that this group of soldiers would not dare to be presumptuous, immediately went crazy. She let out an ear-piercing scream and waved her hands wildly as she threw herself at the group of wastrels. The graceful and luxurious appearance of a noblewoman was completely gone. She was no different from a shrew in the marketplace. You dare to beat my son? I will fight with you. You bunch of bastards. Kill. I will let my husband chop off your heads and use them as chamber pots. Seeing that Madame Li had suddenly rushed over like a madwoman, the debauches naturally dispersed with laughter and ran towards the Yuan gate. No matter how unbearable this Li clan was, she was still the wife of Princess Changping. They could beat and curse Zhang Xinji, but they could not do anything to Li clan. When Li Wangyu saw the silk pants running away, he naturally pulled Fatty Cho Kun and ran away as well. In any case, the fight had already been fought. The fake sons of Zhang Liang who had beaten Cho Kun had all been beaten up, and Zhang Xinji had been beaten very badly. From the wastrel's point of view, Cho Kun's beating could be considered as revenge. Naturally, they could not be bothered to tangle with the crazy Li clan. Li Wangyu dragged Cho Kun and chased after the wastrels, complaining that they were not loyal and did not call him along when they were running away. The group of people laughed and joked with each other, no one taking what had just happened to heart. Cho Kun, on the other hand, was somewhat worried. His chubby face was wrinkled like a steamed bun. He was the son of a merchant family. If he really incurred the wrath of Princess Changping because of what had happened today, then he would have no way out. Li Wangyu could see his worry and comforted him, saying that this matter was not a big deal. Princess Changping's household was not in the right, so there was no need to be afraid of them. Cheng Chumo patted his chest, assuring Cho Kun that there would not be any trouble. If Princess Changping wanted to find trouble, then they would not stand by and do nothing. Hearing everyone's words, the wastrel finally relaxed. The group of people continued to chat and laugh as they walked towards the polo field. After Li Wangyu and the wastrels left, they naturally did not notice Li clan's venomous gaze, which was fixed on their backs. Not long after the wastrels left, a group of people rode to the gates of the northern yamen. Seeing this scene, a middle-aged man wearing a brocade robe hurriedly dismounted. "Madam, what's going on? Why are Shenji and the others like this?" The person who had come was Princess Changping, Zhang Liang. Today, he had also invited his military colleagues to watch the polo match. When Li clan saw Zhang Liang appear, she immediately burst into tears. Feeling wronged, she said, "Husband, if you didn't come, I would have been bullied to death." "Madam, if you have something to say it slowly." "What happened?" "Wu, just now, when Shenji accompanied me to the gates, there was a merchant with shifty eyes, spying on me. Shenji had the fake sons teach that merchant a lesson. Who knew that in the army camp, more than 10 boorish soldiers would rush out. Not only did they speak rudely to me, they also spoke vulgarities and beat Shenji to this state. Husband, you have to help me get justice. Otherwise, I don't want to live anymore, Wu." Li Clan added oil to the fire, recounting what had happened. Naturally, she pushed all the blame onto the wastrels. Seeing Li Clan crying so miserably, Zhang Liang was unable to restrain his anger. Who has the guts to humiliate my madam? Men, come. Go to the Yuan Gate and ask clearly. Find out who did it and capture that person for me. Zhang Liang ordered his subordinates. Immediately, a soldier ran to the gates of the northern Yaman's imperial army and asked the soldiers guarding the gates about the situation. Not long after, the soldier returned with an ugly expression. After hesitating for a moment, he whispered a few words into Zhang Liang's ear. After hearing the soldier's words, Zhang Liang's expression turned ugly as he thought to himself. How could it be this group of wastrels? Today's matter would not be easy to handle. Chapter 327. When Zhang Liang learned that it was Cheng Chumo and the others who had beaten up his adopted sons and impostors, he couldn't help but hesitate. If it was only Zhang Xinji and his impostors who had been beaten, Zhang Liang would have laughed and acted as if nothing had happened. But his beloved wife was crying in front of him, putting him in a difficult position. If he gave up just like that, he would lose all face in front of Madame Li. But if he really wanted to investigate, not to mention whether the truth was as Li Clan said, even if it was, what could he do to this group of debauches? Moreover, the sage's favorite son, Hu Xiannan, was also involved, so Zhang Liang didn't want to get involved. Although this Hu Xiannan wasn't an official in the court, the sage had entrusted his crown prince and Li Tai to teach, which showed how much trust he had. Moreover, Zhang Liang knew that the Wang clan of Taiyuan and the other 5 surnames and 7 princes had a dirty relationship with this Hu Xiannan, but they still couldn't do anything and even seemed to have suffered a loss. Thus, Zhang Liang didn't want to incur the wrath of Li Wangyu. Husband, what's wrong? Why aren't you talking? Hurry and have someone arrest that group of Qiu Ba. This concubine wants to see them punished with her own eyes. When Li Clan saw that Zhang Liang hadn't moved for a long time, she began to pull on Zhang Liang's robe and act like a spoiled child. Zhang Liang felt a headache coming on, so he could only lower his voice and tell her the identity of Li Wangyu and the others. After learning the truth, Li Clan's woman stopped crying, and her face turned green and red. She had thought that it was just the imperial army causing trouble, but she hadn't expected that the other party was actually the sons of Cheng Yaojin and Fang Xianling. This surprised her. But when Li Clan turned her head and saw Zhang Xinji's red and swollen face, she began to feel uncomfortable. Husband, are we just going to let it go like this? Even the son of Duke Lu can't casually beat people. Look at the injuries on Xinji's face, even I feel distressed. Zhang Xinji's body trembled like a sieve. He had just cursed the sons of a duke. When he heard Li Clan's words, he wanted to say that he was fine, but he didn't dare to speak for fear of angering Li Clan. Alright, you don't have to worry about this. I have my own plans. I'll have someone send you back home. You don't have to go today. Zhang Liang could only persuade Li Clan. Humph. Husband, are you afraid of Cheng Yaojin and the others? Li Clan didn't give up and said, Husband, if you don't help me vent my anger, don't enter my room today. Alright, alright, alright. I'll do as you say. You take Xinji back to get treated first. I'll make sure you're satisfied, okay? With that said, Li Clan could only nod his head and reluctantly lead Zhang Shen and the others back to the residence. After Li Clan left, Zhang Liang's brows furrowed even tighter. It wouldn't be easy to get back at them. Prefectural Duke, what happened? Why did your wife go back? Just as Zhang Liang was feeling conflicted, a voice came from behind him. He turned his head and hurriedly bowed. Greetings, Duke Lu. It's nothing. It's just that my wife isn't feeling well and has returned early, Zhang Liang said perfunctorily. This person was none other than Hou Junji, the general of the left guard. He and Zhang Liang could be considered colleagues in the army. One was the general of the right guard, the other was the general of the left guard. The two of them were also subordinates of the old king of Qin's residence. They had fought alongside Pai Lupi on many expeditions and had also supported the Xuanwu Gate, so they had a rather good relationship. In the 17th year of Zhengguan, when Hou Junji and Crown Prince Li Qingxian were plotting a rebellion, Hou Junji had even tried to rope in Zhang Liang. But Zhang Liang wasn't honest. He had turned around and reported to Pai Lupi, selling Hou Junji out. Hou Junji chuckled at Zhang Liang's polite words and said, "Prefectural Duke, is there anything that isn't convenient for the two of us to talk about?" This. Zhang Liang hesitated for a moment before recounting the conflict between his wife and those wastrels at the Yuan Gate. "I was wondering what was going on. It's just the younger generation messing around. Prefectural Duke doesn't need to take it to heart." Hou Junji didn't take the matter to heart. "Although that's the case, my wife is worried about my adopted son and insists on venting her anger." "Prefectural Duke Lu, don't you think that this is just a woman messing around?" Hou Junji couldn't help but feel a little disdainful at his words. The Li clan's so-called adopted son had already been treated as a joke among the nobles of Chang'an, and Zhang Liang still had the nerve to speak of it. But because Hou Junji didn't have a good relationship with Cheng Yaojin and the others, he didn't mind egging Zhang Liang on and causing trouble for them. Prefectural Duke, what's so difficult about this?" Have you forgotten why we're here today?" Hou Junji said with a hearty laugh. Zhang Liang was taken aback. "What does Prefectural Duke Lu mean?" Hou Junji used his horsewhip to point in the direction of the Baya military camp's racetrack. "Prefectural Duke, you just want your wife to vent her anger. It's simple. Just invite that county man for a round of batting." Hou Junji's words made Zhang Liang's eyes light up. This was a good idea. In the Tang dynasty, it was extremely common for the nobles to settle their conflicts through batting. As long as he won the batting match, he would be able to vent Li clan's anger without offending Cheng Yaojin and the others. Of his 500 adopted sons, there were quite a few experts in batting. Zhang Liang loved to play polo, and he had even taken in many adopted sons just to play with him for fun. Prefectural Duke Lu is indeed wise. Let's go to the racetrack and not delay the match today. Zhang Liang laughed heartily as he invited Hou Junji into the Yuanmen Gate. Li Wangyu and the other scions had returned to the Baya Imperial Army racetrack, and they were watching the batters warm up on the field with great interest. There were already quite a few people gathered around the racetrack, and the wooden platform used for watching the match was also filled with nobles and officials. As expected, the Tang people loved polo. Even the match between the Baya 6 armies and the Nanya 16 guards attracted many spectators. Not long after, drums sounded around the racetrack, signaling that the match was about to begin. Then, the sharp voice of an eunuch could be heard, "The sage has arrived." Li Wangyu turned his head and saw Pai Lupi strolling to the racetrack under the protection of the Imperial Army. Behind him were Zhangsun Wuji, Fang Xianling, and the other big shots. Clearly, the polo fans of the Tang dynasty were all round, from top to bottom. Around the racetrack, the nobles and officials who had come to watch the match bowed to Pai Lupi. "Everyone, there's no need to be so polite. We're also here to watch the batting match and enjoy the match with everyone." Pai Lupi smiled and waved his hand to the crowd, indicating for them to rise. He then saw Li Wangyu and the others, and he smiled and waved at them, indicating for them to come over. Fatty Cho Kun had never expected to see Pai Lupi, and he was still kneeling on the ground, not daring to get up. Li Wangyu was too lazy to pay attention to this coward, and he followed the other playboys to Pai Lupi's side. "Zio, do you also like to watch the batting match?" Pai Lupi asked. Li Wangyu shook his head. "Uncle, this is my first time watching the batting match. It was Cheng Chumo and the others who insisted on bringing me here." Chumo and the others did the right thing. Who in the Tang dynasty doesn't like to watch the batting match? "Zio, you'll like it." Li Wangyu could only shrug his shoulders at Pai Lupi's words. "You're the boss, so you have the final say." At this time, the sun was gradually rising, and the temperature was rising. It was slightly hot. Li Wangyu then took out an item from his bosom and shook it in a carefree manner. With a swish sound, it attracted everyone's attention. Chapter 328. Li Wangyu took out a folding fan. A few days ago, when he was looking at a beautiful woman enjoying the cool air in his backyard, he suddenly thought of this item. He drew a rough outline of the folding fan and handed it to Carpenter Lu and his family to figure it out. Carpenter Lu was indeed skillful. In less than 2 days, he made the folding fan that Li Wangyu wanted out of bamboo. Moreover, the bamboo was processed by Carpenter Lu and his family. After polishing, painting, and carving, the folding fan in Li Wangyu's hand was actually golden yellow in color and felt as smooth as jade. Li Wangyu was naturally overjoyed. He did not expect Carpenter Lu's craftsmanship to be so exquisite. His beautiful superior also liked it when she saw it and asked Carpenter Lu to make her a few more folding fans for women. After the fan ribs were made, the fan needed to be framed. His beautiful superior's folding fan for women was simple. She just needed to choose silk with beautiful patterns. It was beautiful and convenient. However, the paper fan that Li Wangyu wanted still took him a bit of effort. In the end, with the help of owner's son, he found a skilled framer from Jianghu city. He used thin rice paper to frame 7 layers of the fan before it was completed. Li Wangyu excitedly ran to find Yan Liben to draw a fan for him after he had finished pasting the face of the fan. In the end, Yan Liben also loved this fan so much that he asked Li Wangyu, his teacher, to give him one. When Ma Zhou found out, he did not show any weakness. He rode to Dingzhou village and begged for the folding fan. Sure enough, folding fans were the best tool for scholars to show off. When Li Wangyu saw Yan Liben and Ma Zhou's reaction, he could not help but feel a little smug. Anything that I produce must be of high quality. Today, Li Wangyu shook out his folding fan again at the side of the polo field. He pretended to be cool and relaxed as he waved the fan lightly. His actions naturally attracted the attention of everyone, including Pai Lupi. They all looked at the fan in his hand. "Zio, what's that?" Fang Yai immediately came over and stared at the folding fan in Li Wangyu's hand. Li Wangyu smiled faintly and pretended to be pretentious. He waved the fan in his hand a few times and folded it back. With a snap, the wide fan disappeared and was folded back into the handle. Hee, this item is called a folding fan. It's just a new toy that I've made recently. Li Wangyu's smug look made Cheng Chumo and the others' teeth itch. His attitude was purely to tease the silk pants. He wanted to use the folding fan in his hand to toy with them. He didn't believe that these silk pants wouldn't be interested in a folding fan that could be opened and closed at will. Li Wangyu's guess was right. The fops were naturally interested in the folding fan in his hand, but Li Wangyu had underestimated the shamelessness of the fops. Before he could continue to tease the fops, he felt his hands suddenly empty. The folding fan in his hand had been snatched away by Cheng Chumo. "Zio, you're not being kind. If you had such a fun toy, why didn't you take it out earlier?" Cheng Chumo was fiddling with the stolen goods he snatched while scolding Li Wangyu. He almost angered him to death. Seeing the fops fighting over his folding fan and clumsily opening and closing it, Li Wangyu almost cursed out loud. Motherf ***, these shameless bastards. He had overestimated their moral bottom line. And this was in front of Pai Lupi. They were robbing in broad daylight. Where was the law? Pai Lupi, are you going to do something about it? Do you still want the law and moral construction of the Tang dynasty? Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. He took out another folding fan, opened it with a swish, and continued to fan it. Fortunately, this lord had great foresight and had already calculated the shamelessness of these fops. Wahaha! Li Wangyu was secretly pleased. He had more than one folding fan on him. However, this folding fan didn't last long in his hand. Fang Yi AI snatched it away again. F***ck. A group of bandits. Li Wangyu cursed in his heart. He took out another folding fan, but this time, before he could open it, his hand was empty. Blinking his eyes, Li Wangyu was speechless as he looked at his empty hands. Beside him, a pack of hungry wolves was still eyeing him covetously, wanting to see if he could still take out the folding fan from his bosom. Before Li Wangyu could speak, he heard someone coughing. Li Wangyu looked over and saw Pai Lupi staring at him and pretending to cough. It was another person who was eyeing his folding fan. However, this person still wanted to save face. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he couldn't just snatch it like the other fops. Li Wangyu obviously understood Pai Lupi's meaning. He obediently took out another folding fan and respectfully handed it to Pai Lupi with both hands. "Uncle, this is a folding fan that I had someone make when I was bored. Please have a look." Pai Lupi nodded in satisfaction and took the folding fan without any hesitation. However, he still scolded Li Wangyu, "Zio, you're using your talent in this kind of place. Using an object to play tricks on others is a waste of your spirit. Don't do it again in the future. Motherf***ker, aren't you wicked? You took my things, yet you still want to lecture me with false intentions?" Li Wangyu was so angry at Pai Lupi's words that he almost vomited blood and died. If it weren't for the fact that Pai Lupi was the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he would have snatched the folding fan back. After Pai Lupi finished lecturing him, he leisurely played with the folding fan in his hand. Just like the other fops, he kept opening and closing the fan. Before Li Wangyu turned around and left, he keenly felt several scorching gazes on him, which made him feel very uncomfortable. He looked up and saw Zhang Sun Wuji, Fang Xianling, Du Ruhui, and the other big shots. Their gazes were constantly shifting between the folding fans in the hands of Li Wangyu and Pai Lupi. Their meaning was self-evident. Li Wangyu faced the aggressive gazes of these big shots. How could he pretend that he didn't see it? He could only helplessly take out the folding fan from his chest again and respectfully give it to the big shots. He even had to politely ask them to accept it. He was prepared to show off this folding fan today. He was quite well prepared. Fortunately, the robes of the Tang dynasty were big enough. He had more than 10 folding fans in his chest, and now he had given them all away. However, on this wooden stage, there were too many monks and too little gruel. How could these fans be enough? The 3 folding fans that the fops snatched were confiscated by his father before they could even warm up. The empty-handed fops once again surrounded Li Wangyu. "Ziyu, how can you be so stingy? You prepared too few folding fans. How can it be enough to share?" "That's right. It's all Ziyu's fault. Your actions really make me disappointed." Cheng Chumo beat his chest and stomped his feet, lamenting his incompetence. This made Li Wangyu want to bite someone. F***cku, do I owe you anything? This group of bastards. Li Wangyu wanted to roll his eyes and spread his hands to show that he didn't have any either. However, he heard a voice that made his hair stand on end. "Wahahaha, there's actually such an interesting fan. Kid, where's my fan? Quickly give it to me." Li Wangyu silently looked at Cheng Chumo. I still misunderstood Brother Chumo. I shouldn't have scolded him in my heart just now. Compared to this old bastard Cheng Yaojin, Cheng Chumo was already very civilized. Cheng Yaojin was too shameless. He directly opened his mouth and asked for his fan. Pay. I despise this kind of old hooligan who doesn't want his fan. Chapter 329. Li Wangyu was already very experienced in dealing with old hooligans like Cheng Yaojin. That was to not resist and just admit defeat. Anyway, no matter how you resisted, you couldn't beat the shamelessness of the #1 troublemaker of the Tang dynasty. After hearing Cheng Yaojin's words, Li Wangyu turned around and ran down the wooden stage. He wasn't scared off by Cheng Yaojin, but he was going to get a fan. Li Wangyu wasn't a robot cat after all, so he couldn't carry so many folding fans in his pocket. Carrying around 10 was already his limit. The rest of the folding fans were carried by Niu Wu. After Carpenter Lu's family made the folding fans, Li Wangyu let them continue making them. Now, they had made nearly 100 of them. Today, the foppish sons dragged him to watch the polo match. They said that many big shots in the imperial court, including their father, were going to watch the match. Since Li Wangyu was going to take out the folding fans to show off, he naturally had to be well prepared. Thus, he ordered Niu Wu to bring all the folding fans he had made. This little thing was suitable to be used as a gift. It was exquisite and didn't cost much. He also thought of finding craftsmen to make them in large quantities and sell them in Chang'an. He would definitely make a profit. However, Li Wangyu didn't care about this small amount of money. Moreover, the folding fan's craftsmanship was very simple. Once it appeared, it would definitely be copied in large quantities. Thus, he didn't want to waste the effort. After asking Niu Wu to bring a large bag of folding fans to the wooden stage, Li Wangyu respectfully presented the folding fans to the big shots who came to watch the polo match. Sure enough, everyone was quite satisfied with this gift. Some of them politely nodded to Li Wangyu and thanked him repeatedly before accepting the gift. Some of them weren't polite, such as Cheng Yaojin. After accepting the fan, they complained that Li Wangyu's gift was too little. Moreover, there was no painting on the fan and it was too plain. As for the latter, Li Wangyu could only pretend that he didn't hear it. Apart from the few that were snatched away by the foppish sons, the rest of the fans he gave out didn't have any painting on them. Firstly, he was too lazy to find someone to draw so many fan faces. If Yen Liben were to draw more than 100 fan faces, he would probably vomit blood from exhaustion. Secondly, apart from Cheng Yaojin and the other generals, these big shots of the imperial court were all skilled in calligraphy and painting. It would be more appropriate to give them a blank fan and let them draw the fan themselves. For a moment, the wooden stands of Noda beside the polo field were filled with the sound of rustling. Everyone was constantly opening and closing their folding fans. It was very lively. Li Wangyu slightly flapped the butterfly wings of history. The folding fan could be considered to have been invented more than 100 years earlier. It had become a necessary artifact for Chinese scholars to flirt with girls. While everyone was playing with their folding fans in high spirits, they heard the sound of Kyuka-style drum music coming from the side of the polo field. It was the drummers of the guys department of the musical house of the Tang dynasty. They began to beat the drums, and the polo match was about to begin. The leaders of the Northern Yamen 6 armies and the Southern Yamen 16 guards came to invite Pai Lupi to kick off. This was also the ceremony of the polo match. Pai Lupi happily mounted the horse, took the stick, and galloped to the center of the field. Before the official kickoff, Pai Lupi had to give a lecture. He talked a lot of nonsense to the 20 polo players of both sides. He talked about friendship first, competition second, unity and progress to contribute to the harmonious society of the Tang dynasty, and so on. Of course, these were all imagined by Li Wangyu. After Pai Lupi symbolically hit the red, fist-sized ball, he galloped back to the stands on the side of the field. Li Wangyu felt it was quite interesting. It was the same as the World Cup games in the modern world, where celebrities were invited to kick off. In fact, in Li Wangyu's opinion, the polo rules of the Tang dynasty were very similar to the rules of football in the modern world. Except that the field was larger and the horses running on the field were strong, they were very similar in many other aspects. For example, there were also 2 10-foot-high goal gates at both ends of the polo field. You could score points by hitting the ball into them. On the polo field, there were 10 batters on each side, wearing narrow-sleeved robes of different colors. Moreover, there was a goalkeeper on the field and a referee, Zhou Wei, on the field. It seemed that except for the lack of red and yellow cards and offside rules, everything else was very similar to modern football. This discovery made Li Wangyu interested. His favorite sports in the modern world were football and basketball. In football, Li Wangyu had won countless World Cups. Of course, that was in the game of live football. He was originally not interested in polo, but after the referee blew the copper whistle, he suddenly became interested. Compared to the football of the later generations, horses were the ones running on the field in polo, which brought about an unprecedented visual impact. When the horses, which weighed nearly a ton, ran at a speed of 50 to 60 kilometers per hour, the feeling of power and impact was incomparably shocking. On the field, the batters spurred their horses, galloping and leaping, hitting the ball in the air. The red polo ball danced in the air as fast as a meteor. These batters' horsemanship was superb, and their ball control skills were adept. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded and gasped in amazement. Pai Lupi and the others on the wooden stands also occasionally applauded the batters for hitting the ball well. Those big shots still had their own statuses, so they did not have too much of a bias. However, the group of playboys did not have such concerns. Every time the batters of the 16 guards of the southern yamen took control of the ball, they would whistle and cheer endlessly. On the other hand, when the 6 guards of the northern yamen took control of the ball, this group of people would jump and curse loudly. This made Li Wangyu have an illusion. Did he transmigrate back to the modern world? Was he sitting on the stands, surrounded by fanatical fans watching the game? As the game progressed, Li Wangyu also began to immerse himself in it. Along with the cheers and curses of the playboys on the field, from time to time, a batter would roll off the back of the horse after being hit by the horse. Every time, it would cause the crowd to cry out in alarm. When the batter got up and indicated that he was fine, the side of the field would erupt into loud cheers. The sound of the horse's hooves was like stepping on Li Wangyu's heart, causing his heart to beat along with it. He dared to touch his chest and swear that he had really fallen in love with this blood-boiling sport. Exciting, it was too exciting. The intensity and observability of polo had far surpassed the football games of the modern world. It was faster and more powerful. This made him completely fall in love with polo. When he thought about how polo disappeared from China in the modern world, Li Wangyu felt deeply regretful. Fortunately, he was now in the flourishing Tang dynasty, so he could personally witness the charm of this sport. The rules of polo were similar to basketball in the modern world. There were 3 breaks in the middle, and there were a total of 4 periods. Each period lasted for an incense stick, which was roughly half an hour in the modern world. An official polo match used 2 hours, which was 2 hours in the modern world. The break in the middle was used to change horses. Horses that were running at high speed did not have enough stamina to complete the entire game. At the end of the first period, Li Wangyu felt that his throat was a little sore. Obviously, he had been too engrossed in the game and used too much strength to shout, so he had hurt his vocal cords. However, he did not care. He reached out to take the wine that Niu Wu handed over and drank it. Awesome! Brothers, today was the right day to come. Huh, awesome, awesome. Huh, I told you that Zio would like it. Come, everyone, let's drink. Now that the 16 guards of the southern yamen were in the lead, Cheng Chumo and the others were in a good mood. While everyone was in a lively mood, Wei Shuyu seemed to have seen something terrifying. Her pupils violently contracted, and then she dodged and hid behind Fatty Cho Kun. Chapter 330. There was only one person in the entire Tang dynasty who could scare Wei Shuyu to this extent. He was the minister of the left, the imperial censor, and the Duke of Zheng. Wei Zheng, Wei Shuyu's father. This famous minister in history was able to make Pai Lupi fly into a rage, but he could not do anything about it. Wei Zheng could be considered as a name card of the great Tang dynasty. Pai Lupi loved to play with eagles, so when someone offered him a sparrow hawk, Pai Lupi loved it so much that he could not put it down. One day, when Pai Lupi was playing with the hawk, Wei Zheng asked for an audience. Pai Lupi was afraid of Wei Zheng's nagging, so he hid the sparrow hawk in his arms. However, Wei Zheng was not a good person either. After seeing through the clues, he deliberately talked nonsense. By the time Wei Zheng finally retreated, the sparrow hawk had already been choked to death in Lier's arms. Even Pai Lupi was afraid of Wei Zheng's nagging, let alone Wei Shuyu's son. When he saw his father, he was even more afraid than a mouse seeing a cat. Wei Zheng did not like polo, so Wei Shuyu did not expect to meet his father today. When he saw Wei Zheng suddenly appear, Wei Shuyu subconsciously trembled and hid behind Fatty Cho Kun. However, Wei Zheng did not seem to see his son. Instead, he went straight to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I have something to say." Pai Lupi was happily watching polo today, so when he saw Wei Zheng, he could not help but feel a headache. Although Pai Lupi later ordered people to put up the portraits of the 24 meritorious ministers in the Lingyan Pavilion and put Wei Zheng forth, it did not mean that Pai Lupi would be happy to see Wei Zheng. Wei Zheng's lifetime of admonitions amounted to tens of thousands of words. The number of times he spoke, the intensity of his words, and the firmness of his attitude made him the leader of all the ministers in the court. Although Pai Lupi could not leave him, he still felt a headache. This was also human nature. No one could stand someone nagging in their ears every day. No matter how accurate the words were, they couldn't stand it. Pai Lupi even gave Wei Zheng a nickname, Goat Nose Duke. This was also the only nickname that Pai Lupi had given to anyone in his life. It meant that the old man with the goat nose was as aggressive as a goat. Stubborn and unyielding. As for Wei Zheng, Pai Lupi hated him, but at the same time, he couldn't leave him. It was very distressing. Seeing that Wei Zheng had something to say again, he couldn't help but frown. He reached out and rubbed his temples. "Duke Wei, if you have something to say, can we talk about it after this match?" "Your Majesty, you mustn't. I came here to ask you to stop this match." Wei Zheng didn't give Pai Lupi any face and directly retorted. Pai Lupi was taken aback. "Stop hitting? Why is that?" "Because of horses." "Horses?" Pai Lupi was confused by Wei Zheng's words. The conversation between the monarch and his minister naturally reached the ears of everyone present. Everyone present was also baffled by Wei Zheng's words. Why did this ball strike provoke the goat-nosed duke out of the blue? "Your Majesty, do you know how much it cost to buy 2 dun horses in the Tang dynasty?" Wei Zheng asked with a straight face. Pai Lupi pondered for a moment, between 50 to 100 strings of coins per horse. "That's right. Last year, the Tang dynasty bought 3,000 horses from various countries in the western regions. The total cost was more than 200,000 strings of coins, which was more than 35,000 taels of gold. Does your Majesty know how many Tujua horses were eliminated last year?" Wei Zheng continued to ask. This. Pai Lupi seemed to know what Wei Zheng was going to say. His face became a bit ugly. Wei Zheng didn't wait for Pai Lupi to answer. He continued, "Last year, more than 4,600 horses were eliminated because their hooves were damaged and they couldn't bear weight." He pointed to the polo field and continued, "Your Majesty, Tujua horses are precious. How can they be used for playing? It's not easy to buy and train war horses. How can they be used so recklessly? I ask your Majesty to quickly issue an edict to ban hitting in the military." After Wei Zheng finished speaking, Pai Lupi and the other generals who were originally very dissatisfied with his words fell silent. They had to admit that this goat-nosed duke was right. The Tang dynasty didn't lack horses, but not all horses could be used as war horses. In the era of cold weapons, cavalry was the most powerful army. Therefore, the source and breeding of warhorses was very important. Most of the horses in the Central Plains were relatively short and not suitable to be used as warhorses. The best warhorses were Tujua horses. After the Li Tang dynasty established the country, Pai Lupi personally ordered the selection of 2,000 Tujua horses and 3,000 surplus horses from the Sui dynasty's official horse farm to be used for grazing in Longyu. The purpose was to breed excellent warhorses. Even so, the Tang dynasty still needed to buy a large number of Tujue horses from the western regions every year to make up for the shortage of warhorses. The horses used for the races on the racecourse were the best horses that had been carefully selected. Wei Zheng naturally couldn't bear to see Pai Lupi and the nobles of the Tang dynasty use these precious warhorses to play polo. This would only increase the number of horses that were damaged. This was simply a wasteful behavior. Pai Lupi, who felt that he was in the wrong, and the generals of the northern Yamen's 6 armies and the southern Yamen's 16 guards all fell silent. Even Cheng Yaojin, who was always noisy, shut his mouth tightly and didn't say a word. Wei Zheng, the goat-nosed duke, was naturally right. However, whether it was Pai Lupi or these generals, they were unwilling to let Pai Lupi issue an edict forbidding polo. The scene became quite awkward for a while. Li Wangyu heard the conversation clearly from the side, but he was somewhat confused. In his opinion, polo was a very good sport. Although it required the horses to run, it shouldn't be as serious as Wei Zheng said, right? How could the warhorses become useless after a few more matches of polo? This wasn't a joke, was it? However, looking at the serious faces of the people around him, he was somewhat uncertain. Was there some secret that he didn't know? Li Wangyu moved closer to Fang Yai's ear and asked in a low voice, "Brother Yai, why did Duke Wei say that polo would hurt the horses? What could happen if the horses run more?" His question made Fang Yai look at him strangely, as if he was looking at a fool. "Zio, don't you know that horses' hooves can't withstand wear and tear?" Duke Wei meant that if the warhorses were to use the polo, it would be a loss if the horses' hooves were worn out. Wear out the horses' hooves? What did that mean? Li Wangyu blinked and still didn't understand. Fang Yai could only continue to explain to him that the horses' hooves were similar to a human's fingernails. As the warhorses needed to run a long distance, it was very easy for them to bump or step on stones or other things. The horny layer on the horses' hooves could easily split open. Once the horses' hooves split open or were severely worn out, the warhorse would be useless and would no longer be able to run at a high speed. It could only be withdrawn from the army and used as a draw horse. This was also the reason why Wei Zheng wanted to stop the polo competition. After hearing Fang Yai's words, Li Wangyu sighed deeply. So it was like this. He had just started to like this sport. If it was to be banned because of Wei Zheng's words, that would be too regretful. However, after thinking about it, there seemed to be something wrong with this matter. He couldn't help but think of an English folk song that he saw on the internet in his future life. Losing a nail meant losing a horseshoe. Losing a horseshoe meant losing a war horse. Losing a war horse meant losing a war horse. Losing a war horse meant losing a war horse. Losing a war horse meant losing a country, a horseshoe. Chapter 331. That's right, it was a horseshoe. Li Wangyu could not help but pat his head. How could he have forgotten about this transmigration benefit? A horseshoe was also called a horseshoe. This item was extremely simple. It was a U-shaped piece of metal about the size of a horse's hoof. Using a nail to nail the horse's hoof, it could protect the horse's hoof. Li Wangyu had read many transmigration novels, and this horseshoe was a godly item for showing off and slapping people's faces. In the future, Li Wangyu was so bored that he argued with people on the internet about when horseshoes appeared in China. Although there was a saying in the future that horseshoes appeared before the Sui dynasty, the evidence was a mural in the Dunhuang Mogao grottos that depicted a horseshoe. However, Li Wangyu had seen that mural on the internet, and he could not tell that it was a horseshoe. Moreover, there were no horseshoes, and it looked more like it was a treatment for the horse's hoof. Moreover, there was a clear record in the history books. In the 5 dynasties and 10 kingdoms, Gao Jiuhui, a diplomat from the Jin dynasty, was sent to the western region's Yutian kingdom, where he saw horseshoe technology from the Uyghur people. However, China did use bamboo, rattan, and leather to make simple shoes to protect the horse's hoof. However, They were more of a decoration than actual protection, and these things would be easily damaged when the horse ran at high speeds. In history, Wei Qing and Hua Zubing led an army to attack the Xiongnu people. When they set out, they had 140,000 horses, but when they returned, they only had 30,000 left. Most of the horses that were worn out were because they did not have horseshoes. After running for such a long distance, they had no choice but to give up. Li Wangyu thought about how such a simple U-shaped piece of metal could solve the problem, but it caused Wei Zheng and Pai Lupi to confront each other, and he could not help but laugh out loud. His laugh was not a big deal, but it attracted everyone's attention. At this moment, on the wooden stage, Wei Zheng, Pai Lupi, and the other big shots were at each other. Everyone stared at each other in silence, and the atmosphere became tense. At this moment, Li Wangyu laughed out loud, and Wei Zheng could not help but stare at him. "Huxian man, why are you laughing? Is what this old man said funny?" Li Wangyu felt a chill run down his spine. He hurriedly waved his hands and said, "No, no, Wei Gong, you're right." Wei Zheng glanced at him, then turned to Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, hitting the ball will hurt the horse. You must not continue. Your Majesty, please grant this official's request to cease the practice of batting." Pai Lupi was forced into a corner by Wei Zheng's words. He could neither agree nor disagree. This goat-nosed duke was so stubborn that it made people uncomfortable. When Li Wangyu saw this, he hesitated for a moment, but still braced himself and stood up. "Your Majesty, Eunuch Wei, there is actually a way to satisfy both sides. You don't have to stop batting, and you can also protect the horses." Pai Lupi's eyes lit up, but before he could say anything, Wei Zheng began to glare at him again. His words were quite rude. "Huxian man, don't mess around. This matter concerns the integrity of the country. How can it be treated as a joke? This old man sees that you are young and have gained the trust of His Majesty. You should be careful with your words and actions. Don't be like those traitorous officials and act recklessly." Wei Zheng actually didn't have any ill feelings towards Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu's water wheel, saline alkali soil management, and four-wheeled carriage were all good tools that benefited the country and the people. Wei Zheng greatly admired them. The old man was also a fan of the Three Kingdoms. When he had nothing to do, he would hold the romance of the Three Kingdoms and carefully study it. Wei Zheng loved Li Wangyu, no matter if it was his poems or essays, he loved them to the extreme. Wei Zheng also knew that his son, Wei Shuyu, had a close relationship with this Huxian man. The old man became more and more impolite. He completely treated Li Wangyu as his own nephew and taught him a lesson. In the old man's opinion, his son and you are brothers, so he should control you and prevent you from being arrogant and unrestrained. Wei Zheng's words had good intentions, but it was hard to listen to. Li Wangyu's nose was about to become crooked from anger. "What do you mean by child's play? What do you mean by acting recklessly?" When Wei Zheng said this, his stubborn donkey temper came out. He straightened his neck and said, "This matter is unnecessary trouble. If the war horse's hooves are worn out, then think of a way to protect the horse's hooves. Who would stop the war horse from running just to protect the horse's hooves? Do our Tang cavalry have to be careful when fighting and not let the war horse run? What nonsense are you spouting? How can these two be compared? This is a matter of the country. Huxian man, don't treat it as child's play." When the goat-nosed elder heard Li Wangyu's words, he also lost his temper. Li Wangyu was choked by the old man's words. He simply ignored him and cupped his hands towards Pai Lupi. "Your Majesty, I have a way to make the horse's hooves not wear out when running. It is very simple." Without waiting for Pai Lupi to speak, Wei Zheng refuted, "Nonsense. Who has heard of horses running without wearing out their hooves? Which ancient book has such a record? Bo Lu Sutra of Horse Identification, Essential Techniques of Qi People, Simu Anji Collection. I have read these books several times. How can there be a way to make the horse's hooves not wear out? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes at the old man. If Wei Gong doesn't believe me, why don't we make a bet? When he heard Li Wangyu mention a bet, Wei Zheng's face couldn't help but twitch a few times. Huxian man, don't make trouble. This matter concerns the horse administration of the Tang dynasty. How can you use a bet as child's play? Li Wangyu simply looked at Pai Lupi. Your Majesty, do you believe what I said just now? This. Pai Lupi didn't know how to answer. Li Wangyu often exceeded his expectations, but he didn't believe that he could make the horse's hooves not wear out. As the horse emperor, Pai Lupi's understanding of horses was no less than those who raised horses. He naturally knew the nature of horses very well. In his opinion, it was natural for horses to wear out their hooves when they ran. What if it could be reversed by human power? But in the face of Wei Zheng's aggressiveness, Pai Lupi couldn't say that he didn't believe him. Wouldn't he have to let the sheep-nosed duke force him to issue an edict forbidding polo? As a fanatical polo enthusiast, it was too difficult for him to issue an edict. However, Pai Lupi also knew that Wei Zheng was right. Nowadays, among the nobles of the Tang dynasty, playing polo was a trend. In Jianghu, almost every noble had a group of polo players. 1 or 2 games of polo didn't wear out the horses much, but over time, the number of horses lost every year was considerable. Seeing Pai Lupi like this, Li Wangyu was a little depressed. He simply raised his voice. Your Majesty, I have something to report. Report it. Your Majesty, please build a large polo field in Jianghu. Pile up soil slopes around the field and set up benches to accommodate tens of thousands of people in Jianghu and to watch the game. Playing polo can train the military's horsemanship, and also let the people of Jianghu and the vassal states know the military power of the Tang dynasty and the national prestige of the Tang dynasty. Your Majesty, please make a decision. Li Wangyu's words were simply going against the old man, Wei Zheng. Not only were Li Er and the other big shots dumbfounded, but even the foppish young masters were dumbfounded. Wei Shuyu, who was hiding behind Chou Kun, couldn't help but poke her head out. She wanted to see if Li Wangyu was crazy. Where did he get the courage to challenge her father? Chapter 332. Li Wangyu's words shocked everyone to the point of being tongue-tied, but he still felt that it wasn't enough. When he was watching the polo game, he was wondering why the Tang dynasty didn't promote polo to the common people since there was such a lack of entertainment. Even if not everyone would be able to play polo, at least they would be able to watch polo. For example, today's game between the 6 armies of the Northern Army and the 16 guards of the Southern Army only had less than 100 spectators. It was really a waste. Since the rules of polo were similar to football in the future, why not set up a polo league in the Tang dynasty? Wouldn't it be faster? Originally, this was just a fantasy in his heart. But now that he was rebuked by old man Wei Zheng, he didn't care anymore. He poured out all his immature thoughts cleanly and neatly. Your Majesty, I would like to present a memorial to ask Your Majesty to set up a royal polo league in the Tang dynasty. Li Wangyu raised his voice. Wei Zheng's face was as black as the bottom of a pot. He glared at Li Wangyu as if he was looking at a traitor. Pai Lupi felt a headache coming on, but he couldn't help but ask, what is a league? The 6 armies of the Northern Army and the 16 guards of the Southern Army can form their own teams. A total of 22 teams can compete against each other. The winner gets 3 points, the draw gets 1 point each, and the loser gets no points. The team with the highest points will be the champion and will be rewarded by Your Majesty. Li Wangyu directly copied the rules of the Football League in the future, but the eyes of Pai Lupi and Cheng Yaojin lit up. What kind of league is this? It sounds very interesting. Bravery will lead to the champion, and power will shock the enemy. The champion will be ranked at the top of the army. Good. Good. Pai Lupi was very happy and clapped his hands. His words made Wei Zheng's face even darker. If his eyes could kill, Li Wangyu would have been riddled with holes by now. Your Majesty, you can't do this. Huxianen's words are full of evil intentions. He wants to ruin the horse policy of the Tang dynasty. In the long run, the army's excellent horses will be exhausted. Don't tell me that we are going to let the generals and soldiers ride horses to kill the enemy? Wei Zheng then pointed at Li Wangyu. His eyes were about to spit fire. Huxian man, I only thought you were a mischievous youth. I didn't expect you to come up with such a disastrous idea for His Majesty just to please His Majesty. You are truly a sycophantic minister. I'll beat you to death, you filthy bastard. After saying that, Wei Zheng grabbed the imperial sword from the waist of the guard behind Pai Lupi and pulled it out. He raised the shining imperial sword and began to chase after Li Wangyu. The old man's action scared Li Wangyu so much that he broke out in cold sweat. This goat-nosed old man was too scary. He couldn't win in a verbal argument, so he drew his sword and slashed at him. He was already so old, yet he was so agitated. Wasn't he afraid of a heart attack? Li Wangyu was so scared that he ran away. He jumped off the wooden stands and ran into the polo field. Behind him, Wei Zheng was still panting as he chased after him. In reality, Li Wangyu didn't know that the imperial sword hanging from the waist of Pai Lupi's imperial guard was only a ceremonial sword. It wasn't sharpened at all, but it looked bright and scary. Most of the imperial guards by the emperor's side carried weapons like this. This sudden turn of events stunned Pai Lupi and the other leaders. When they saw Li Wangyu being chased by the old man, Wei Zheng, they couldn't help but laugh. After Pai Lupi laughed a few times, he finally remembered his identity. He couldn't help but cough a few times to suppress his laughter. He ordered the imperial guards behind him, who were also unable to hold back their laughter, "Why aren't you going to stop them? What kind of scandal is this?" After Pai Lupi's words, the imperial guards finally reacted. They ran out in a hubbub, stopped the panting Wei Zheng, and took back the imperial sword. Li Wangyu was also covered in sweat from running. Seeing that there was no danger, he walked back to the wooden stands. "Zio, hurry up and apologize to Eunuch Wei. Look at how angry he is." Pai Lupi held back his laughter and began to smooth things over. He wanted to give Wei Zheng, this stubborn old man, a way out. Li Wangyu, on the other hand, felt that he had been wronged. What did this have to do with him? It was clearly the goat-nosed old man who was being unreasonable. Why did he want him to apologize? However, Pai Lupi winked at him, indicating that he should hurry up and apologize. Li Wangyu could only bow to Wei Zheng helplessly. "Eunuch Wei, it was all my fault. Please forgive me." "Humph." The stubborn old man still ignored him. He let out a cold snort and turned his head to the side, refusing to look at him. Li Wangyu helplessly shrugged his shoulders and looked at Wei Shuyu. He was thinking about how to get revenge on Wei Shuyu when he returned. "You bastard, I can't deal with your parents, but you think I can't deal with you?" Wei Shuyu naturally didn't know whether to laugh or cry at the farce just now. When he saw Li Wangyu's threatening gaze, he repeatedly made a gesture of begging for mercy. As for Cheng Chumo and the others, they were laughing so hard that they couldn't even straighten their backs. Regarding this, Li Wangyu could only curse in his heart. This group of bastards, not a single one of them came to help him stop the stubborn old man. They just watched as he was chased down. How hateful. Pai Lupi lightly coughed and asked Li Wangyu again, "Zio, you said that there is a way to not damage the horse's hooves. Is this true?" "Of course. This matter is very simple. If we are barefoot, we will not be able to walk. It is the same for horses. If we put shoes on the horse, won't the problem be solved?" Li Wangyu's words made Pai Lupi shake his head. Wei Zheng once again snorted coldly. Cheng Yaojin and the others couldn't help but burst into laughter. "Huh, Zio, you finally showed your weakness. These horse shoes have been around since ancient times. They are made of bamboo, rattan, and leather. It is not a novel thing. But it is not practical. Once the horse runs, it will be damaged. Cheng Yaojin laughed as he explained to him. In the eyes of the crowd, Li Wangyou's so-called method was just nonsense. Uncle Cheng, how do you know that my method won't work? Do you want to bet? Li Wangyou was annoyed by Cheng Yaojin and the others' laughter. He simply didn't tell them the truth about the U-shaped horseshoe. He straightened his neck and asked loudly. Little bastard, are you itching for a beating? I will slap you to death. The old hooligan didn't respond to Li Wangyou's words. He directly raised his large palm and threatened. Li Wangyou was speechless. What kind of people were these? If they didn't want to pull out a knife and cut someone, they would want to hit someone. Rude. Barbaric. Despising them. Pai Lupi shook his head. Zio, this matter is not child's play. Don't mention it again. He turned his head and said to Wei Zheng, we will consider Duke Wei's words. We will discuss this matter another day. How about it? No. Just as he finished speaking, Li Wangyou and Wei Zheng spoke at the same time to dissuade him. This made Pai Lupi so angry that his teeth itched. He couldn't say anything to Wei Zheng, but he wasn't so polite to Li Wangyou. He glared at him. Zio, if you say any more, we will have someone kick you out. Li Wangyou's temper also flared up. He ignored Pai Lupi's threat and loudly said, since your majesty does not believe me, how about we have a match in 3 days to verify my words? Your majesty, please allow it. Before Pai Lupi could speak, he heard someone say, Your majesty, I am willing to have a match with Huxian Man in 3 days. Chapter 333. At this time, someone actually jumped out to support Li Wangyou. Was he not afraid of being spat to death by Wei Zheng? Everyone turned to look. It was Zhang Liang, the Duke of Chongping. What did Zhang Liang mean by this? Including Pai Lupi, no one understood. Only Li Wangyou and the other wastrels looked at each other, as if they had guessed what the Duke of Chongping was thinking. Today, they had a conflict with his wife and adopted son at the gate of the northern Yamen. Could it be that the Duke of Chongping wanted to use this opportunity to take revenge? Li Wangyou's guess was correct. Zhang Liang had been urged by Li Wangyou to use this game of polo to give the wastrels and Li Wangyou a little bit of trouble, so as to vent his anger for his wife, Li Wangyou. Originally, Zhang Liang had been struggling to find an opportunity to speak. Now that Li Wangyou had taken the initiative to suggest that they play in 3 days, he did not care about Wei Zheng's anger and hurriedly interjected, expressing his willingness to play with Li Wangyou. He was afraid that Pai Lupi would not allow it, so he took the initiative to explain, Your Majesty, this subject is willing to play polo with Huxian Man in 3 days. Today, Huxian Man and my wife had a misunderstanding at the northern Yamen gate. This subject wishes to use this opportunity to play polo with Huxian Man to resolve the misunderstanding. Your Majesty, please allow it. Zhang Liang's words might seem absurd and laughable to the people of the future. However, in the Tang dynasty, this was a common method to resolve conflicts between nobles. Before Pai Lupi ascended the throne, when Li Yuan was on the throne, there were conflicts between nobles in the Tang dynasty. Occasionally, there would be large-scale private fights between troops. When words could not convince the other party, they would use their swords to resolve the problem. This was also one of the reasons why nobles had their own troops. Ever since Pai Lupi ascended the throne after the incident at the Xuanwu Gate, he had decreed that nobles were forbidden from using troops to fight. Once discovered, they would be severely punished. Under the suppression of Pai Lupi's imperial power, private fights were suppressed. However, when nobles had conflicts, there had to be a way to resolve them. Therefore, it became an unspoken rule among the nobles of the Tang dynasty to solve conflicts by hitting the ball. The reason why Zhang Liang did not mention Cheng Chumo and the other debauches, and only mentioned Li Wangyou, was because this fellow also bullied the weak and feared the strong. From his point of view, although Li Wangyu was loved by Pai Lupi, he was, after all, the lowest-ranked county official who founded the country. He did not hold an official position in the court and had no power or influence. But behind Cheng Chumo and the others were Cheng Yaojin, Fang Xianling, and other military bigwigs, so he did not want to offend them. Therefore, even when Ho Junji urged him to find trouble with Cheng Chumo and the other dandy, he was very smart to bypass them and only mentioned that he had some misunderstanding with Li Wangyu. Li Wangyu didn't think much of Zhang Liang's words, but the group of silkpants became anxious and waved their hands at Li Wangyu. Cheng Yaojin and Fang Xianling also spoke. Zhang Gonggang, it's just a misunderstanding. Why do you have to do this? Son of a bitch, isn't it just a little conflict with your wife? You want to hit the ball with my nephew for such a trivial matter, don't you feel embarrassed? Pai Lupi also glared at Zhang Liang, his dissatisfaction was obvious. Zhang Liang did not expect that Pai Lupi, Cheng Yaojin, Fang Xianling, and the others would defend Li Wangyu like this. He could not help but feel embarrassed. Li Wangyu felt a little confused. Wasn't it just hitting the ball? How big of a deal was it? Was it necessary? Anyway, he wanted to show Pai Lupi and the stubborn old man Wei Zheng 3 days later. What difference did it make who he played with? He did not pay attention to the dissuading eyes of the silkpants and nodded his head casually. Mr. Zhang, if His Majesty agrees, then you and I will hit the ball 3 days later. After he said this, the wooden platform suddenly became silent. Even Wei Zheng, who had been glaring at him, looked at him like he was a fool. The silkpants were even more speechless. They covered their faces with their sleeves and did not want to look at him. Pai Lupi was also stunned. Ziyu, you really want to hit the ball with Mr. Zhang? Li Wangyu saw everyone's reaction and finally began to realize that there seemed to be something that he did not know. He asked weakly, Your Majesty, if I say no now, is it too late? Pai Lupi did not speak, but Cheng Yaojin scolded, Nonsense, how can a man's words not count? Li Wangyu rolled his eyes. Old hooligan, it's okay for others to say this, but King owe me copper coins for playing mahjong before saying this. Li Wangyu knew that there must be something wrong with everyone's reaction. He quickly asked the silkpants in a low voice. The answer he received made him break out in a cold sweat. *CK, what kind of stupid rule was this? As long as he agreed to Zhang Liang's suggestion, Li Wangyu, as the head of the family, had to play the game. Zhang Liang naturally had to play as well, but could he compete with Zhang Liang? Although Zhang Liang did not have any great skills, he was still a veteran of the battlefield. Playing polo was a piece of cake for him. However, Li Wangyu had only learned how to ride a horse for 2 months. He barely knew how to ride a horse, so how could he be considered skillful? With his thin and weak body, if he really fell off the horse, wouldn't his head bleed and even break his bones? Playing polo in the Tang dynasty was really too dangerous. In today's polo, the players did not have any protective measures and were very easy to get injured. Han Yu said in the second book of Shang Zhang Pu Shi, small injuries to the face, large injuries to the body. During the Tang dynasty, there were many examples of people getting injured or even dying from playing polo. During the Tang dynasty, Li Heng fell off the horse and died from a stroke. During the Tang dynasty, General Zhou Bao was blinded in one eye. At the end of the Tang dynasty, General Zhu Qiuanzhong's son played polo with Tang Xiaozong. Unfortunately, he fell to the ground and died on the spot. In short, it was a very dangerous sport. Li Wangyu was dumbfounded. How was it possible for him to play polo? Before he could change his mind, he heard Pai Lupi stand up and announce, since Chongping County Duke and Huxian County Duke have agreed to this, then 3 days later, we will have a match at Taiji Palace's Wuda Hall to test Huxian County Duke's words. Were they really going to play? It was as if Li Wangyu could already see himself rolling off the horse's back, his flesh lacerated and his flesh mangled. His back was soaked in cold sweat. In the face of the pressure of survival, Li Wangyou's thoughts were as fast as lightning. He came up with an idea. "Your Majesty, I have something to say," Li Wangyou hurriedly shouted. "Speak. Since 3 days later, you want to test whether my method of protecting the horse's hooves is feasible, then I will be responsible for setting up the polo field. Is that okay?" Zhang Liang didn't have any objections to this. Pai Lupi thought for a moment, then nodded in agreement. The matter was settled. Even the stubborn old man Wei Zheng didn't say anything. Everything would be decided in 3 days' time. After Wei Zheng's disturbance, today's polo match couldn't continue. Pai Lupi directly stopped the match and prepared to return to the palace. Li Wangyou hurriedly ran after him. Pai Lupi turned his head in confusion. "Zio, is there something else?" Li Wangyou rubbed his hands and laughed. "Uncle, hee, there is something else." What is it?" "Borrow a horse." Chapter 334. In the Tang dynasty, 10 people were required to play in a regular cricket match. Li Wangyou currently had neither men nor horses, so he naturally had to ask Pai Lupi for them. Horses were easy to get. Pai Lupi might not have anything else, but he had plenty of fine horses in the palace. Among them, there were 10 Turkic horses, which were named by Pai Lupi as the 10G horses. They were all first-class horses. Pai Lupi was naturally reluctant to lend the 10G horses to Li Wangyou to play polo, but he could choose the other horses. In a polo match, the horses had to be changed 3 times. 30 horses were enough. After solving the problem of horses, Li Wangyou still wanted to borrow people. His Li family was small in number, so he couldn't drag the old housekeeper Li Heng, his beautiful boss, Aphrodite, Perrin, and the 4 maidservants into the match, right? However, Pai Lupi shook his head and refused. "Zio, the cricket match in 3 days is between you and Zhang Liang. It's not convenient for me to lend you a batter from the palace." Li Wangyou pondered for a moment and understood Pai Lupi's meaning. As the emperor of the Tang dynasty, he naturally had to be impartial. Although Li Wangyou was now his nephew, he still couldn't be biased. If he lent a batter, it would show his bias, and it would easily cause the court to criticize him. After sending off Pai Lupi, Li Wangyou began to think hard about where he could find a batter. Niu Wu and the other old soldiers were all skilled in archery and horse riding, but how could they know how to play polo? Just as he was feeling distressed, a group of playboys gathered around. "Zio, if you don't bring us brothers to the cricket match in 3 days, we'll cut ties with you." Cheng Chumo patted Li Wangyou's shoulder and said. "That's right, us brothers also want to play." The Yuchi twins also expressed their stance. Fang Yai cracked his knuckles and said with a smile, "Heh, how can you not count me in for this kind of thing?" Even Niu Zhengping, whose leg was inconvenient, was the same. "I'm lame, but I have no problem hitting the ball. Zio, don't forget about your brother." After beating up the young one today, I'll teach the old one a lesson in 3 days. What's there to be afraid of? Ziyu, there's no need to worry. We beat him up together. If the prefectural Duke Chongping is unhappy, we brothers will take it on together. Yes. 3 days later, I'll kill that old bastard Zhang Liang. The silk pants words made Li Wangyou's nose tingle. These bastards were really interesting. This was something that he couldn't avoid, but this group of silk pants actually wanted to step in personally. He had to remember this favor. And he would forgive Wei Shuyu and this group of bastards for not saving him when he was in danger. Li Wangyou nodded gratefully at the foppish young masters and sat down in a circle. Brothers, many thanks. Cho Kun stood to the side and said sadly, Ziyu, this whole thing happened because of me. If there's anything I can do, I won't refuse. Of those who wanted to hit the ball, only Fatty Cho Kun didn't say anything. It wasn't that he didn't want to, but that with his size, it was too difficult to find a horse that could carry him. Li Wangyou laughed and patted his belly, which looked like it was 4 months pregnant. Stop talking nonsense. If you continue to be so pretentious, I'll beat you up. The silk pants also laughed and stepped forward to trample on fatty Cho Kuan's body of fat, laughing and joking. This made Cho Kuan feel less guilty. Cheng Chumo laughed. Ziyu, you still don't know how to hit the ball, right? Let's go, brother will take you to practice. The silk pants also became interested. Knowing that Li Wangyu had borrowed a horse from Pai Lupi, they all clamored to ride the palace's imperial horses. Li Wangyu hurriedly stopped them. Brothers, please wait. There's no hurry to hit the ball. The most important thing right now is to make the horses' shoes. Have you all forgotten the reason why I'm hitting the ball with the prefectural Duke Chongping in 3 days? What's a horse's shoe? Ziyu, do you really have a way to reduce the wear and tear on the horse's hooves? Horseshoes aren't reliable. I think Ziyu can definitely do it. Ever since Li Wangyu's amazing performance at the Zhe Temple, Fang Yai had 100% trust in Li Wangyu. Wei Shuyu also nodded. I think my family's lord is going to fall this time. Ziyu, you must win. Yes, if there's really a way to reduce the wear and tear on the horse's hooves, that would be great. The tournament that Ziyu mentioned just now sounded very exciting. Not to mention the baseball field that can seat tens of thousands of people. Just thinking about it makes me excited. Ziyu, what method do you have? Hurry up and tell us. We brothers will help you plan it out. Li Wangyu smiled mysteriously. I'll keep it a secret for now. You all follow me. Oh right, does anyone know a good blacksmith? I need to make a batch of things. Fatty Cho Kuan hurriedly said, I know. Xie Ji blacksmith shop in the east. My family's rice business needs ironware and they make it there. Let's go quickly. Li Wangyu pushed Fatty Cho Kuan and ran out of the barracks. The group of debauches looked at each other and chased after them with a smile. In the East Market Xie Ji blacksmith shop, shopkeeper Xie saw Cho Kuan leading a group of people and quickly came out to greet them. Lang Jun, do you need to make ironware today? Cho Kuan nodded and pointed at Li Wangyu. This is Hu Xian Man. He needs to make some things. Shopkeeper Xie, let the blacksmith work hard. There can't be any delays. Shopkeeper Xie quickly went forward to greet the young man in front of him when he heard that the young man in front of him was Hu Xian Man. When he found out the identity of these debauches, he became even more unwell. He couldn't even speak clearly. I can't walk downstairs. I didn't know you were here. I'm sorry for the neglect. Please wait for a moment. I'll call the blacksmith over immediately. After saying that, shopkeeper Xie turned around and ran into the shop. After a while, he came out with a middle-aged man. This is the best craftsman in my shop. If you have any requests, please do not hesitate to ask him. I'm not bragging, but our Xie Ji blacksmith shop is one of the best blacksmiths in Chang'an City. I'm sure you'll be satisfied. Li Wangyu nodded, but he didn't rush to say what he needed to make. Instead, he asked Cheng Chumo to bring a horse over. Cheng Chumo was confused by him, but he still followed his orders and brought the horse over. Li Wangyu asked shopkeeper Xie to bring a brush, ink, and paper. He spread the paper on the ground and asked the debauches to help him make the horse's hooves stand on the paper and not move. He took the brush and sketched the outline of the horse's hooves. Zio, what are you doing? The debauches couldn't understand what he was trying to do. Don't worry. You'll know in a while. Li Wangyu took the paper with the outline of the horse's hooves. He compared the size of the horse's hooves and drew a U-shaped pattern. Then, he handed it to the strong blacksmith. Please help me make this object. It doesn't need to be too thick, just about an inch thick. You need to make holes in these places on the iron plate. Li Wangyu pointed to the marked places on the drawing and explained. The middle-aged blacksmith frowned and looked at it for a long time. He didn't know what this strange little iron plate was for. However, he knew that these were all nobles, so he didn't dare to ask. He just nodded and replied in a low voice, "Please wait for a moment. There's a ready-made iron bar in the workshop. You just need to bend it and make holes." "That's good. You can make 4 pieces first." The middle-aged blacksmith nodded and went to the blacksmith shop behind to make. After about an hour, 4 pieces of steaming horses' hooves were sent to Li Wangyu.